Welcome back, everyone, to the NorQuest Esports Campus Clash Edmonton High School Valorant Invitational. I'm Crystal, joined by my fantastic co-caster,
Jacob.
and we are thrilled to bring you all the action-packed matches today. We have an incredible lineup of games ahead featuring the top six who have battled their way through to this point. And let's not forget our amazing sponsors who made this event possible: Wooting, MSI, Uneven, Kanto, OTB Academies, AK Racing, and GamePon Canada. Huge shout out to them for their support. Now, our first match of the day features five Asian men versus Team Rock Solid. Both teams have shown impressive skills throughout yesterday, so this sure to be an intense showdown.
100%. So, first game of the day yesterday was five Asian men versus Team SK, and they showed what they can do. They won that game 13-9
Yeah.
and advanced to this upper bracket semifinals. Now, Team Rock Solid also had a very impressive start to the day yesterday, winning 13-4. I believe it was also on bind. I could be wrong on that, but they did win 13-4. So pretty decisively. They move into the semifinal, upper bracket semifinal, and they can kind of move forward, hopefully, to that upper bracket finals. Now, that being said, there are a couple more eliminations going on in the lower bracket after the first two games we play here. So it'll be exciting to see what kind of teams gravitate towards the upper bracket and who ends up in that lower bracket having to fight for their lives.
Yeah, all of it, all of the games were so close. You don't even know who's a better team.
Yeah, the games that were on stream yesterday were all extremely close.
Yep.
13-9, 13-9, and
It
I
was
believe
so
it was 13-10.
intense. Yeah.
So like everything was just kind of everybody was on equal footing. There was good utility usage,
Yep.
good rounds, good timeouts taken, and they were kind of able to set themselves up for those future rounds with those timeouts. So I'm really interested in seeing what teams step up here, what players step up to better their chances in staying in that upper bracket final versus going down and having to fight for their life to get to that absolute grand final.
For sure.
Should be interesting. So just as a little teaser here, we do have the first map coming up being Lotus. It's going to be five Asian men attacking first on Lotus. So this is going to be a good first kind of look into what five Asian men can do on a map different than Bind. Are they going to be strong on the attack, or are they going to have to rely on the defensive half once they get there? So these kind of things are going to be really interesting, and I'm really excited to see what kind of compositions these teams come up with on this particular map, because you can see the double smokes, you can see the double sentinels, you can see the double initiators. So there's so much variation in what you can choose. There is Gecko Fade.
Yeah.
You've got Gecko Sova. You've got KO Gecko.
I think Deadlock as well.
Deadlock has been played quite a bit, kind of pairing with another Sentinel, because with Deadlock, it's not they're not the strongest agent as the only Sentinel, but when you pair it with another good Sentinel, Deadlock works wonders. So it'll be really interesting to see what kind of they come up with and what's in the playbook.
Yep, I'm so excited for this. I wish you good luck to all the teams who are playing.
Yeah, it should be a good one. I'm thinking we're gonna see a Gecko for sure. Gecko is like pretty much a lock on Lotus.
Yeah.
Because you can send Wingman into B site, you can send Wingman into C from Mound, you can send Wingman into A main from, like, there's just so many ways that you can utilize Wingman. And then when you get the Thresh, you can take those sites pretty decisively because nobody wants to fight the Thresh, so they give up that space. So that is pretty much a lock in my opinion, but it really depends on the players themselves. If they don't like Gecko, they're not going to pick Gecko.
Yep.
But I'm also curious to know what kind of smoker agents we're going to have, like what controllers. Is it going to be a Viper? Is it going to be Omen?
Omen is a really good agent for this map. I mean, there's a lot of meta plays for Omen here. Like 100%. Opening the door and TP, doing the shadow step on top of the door is one of a heck way of game.
Yeah, you can really do a lot with the Omen. The Shadow Step combined with the Paranoia, those
Yeah.
things kind of work out really well. Just on a slight look at this selection process, we have 3 locked in on the side of Rock Solid. They have the Omen, the Breach, and the Raze. Not opposed to that. I
Oh,
really like the Breach.
yeah.
The Gecko does get locked in, so we are going to see Geckos on both teams. Titan does opt for a KJ here instead of the smokes that we saw him play yesterday. So I'm curious on how that transition is going to work. Agent to a control to a sentinel agent, but I mean they've got to be happy with the choice if they're willingly doing that change.
I'm just assuming that Titan is a flexible player. He can play any agent. And I guess he is put to controller right now. Oh, Sentinel right now. Yeah, Sentinel right
It's a
now.
sentinel, yeah, and we do see I believe it was KNB and Asian Invasion both back on the beats. We got the Jet and the Raze. And that was the double duelist really worked for them in that first map when they kind of everything just clicked one round and then it just kind of moved forward there. So again, I think we're gonna see on this map a lot of aggression from 5 Asian men as they have to take these sites decisively and they have the impact of the double duelist.
I think they know that in A side, the Breach and the Raze combo would be impacting them. So I don't think they are going to push A side.
No, yeah, especially these first couple rounds, the stun comes out the fault line.
Yep.
And then you have the nade and a smoke. Those 3 combined, it's just not ideal. But they are taking this space towards Satchels come out there on site. This turret does see them, but it doesn't note Asian Invasion already taking that space towards CT. And Rock Solid is going to have to do a 5-man retake. They're going to do a split through the door in Waterfalls. So I actually really like that.
Yeah.
The fights begin to liquefy. Gets Chinatown. KNB gets off. KNB gets a second. Asian Invasion on site gets one, and we're left with
one enemy remaining.
And Titan and KNB clean it up. KNB gets his 3rd kill of the round. Yet another great pistol from KNB.
Yeah.
With my life. No one will harm our little hero.
It was almost clean.
It was. I really liked Asian Invasion's kind of
Invasion.
he took. Yeah, the invasion he took into the CT side.
Yeah.
It was really smart. The turret didn't note him. He's able to get up into that CT area and kind of just cause mayhem. Even if he doesn't get a kill, but he did. He can still cause mayhem, do a little bit of chip damage, and his team, they then have to worry about who else is there. Fault line comes out on A once again with that nade, with that paint shells, and no damage done, but we are seeing 5 Asian men leaning towards this B site. No, the CT side. Some chip damage from the Mosh. Busy, smokes, and fast hit here. Wingman gets the plant down. KNB does have a Guardian. Asian Invasion get the first kills of the rounds. Chinatown gets one. Crayon Eater gets one. Buff gets one.
Last
KNB
player
gets another.
standing.
KNB
One
gets
enemy
a
remaining.
second. Fortune gets a kill, and
KNB, what an insane 3K.
yeah,
Trust my
again,
only
Rock Solid
have
has to be
that
happy
one
with
time.
how that round
Honestly,
played
she
out.
won't
They've
miss that
got
finger.
5 guns, or 4 guns out of the 5
Yep.
out of the hands of 5 Asian men there. But like the Jet, KNB, just so smart with the play with that Guardian in terms of how their positioning is going, the trades, the swings off of that information from
Yeah.
their teammates. So it's really impactful there, and it shows, especially on that round. They are lining up towards A, and we're going to see the fault line nade combo again. Omen does shadow step over towards Rubble. I don't think they note Profit here. They don't. So this could be a big timing one.
Oh.
Some chip damage, but they end up working it out anyways.
Yeah.
Somehow they made it work. It shouldn't have, but Profit gets
Out of charges.
another, and then now it's a 2v4. They do note one is on the stairs. Smoking heaven, they're taking the site. Wingman with the plant once again.
One enemy remaining.
Invasion gets the kill onto Fortune, and they are left with a 1v4. Can Crayon do it? I mean, there's 2 weeks, so it's not out of the realm of possibility, but it might be a better play to opt for a save here so that you at least have a rifle for that next round.
Even though
because
they
it will be
are
a
on a
low buy.
bonus round, I think they should be opting for a save here.
100% because, well, there's one. The two with low health are still alive. So, what does Crayon Eater decide here? Does throw the Dizzy towards CT spawn, hoping that there's some information.
One enemy remaining.
Invasion get taken out. No
Oh.
time on this defuse. But Crayon Eater does get the 4Ks, so they keep one rifle. He gets a 4K. And I mean, for 5 Asian men, that round couldn't have gone any better. They won the round. It was their bonus. They can reinvest into full rifles here. They took out 4. So again, that's best case scenario for 5 Asian men that round to get that round win. Take out as many rifles they did. Just honestly one of the better rounds we've seen.
Yep.
It's a matter at this point of what kind of how can Rock Solid make their defense rock solid? What can they like?
Pun
How
intended.
can yeah, absolutely. Like how can they step it up? Because there's these little cracks that are happening, and 5 Asian men is just abusing those, and they're able to take those sites, win in these rounds. Like that bonus round, they had no business winning, especially going against 5 rifles. But I just don't know what they can do. Is it take the aggressive space, taking these fights early, or is it more along the lines of giving the space so they can retake?
I think that would be wiser to wait for the other team to like play for retake instead of doing aggression. Because they did do an aggression play last round and they did fail, losing 3 of their team.
Yeah, and we see Siren fall there into the little door there.
Spike down
Does
A.
get one. Asian Invasion trades it out. Crayon Eater gets one as well, so we are left with a 3v3.
30 seconds left.
And off catches Prophet with that stinger.
Oh, the timing.
Oh. Asian Invasion catches Buff. The Thresh comes out, doesn't detain anybody, but it
Last
doesn't know
player
where they
standing.
both are. Asian Invasion gets the third of the round.
planted.
Crayon Eater falls, and we are left with Fortune versus the Rays and KJ of 5 Asian men. Does get a rifle, so at least there's some equal footing here in terms of what they're using for this retake. But it really comes down to, can he isolate one or get
Last
the third
player
one?
standing.
He gets one, but Asian Invasion is there.
God
for the
traded.
Again,
That was such a smart play to actually play together.
100%.
Yeah.
They, 5 Asian men, their cohesion and the way that they're playing off of each other was really good yesterday online, and we're seeing it kind of at that same level today early on, as they double up over towards that tree area and they're able to get the 1-2 trade, and that really secures the round for them. Their economy is blossoming, and yet again, this side of Rock Solid is on a mediocre buy here. They're probably, I believe, have 1 or 2 rifles, and then they have the knives popped on the side of 5 Asian men. So this is going to be a difficult round to win, but not out of the realm of possibility. They're taking this rubble space too, and they haven't been noted. The turret does go up, so there is a sound cue. One smoke goes up as well towards that stair area, so it's probably going to be a hit on A here. They do have the Gecko abilities to kind of clear that space if they want to take into tree, or they might opt for a breaking the little door and going to B. It really depends on how they think the other team is leaning at this point. The door opens and the sight hit is on. Satchel comes out. They don't. Reliquify manages to escape.
Oh.
As They have no business getting it. But they do. And now the lockdown is up, and they are left with a 4v5 retake with about
Bomb buddy out.
33 seconds left after that lockdown. Stairs is pushing down. Asian
There.
invasion waiting patiently. Andy gets the first kill with the knives. Asian invasion gets the second. Fortune does get a trade there on the site.
Folded.
And the shooting of the
One enemy
but there
remaining.
catches.
Last player
Asian invasion.
standing.
Fortune and Crayon Eater
Hey,
managed to
come
take
here,
out
my
the
lover.
total. K&B is left to their own desires. And he gets it. He gets the kill, but he unfortunately has no time. That is a heartbreaker. That is a heartbreaker because you play the retake so well. You're able to get 3. You're down to a 1v1. You get that 1v1 win when you have 13 health, and unfortunately you fall because there's not enough time to defuse the spike. So they don't even get to save that rifle. And now their economy is even more in tatters. So it's less than ideal at this point for them going into this next round.
Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
We are seeing Fortune do the Killjoy setup over towards this C bend area. I personally really like when the KJs use the barn setup or the bend setup because it just negates so much pressure that the attackers have when they first enter that site, having to fight that lane between Waterfall and CT.
Mm-hmm.
They do hear sound cue of at least one on that water towards Waterfall. He comes out, Dylan is out as well. They're on site. Can be barely survives but gets taken out by the Stinger. It's a 4v4. They do know Fortune is on site somewhere, and Molly pushes them off. Zero gets the pick, bomb is down, and now 3v4 retake. It seems like more and more of these rounds are just ending up with, hey, we're gonna retake against 5 Asian men. And the retake really is working. It almost worked last round, but the way that 5 Asian men plays together, it just works too well. Like Asian invasion gets that first pick there.
It's that 5 Asian men plays really well
Last
with
player
stance.
standing.
I think an aggression on the defending side should be done in here.
Yeah, they have to make a decision.
Yeah,
on
they
how
have to
want
experiment on doing that kind of play.
Yeah, especially with how the scoreboard is. You do not want to go down by any more than probably 8 max, maybe.
Yeah.
9 if you're a fan of the 9-3 curse. But the attackers, 5 Asian men, they do have the thresh up.
Placing
Defenders
alarm
do
bot.
have 4 ultimates up. And we see a lockdown showstopper.
Placing
And
swarm grenade.
The breach ultimates. The name escapes me for some reason. Rolling Thunder. I remembered. But they have to do something. There has to be some sort of impact. Reliquify does get the first kill on a Prophet with a bold push up towards that rubble area and manages to escape with his life. So now it's a 5v4. They don't have smokes. So this is the round that they can win.
Yeah,
They just can't afford
I
to make any
agree
mistakes.
with you.
Right there.
There are so many angles to check without the smokes helping.
Yeah, especially with that little door open, you have to be even more cognizant
Yeah.
of like,
You have
hey,
to
they could be on this side of the door. They could be on this side of the door. Oh, but there's also main, and there's door, and there's street. There's so many things. But doesn't have the showstopper, gets one on invasion. Rolling Thunder also comes out, which is an interesting choice. It does keep them pressed back towards this rubble area.
And
but
aftershock would be nice, but then it was used already.
Saw you,
yeah,
Mush.
they used it around start.
Yeah.
So Mosh
30
does
seconds
come out,
left.
and they are pushing into tree here. Breach is rotating the backside. They're taking that stairs space on the
Wingman's
side of
gonna
Rock
plant
Solid.
blinding.
And Wingman does get the plant down, at the very least.
Spike planted.
And B with this positioning, I don't think they
One
know that
enemy
one
remaining.
Oh, never mind, I take it back. He was noted, and Buff gets 2 on site as they take their first round in this half.
You were right.
It's one of those things where they end up using 2 of their 4 ults there, but they have impact. The Showstopper gets a kill. The Breach ultimate is able, the Rolling Thunder is able to push them back and let the defenders rotate more over towards that A site. So they are more prepared for the retake. And
The aggression
Placing
on the
sentry.
defensive side is working.
yes, that round it worked.
That round, let's see.
Alarm bot
That round it worked. Has been a couple rounds where they've tried or attempted that aggression, but it wasn't necessarily the best.
Dizzy's up top.
Dizzy is out for information, doesn't catch anything, so Crayon Eater is going to pick up his little pal and possibly move towards that B area, but he's going to stay in Waterfall. They do hear the turret. There is a sound cue. Dizzy is out, and they push this site with that
KJ
friend.
has a lockdown ready for retake. So they are deciding to participate for retake here.
You want more?
Damage. Oh, Prophet ends up getting a pick out towards B, which is a great pick. Gets two, re-liquefied.
two.
Does get the trade onto Prophet. They are holding this this door between B and C. Asian Invasion
Rash isn't
does
done with
catch,
you.
re-liquefy.
Last player standing.
2v4, make that a 1v4. Candy gets another kill. Crayon Eater does take out one. And I don't know what they can do right now to kind of negate this, the way that 5Asian men is
Yeah, I mean, team.
playing. Rock solid.
Okay, Team Rock Solid did try to flank, but then got caught off guard by the Prophet Omen. So Prophet Omen got two. The flank could have worked if Team Rock Solid was able to trade that first kill from the flank.
Yeah, 100%. Instead of getting the 1-for-1 trade, they actually go down 2 members, and then
Yeah.
they're left even at a more numbers advantage. But look at this split that Rock Solid has on defense. They have 2 towards A, 3 towards B, and 3 towards C, and nobody on B. So they're going to be able to have this. They're going to be able to have this weird setup where they give up B
Bomb
for
by
free,
down.
and the side of Rock Solid is going to have to retake here. A 5v5 retake. Re-Liquefy does get a pick onto that late Omen pushing into main though.
placing swarm grenade. Satchel out.
This is a
Last
great
player
setup
standing.
here by the attackers, but unfortunately they fall and they are not going to be able to secure that round. So Rock Solid is going to get that second round in this half
Thrifty.
as they get a thrifty round. And it's one of those more surprising thrifties because again, they're split up so differently. They're 2 towards A, 3 towards C, and they give up B completely. The attackers recognize this, take the site, and they still can't get anything activated because they're just overwhelmed by the presence of Rock Solid. This round is one of the more
Placing swamp
important
grenade.
rounds that they have as well, especially because these attackers want to rack up these rounds as much as they can. The defenders need this round in order to kind of save themselves from a higher deficit. The attackers are Team 5Asian Men is on a
Right there.
weird little mixed buy, but it's something that they can make work, and we've seen them make work before. The defenders have a full buy, and they're just full hitting this based on the information that they needed. Wingman goes down, the spike is going to be planted, but it's going to be delayed because Mosh, the enemy Mosh, takes out Wingman. Siren gets the first kill of the round, and Crayon Eater pushes
One
out.
enemy remaining.
Crayon Eater gets 1,
Spike down,
Siren
B.
gets 3, and they're left with a 4v1. The Omen on the side of 5Asian Men, Senior Prophet, is going to be asked a lot of this round. Smoke.
Siren's
Placing sentry.
timing and angle in that smoke was perfect. He was able to get 2, right?
Yeah, he ended up with 3, but he was able to use that as well as Crayon Eater was able to use that smoke to kind of position themselves a little better. And Siren gets that 4K activated. They get that last kill of that round. They carry over, I believe it was 4 rifles, so they have no issue with their purchase going into this round. They do have money for the next couple rounds. It most likely is going to be a full buy for them through the rest of this half. The attackers, though, 5 Asian Men does call a timeout here. What are they discussing? Are they discussing which site they're going to hit? Are they discussing, hey, we need to be better on our trades? Hey, we need to not die to thrifties? Like, what are they discussing?
Well, they have lost consistent 2 rounds, right? So I guess I have no idea what they are discussing right now.
It could be a timeout where they just stop the momentum. They lose 2 rounds. They don't want Rock Solid to continue the momentum going forward, so they make them stop and say, hey.
I guess they are
breathe.
continuing with their usual play, but then having to... Oh, I see pinging on C side, so
Here.
they're going to have to push C side because of how easy it is to take the C side.
Yeah, especially with the showstopper from the Rays.
Yeah.
They're probably going to have some sort of information or late play by Prophet, who has been doing that primarily this half, over towards this A or B area, and then they're going to use the showstopper combined with the utility from Gecko to push into that C
So
side.
they are probably doing the same play where the Prophet is the one guarding the flank, and they are going to be pushing C side.
Dizzy does get picked up on the side of 5 Asian Men here. Steps are noted, so there is a sound cue. They do hear both turrets on both sides, so that sound cue goes, but they're opting for a rotate here. They're backing out of the site. They do not like that site hit, especially with a fresh and a Killjoy lockdown. Not an ideal way to push into a site, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah, I just realized that they haven't used the lockdown and thrashed.
Yeah, and they have Showstopper as well if they do push out towards this A area. And look at the positioning of that piece too as they dash out towards rubble. Relay fight does catch KNB. Showstopper comes out. Chinatown actually gets the trade with that Showstopper. Titan picks up the second kill for the side of 5 Asian Men as they are now
30 seconds left.
3v2 as Asian Invasion gets another. Buff gets the 4th kill, or the 6th kill of the round. 2v2.
6th kill.
One molly,
Last
one nanostorm
player
grenade does
standing.
get popped, but Titan's
Spike
positioning
planted.
is putting the round in the favored end of 5 Asian Men here. He's able to get 1 kill. The aftershock does come out, hopefully trying to get some sort of chip damage. Nanostorm does pop, but unfortunately doesn't do much. The positioning of Prophet here.
Ooh.
Again, great teamwork.
I agree. Prophet
Last
decides
round
to
before
walk
the
and
switch.
wrap around Breach, and Killjoy probably taking the bait. But then
100%.
he succeeded.
It's necessary sometimes for the Sentinels to be the bait, you know, especially
Yeah.
when your fragger is confident like Prophet has been. It's just necessary evil. And
Placing
it works
swamp
out in
grenade.
that round, especially
Placing
because
swamp
they
grenade.
secure it. They carry over 2 rifles. Now they have 5 ultimates activated comparatively to Rock Solid's 3. It'll be a
Get out of my
really,
way.
really good time for these ultimates to pop out, as it is the last round of the half.
Yeah. Is it going to be a 9-3 or a 4-8?
Dizzy does come out. Showstopper comes out, but he gets detained. Unfortunately, no frag off of that detain.
Yeah.
Spike
You
does
should
go
run.
down, and now there's lockdowns all over the place. This is a hectic round. Lockdowns
Right there.
everywhere. There's Reliquify catches Prophet on that lurk, and it's a 5v4 retake with 1 accident.
Right there.
5 Asian Men have the ability to win this round.
Monster
They
on
are
the
late
loose.
lurking
Demons down.
area. There is a detain. Off the spray. Nanoform gets one. 4v2. It's half. They're gonna
One
stick.
enemy remaining.
China Brown. China
Last
Town
player standing.
gets 3. And the
Oh!
spike gets defused there.
Oh,
Ends up with 4.
Chinatown.
Switching
That is
sides.
unfortunate.
That is an absolutely absurd round. There was
Yeah,
nothing
the spray was perfect.
able to take down 3 on the spray, and then the one left is able to just stick that half
Yeah.
and get that round win. And I mean,
Right there.
Rock Solid has to be at least happy that they got 4. The first 6 rounds of that half were not great balance by them, but they
Real.
picked it up, they reset, and they were able to at least get 4 of the last 6 rounds. And I think
Yeah.
that's big going into this half, especially if they can kind of progress to if their offense has good strategies and they're able to play with each other. Fault line does come out as 2 members of Rock Solid cross towards Rubble. Smoke comes out on the defensive side, smoke comes out from the offensive side, and they are now leaning towards this A side with just noise. We do see on the map that Spike is back towards the Gecko and Killjoy towards this B area. Looks like they're going to take a little bit of space towards C to see what they can do. And again, these pistol rounds between all of the games have been relatively patient. And I feel like a lot of pistol rounds don't end up being patient because you're like, okay, get it over. Let's
Yeah.
get the round win, round loss. Let's move to the next ability that we have to kind of reset and get the rifles, right? So
I agree.
Sana, Sana. They shot my wingman.
Titan there takes out the wingman who's running at him. Prophet does get a kill as they are left with a 5v4 retake towards the C side against pistols.
Dizzy's
Crayon
down.
Eater does get the first pick onto the Gecko of 5 Asian men, and Titan is out. He does a little bit of chip damage there, and they're just storming the site. One falls. One on both teams fall as
Last
Can
player
B
standing.
is left in a 1v3. Fortune gets a second with that right click, and they secure a big pistol round. This can be where it all starts to snowball. You win the
Yeah.
first round, you win this second round. Fingers crossed you don't have a blunder or make a mistake, give a rifle to the other team. But as soon as you win this round, this is where it continues to snowball.
I think they actually have a chance at the attacking side here. For Team Rock
There.
Solid.
Yeah, it definitely is one of those games where if they continue the strats that they had in that first round, yes, they were a little bit patient, but it worked out. It's just they can start to snowball it and win those rounds. Paranoia came out. They are taking this A site no matter what. Both smokes are out. They haven't cleared tree player yet though, as the raid of Asian Invasion gets taken out by Buff. Crayon Eater picks up the Omen on stairs. Reliquify gets KND towards drop, and they are left with a 2v5. This is not ideal for the side of 5 Asian men. China Brown, China.
One enemy remaining.
Chinatown.
Holy gets the lone kill for the defenders there as they take that second round, and again they carry over 4 of these guns. This is good. If they win this round, their economy is in a really good spot for the majority of this half. This kind of look, I'm assuming they're going to continue this pressure towards A site. The raise on the side of 5 Asian men is going to nade it, but they're going to satchel across or shadow step across because they've been doing this every single time.
And it has worked.
It has. It's gotten them information as well as a couple frags.
There.
Smoke comes out, blocking the stairs player from being able to leave, as they're now taking this fight against KNB, but KNB gets the first pick, dodges the aftershock, Buff gets one, Prophet gets one, and we are already seeing trades all over the place. We have a 4v3 for the advantageous side of the defenders. Prophet does catch Reliquify though, and now it's a 4v2. What can these attackers do? It's difficult when you're down numbers like they are, but all it takes is a couple well-placed shots and you're back in.
One enemy remaining.
But Prophet says no, it doesn't matter even if you have well-placed shots. I'm low health, but I'm still good.
Spikes down.
On the box and catches.
But they did get the
Fortune.
plant though, so that adds up to their economy.
Yeah, the economy keeps strong here, especially because they get that plant down. It was their bonus. They didn't really reinvest much, maybe a couple shields. And
they did get one.
they did get one pick. So again, their economy is in a really good spot here. They are down 6-9, but going into these next couple rounds are going to be pivotal. They don't want to lose too many rifles if they win the rounds, and they might opt for some safes here because it's at that point where they need to ready themselves for anything. They need to be ready for the gun round versus 5 Again, Reliquify just takes that space towards Rubble, and then Omen and Breach are following them up. Taking a lot of space towards A, and there's been no sound cues from the side of 5 Asian men towards A, so they might be thinking in towards tree. They
Yeah.
might think in towards drop, but look at KMB's position. He's kind of ratted back onto site and is preparing for that fight. Paranoia comes out from Prophets in a really interesting angle there. I guess it catches the front of A main as well as stairs, but you don't have the sound. It's not great. But Asian Invasion and Crayon Eater get us kicked off this round. Siren swings with the knife out, but able to catch Velvet. And we see once again a couple of trades all over the place. Catches a buff. Crayon Eater gets another, and once again we are left in
Last player standing.
2v2 Titan.
One enemy remaining.
Kill. Gets another, and Crayon Eater gets a 4-1
You can stop one guy for real.
What a clutch from Crayon Eater as they're able to get a 4K. I mean, they did lose 4 guns, but it doesn't matter. Crayon Eater just swings out of that smoke like a psycho and is able to get that 4th and final kill, securing that round. Really good crosshair placement as well there
That
from
is
Crayon
so
Eater.
true.
Especially going into that
Smoke?
into the smoke to fight the Killjoy.
Yeah.
Good crosshair placement, and then the boldness and
Right
the
there.
confidence
Swing
to
to that
swing
jet
out
peeking.
of the smoke
Yeah.
into the jet. Really well played there. Once again, the attackers put a little bit of presence with just the fault line over towards A. They don't send the Rays or the Omen this time, and now they're leaning up towards the C site for a hit. They do have the Thresh, so I imagine the Thresh will be coming out here.
Monster on the loose.
There it is. And yeah, it'll just clear sight, and Molly's the nanostorms get popped from Fortune on defense, or sorry, from Titan on defense. And now they have the sight, they have the gun advantage. Smoke does go down, so this is a bold
Spike down, C.
plant as Candy catches Fortune, and the spike does not get
One
down.
enemy remaining.
But it doesn't matter. Pop and Failure are prepared. Prophet does get one, and Pop ends up with a 3rd on the round, and they are now 8-9. Steadily working back these rounds. They've already won 4 of the first 5 rounds of this half, and their attack has been really, really strong, and the aim, the confidence has started to come back, and you're seeing these players on Rock Solid taking fights that they weren't taking in that first half.
Especially Buff and Crayon Eater taking those clutches.
Yeah, getting like the 4K and the 3K back to
Yeah.
back, like big
Yes.
rounds for them to get, and big confidence boosters.
Yep. Confidence is key here in this game.
100%. Interesting split here. They're gonna make noise out towards B. They do have the Gecko Crayon Eater out towards the C lobby area. Does get spotted out by the Omen from the shadows. And fortunately, he goes back to his team, doesn't get caught out or anything like that. But now the site hit is happening. Little man does go out. Wingman is going for that plant. Paranoia from the little door, and they take the
Thanks,
site.
little man.
No holds back. Satcheling out back into main, and the defenders use that fresh, but unfortunately doesn't catch anybody. But it doesn't matter. Siren falls. Candy gets the first kill. Once again, they're sticking this defuse. Rolling Thunder is prepped and ready from the attackers.
One enemy remaining.
And catches the diffuser of Chinatown, bro.
My
Just Crayon Eater.
Crayon
is
Eater.
on 26 and 11 right now. Just an absolute beaut at this
He
game.
will not be accepting a lose today.
No, absolutely. The way he's been playing the trades, the ability usage, everything
Yeah.
has been going really his way. And the last 3 rounds, he's been a part of those big
He has
wins.
been insane.
Crayon Eater gets a 4K. Helps Buff get a
Okay,
3K.
buddies.
Yeah.
That round he gets a 3K combined with the Rolling Thunder of Buff. Those two, the synergies are starting to connect and everything's clicking. We do see here that they did that same A pressure
Interesting
over
angle
towards
here.
A. The Gecko is pushing up towards this B space though. So if the spike falls, unfortunately, there's nothing they can do but fortunately get
run.
first kill on Asian Invasion.
Yeah, that
And-
was an interesting angle to play on.
Wingman's planted.
Yeah, it's one that can be like
Blow 'em up,
really
bud.
good or go really bad for both sides. Reliquify does catch Titan, Buff catches Prophet, and once again, 5 Asian men is left with a 2 versus 5 retake, and the knives are popped. So what can they do? There's one. KNB gets the first kill for the defenders there. And Chinatown, bro, gets another onto the Gecko.
Blocking sight.
One comes out. And all
Last
3
player
members of the
standing.
attackers are towards this little door area. But once again, Buff left with the decision, hey, I need to get these kills. Play with me. And he does it. He gets the kills. But again, it wasn't just him that got those kills. It was the team that was able to play around him, kind of causing him to get those kills. And he gets the 3K, and they get their first lead
It's
in
not
a
just
really long time.
it's not just the team. It's the angle that they are playing in. Fault lines and aftershock of breach would be a great angle to play from that.
Little door.
Yep, a little door. Was it a little door?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's interesting how they play it
Satchel out.
together.
Oh
there.
yeah! Monster on the loose!
Rush for the attackers comes out. Chinatown Bro does catch Reliquify, but they take the site. Breach pushes on through everything. Pushes.
Wing.
Siren gets the first kill with the Shadow Step onto Chinatown Bro, but Titan raids that out. And for the attackers, Buff does get another big impact frag as they even the numbers, and now it's a 3v3. It is planted for Mound. The smokes are up for the defenders though, so 5 Asian men can use those smokes to kind of get that diffuse started if necessary. But look at Crayon Eater taking that space back towards site and getting a kill onto KNB. Asian Invasion gets the trade onto
One
Crayon Eater.
enemy remaining.
Showstopper
Last
gets
player
popped, doesn't get the
standing.
kill, but Buff falls to Prophet, and Fortune says, "Don't worry, I got you, buddy," and helps him out. Gets the round win. It's another massive round win for Rock Solid. Again, it started rough. It started rough for
Yeah,
Rock Solid,
from 0.
and then all of a sudden everything clicked. They were down 9-6 at one point, and now 5 rounds in a row where everything is clicked. The attack has been consistent. The trades are on, and now they're up
Yeah.
11-9.
It's insane how we see the players progress with their good. Oh my.
Cover going out.
Buff,
Buff.
Buff can do no wrong right now. The spraying,
Yeah.
the smoke, the
Everything's
utility.
on point.
Yeah, everything hits. It's like
Ooh.
those kind of
Spike
moments where you
planted.
swing into the enemy player and they just are able to get that one tap. Just they sting as a player, but it feels so good when you're the player doing it, and like the confidence is so high because of those moments. The smoke does come out from Profit towards that front, like A main area. So now they're taking this site. Little bro goes on the bomb, gets
One
half.
enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Profit gets two.
Is ready.
Profit unfortunately falls to
falls.
fortune, and Team Rock Solid ends
Long
up
match point.
getting the go-ahead to match point here, as they are starting this round out strong. They've got 3 ultimates. They've got a lot of information gathering tools, and they are going to
someone
be
buy me,
prepped
please?
and ready for this. Super excited to see if they use the Rolling Thunder in collaboration with that Showstopper, or even the From the Shadows, to kind of take this site. But they are looking like they're going to have a lean C here, and I think that's a great idea, combining the Showstopper, the Rolling Thunder, over towards the C site. Utility gets used, and nothing since. From the Shadows gets popped by Profit, going over towards that A site to see if anybody is over towards Rubble. So that's great information that they're gathering. But as he did it a little early, no information is gained, and they think they're still over towards the C site. And we can see from our perspective on the map, 4 members of Rock Solid is over towards A. Fault line does come out, and now it looks like everything's being activated, and they're moving up towards this A site. Paranoia is going to come out, but it might be an opt here for this B hit. Nope, they took the spike into this tree area. They're just going to take the site. Showstopper pops, but doesn't get a kill. Spike does get a little... No spray damage.
30 seconds left.
Bombs down, and lock down. Yeah, it was the defender lockdown comes out, so they have a
no
really
choice.
big advantage
Yeah.
here.
Satchel out.
Profit liquefy. Titan gets one as well. Spike is half. 3 members of the Packers are all out. But all 3 members kind of looped back out of tree, and
Yeah.
unfortunately gave the defenders, 5 Asian men, the ability to get that bomb defused because it was already half.
It
but-
was also unfortunate that the plant was not planted on the open side.
Yeah, the left side
Open
of the box
spot,
there.
yeah.
100%. And Buff with yet another 3K. Buff and Crayon Eater have been unstoppable this half, as they've been able to kind of progress each round on the strength of just of their either one of their shoulders or both of their shoulders, depending on round to round. They only send Profit. They only send the Omen towards Rubble this time, as they take that space, and they're again being extremely patient. They've decided that the strong site hits they've used the last couple rounds haven't worked. They've kind of been stopped in their tracks, and now they're using this patience to kind of build up. Dizzy does come out and get some information towards C,
There's my
so
buddy.
that's big for the side of 5 Asian men. And now it's a matter of, do they hit even though the information is gained, or do they back out and try and rotate?
We are seeing some fake smokes and fake play by Omen here on A site. We have 3 members of Team 5 Asian Men rotating to A site.
Oh yeah!
And
Monster on the
Reliquify gets the
loose!
first kill onto Chinatown, bro. They do open that door from C site, and they use the thrash over towards B, and now B site is theirs. What can 5 Asian Men do here to
30 seconds left.
and keep the game going?
Oh,
Profit does get the first kill, and the bomb is not planted, so that
Bomb by
is advantageous. But the spike now is planted. Aftershock and Fault Line are available for the breach.
Concussing!
goes out, doesn't do any damage. Siren gets one, Creonina gets one. Door gets popped. Titan is lurking through, does have the read, gets one. Gets two.
Oh.
One enemy remaining.
Unfortunately,
Last
falls.
enemy
Asian
remaining.
Invasion gets the trade. Siren left alone in 1v1 and gets the kill, and that
Attackers
is
win.
it. A great game there by Rock Solid as they are able to secure the game and move on to this upper bracket finals.
It's just insane how they progressed from
Yeah.
that
From
low
the-
point.
Yes.
And
The
to
lowest
winning
of lows to the highest of highs.
Yep.
And that was evident. They played extremely well. A Crayon Eater on offense, Buff on offense. The two of them
they
combined
are
were
they are
so
insane.
strong. They
Their
did
values.
Yeah, the value was insurmountable every round, whether it was 2 or 3 or 4. They were doing everything in their power to kind of get that activated and activate the team to continue that.
It was just consistent 3Ks, 4Ks each round and
Yeah.
like a mid game.
And I will say here that we see on the screen is Reliquify had an impactful 6 first bloods. So like, even though nobody else on his team really got it started outside of 2 or 1, we see Reliquify activated 6 every 6 rounds first blood, whereas the enemy team combined had like 13 first bloods. So Crayon Eater and Buff were able to just bounce those rounds back and kind of put themselves in the driver's seat round after round after round, and it was really great. But right now we are going to take a break before we get into our second match here. We will be back in about 10 minutes with our first lower bracket semifinal game, lower bracket quarterfinals game, and we will get you prepped and fed back right there. Back. We are back with our second game of on the stream for today. We are going to have a rematch for the first game. Back to the first game, the reference of the first game from yesterday. We've got Team SK versus 5 Asian Men. And honestly, that first game went really well for 5 Asian Men. They won 13-9 on Vine.
Yep.
And all the players for both teams were extremely strong. It's just a matter of a couple of rounds that didn't go their way, and Team SK was put down at that lower bracket where they actually ended up taking out ABJ Scott's Alpha yesterday in the elimination portion. So they moved on to the quarterfinals today. I really am interested to see
a rematch.
What kind of rematch we're going to get. Like, are they running it back on Vine? Are they choosing a different map?
Definitely choosing a different map.
I think so. But if they do choose Vine, is it the same comps?
I mean, it's in the favor of 5 Asian Men if they did choose Vine.
I mean, that's the way it goes sometimes. That might be their best map. That might be the one that they are the most confident on.
Yeah, so they have no choice but to choose a different map.
I agree. I think it'll be a different map, but going forward, it's going to be very interesting to see the impact of these two teams once again. We've got as we saw last game, 5 Asian Men with Asian Invasion, Prophet, KNB, Titan, and Chinatown, bro. All of them were extremely on top of it that game until Rock Solid decided, hey, we're figuring out our stuff. Let's run it back. Let's continue on. And honestly, I'm really excited to see if we have different members of Team SK come in this.
Yeah,
this
they
game.
have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 members.
They do, and we saw 5 of them yesterday. So are we going to see a swap out of a couple?
Yeah, I want to see Shaboing Boing. I see his name here, and I want to be able to cast his Shaboing Boing name.
That's fair. But I really am interested to see if any of those other players are going to be brought in as a supplement
that is true,
to
yeah.
what they can do, because they've already played 5 Asian Men once. And so going forward,
they should change up the roster.
Are they going to change up the roster?
Yeah.
Are they going to insert somebody that maybe is a little bit more suited to a different map? It all depends on this, right?
Yep.
So again, I'm very curious on if we're going to see the combination of a double duelist once again from both KNB and Asian Invasion. If we're going to get the Raze and Jet combo. Prophet on a smoke, or I believe he was Cypher in the first game. Yeah, he was in the bind game. He was Cypher because Titan was Brimstone. So I'm curious to know what Asian Invasion is actually going to. If I'm not sure if he's the IGL, but if he's going to stick with the duelist role, or if the team is going to swap off roles, it's because they just lost, right? So do they make a change? Does Team SK make the change? Do neither of them make changes? Like,
it all comes down to decisioning. So right now we are in the lobby and no one is in the lobby yet. So we do have Lotus hovering as the map, but it's just a teaser. It's not really official.
Yeah, you never know until it's actually locked in, right? But if we do see Lotus here once again, I think we would see 5 Asian Men have the same comp. I don't think they would change it up.
Yeah.
I think they played it extremely well for the first 6 rounds of the game. They went up 6-0, and it was just a matter of they fell apart.
Buff got buff.
Buff got buff, and Crayon Eater said, I'm gonna eat more crayons. And it worked out. So it's one of those things. And I am curious to know how moving forward, like what the play calls are gonna be.
Yeah.
I'm curious on what the comms will be. Because again, like the decisions that they made past round 6 were extremely. They were proper decisions, but it didn't matter because Team Rock Solid was just going. They were just running through it,
Yeah.
and playing extremely well, right? So it'll be interesting to see what decisions get tried, what compositions come up with this game in particular, especially as you've mentioned multiple times, this is different. Like these teams have met already. So what changes are going to be made? What mental warfare is going to happen? Are they going to put somebody who's not typical on a role that they're not typical on? Like, are they putting in a new roster? It really is.
I'm actually curious and excited for this because it's a rematch. You know, it's just insane how you're gonna face the enemy that you faced your first game, and it's the first game of the match as well, like the first match of this whole esports tournament. So I am just curious how they are going to play this out.
Yeah, it'll be good because for Team SK, they want redemption. They want to run it back. They want to win. They want to be able to say, yeah, we took them out. We bounced back. And for 5 Asian men, they want to say, we fell in that second match, but it happens. We want to bounce back and we want to make the grand finals. So both of them have redemption stories. They have different ideas of how the redemption stories are going to go. But I mean, Team SK really wants this
their
back.
way, fought their way back,
Yeah, they went to the lower bracket. They won their first lower bracket match, and now they're here. They want to take this match. They want to win. They want to say, we took out 5 Asian. They want to eliminate them. The people that put them in the lower bracket, they want to eliminate them. I want that. That would be a fun story.
It would be like a great really story. Satisfying revenge.
I'm all for the underdog, and I really do think that Team SK is going to be viewed this game in particular as the underdog. And I mean, like, it's going to be a difficult time for them if they get bined again. But I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility that they can just decide to pop off. It's just a couple of players that need to step up and maybe make a little bit better decisions than they did before. But I mean, yeah, it's going to be a tough one. But we are seeing the map pick already. It is going to be Sunset. What do you think of Sunset as a map?
It is my worst map for sure. Personally, it's my worst map. But I always play Gecko here, and he has the advantage to like just early plant and play post plant, because post plants are like one of the best plays here.
Yeah, on Sunset in particular, I definitely agree
in
with
Sunset you. B side, the post plant is insane, especially when you plant it at the edge of the rubble.
Yeah. Well,
you just get to spam it and just.
The other thing too is it all depends on how you play the post plant, because in these competitive settings, planting for main isn't always the best option. Obviously, you're going to typically plant for main and play in at least one or two towards that main area, but that's not necessarily the best move, right? So you're going to see, I assume, once the bomb gets planted, a lot more aggression towards, in particular on B site, towards Boba or towards Market, because they're taking that space. They don't want to give it up for free to then be pinched on site. They want to take those fights, even if they get traded or fall themselves, they at least get that information for the players that are playing in main.
I mean, they can just wrap around the flank area and just get those off-guard kills, you know?
100%. And I'm really curious on what the comps are going to be. I think we're going to see a Gecko. I think we're going to see a Cypher.
And I think it's the same Team SK roster as yesterday.
It is indeed. I'm extremely stoked to see what these two teams battle it out for. If one is going to show up and go on to the lower bracket semifinals, it has to be now. They have to have this redemption arc. Both teams are in the same boat. Whoever loses goes home. Neither of these teams want to do that, so they're ready to go. They're raring. The comps are going to be going. The comms are going to be good, and I'm really excited to see
Yeah,
how this
I
ends
am
up.
too. Ooh, Yoru on Sunset. Interesting.
Yoru is a bait pick. They have no smokes, so he's just gonna hover that to be a little goof, you know. I mean, I do the same thing, but we are seeing a singular duelist on the side of Team SK.
Team SK.
Don't
And
mind that. Jaewon did really well on the Raze yesterday, and on the side of the attackers, we actually see a pretty
Clo
different change here, as Prophet is playing their third role
of
it's
duelists.
their third role, because they've gone Sentinel to Smoke or Controller and now Duelist. So Prophet must be feeling themselves.
He
today.
is a flexible player.
Especially
like I
if
said
he's going
before.
Arena, like.
Yeah,
And then they have
Reina.
the Clove as well. K and B is on that Clove, or hovering the Clove anyways, and I think that's a good option, especially because K and B on that Jet roll was really, really good. But it's just a
Mhm.
matter of now impacting the team alongside your other duelists. So it's almost like they have 3 duelists on their team, especially if KNB can play this Clove well. And everybody gets locked in, and we see the comps now. There are only 2 duplicate picks on both teams, which is the Raze and the Gecko. And once again, 5 Asian men are attacking first. So,
I mean, they did have the advantage of attacking in Lotus. They did have like a scoring of 6, right?
they did. They were 6-0 at one point. So, can they actually push it forward this time to be a more secure victory, or are we going to see another game where they have a lead and unfortunately they don't do it? Or are we going to see Team SK just hold down all of the sites and rack up a win streak to lead them through this game? It's going to be an interesting one, and I'm really excited to see how these teams play, what they end up doing, and the strats that are called. And I really do think we're going to see a lot of mid play, because mid play on Sunset is so important, because there's so much space you can gather and information as well. And Prophet is already taking this peek towards mid. Couple pop shots, but it doesn't matter. There's no damage done. The door is going to break in towards market. And again, patience is key here. They do have this B main space. Prophet does make a little bit of noise, so the sound does get noticed from the side of the defenders. And again, patience in deciding what they're going to do. Asian Invasion is out. Right click is ready and does get the first kill onto Sly.
Spike
Spam
planted.
through the smoke doesn't catch anybody, but they are definitely prepped and ready. They are playing 4 towards main, 1 on site. Hoax is ready for this peak, but KNB gets the 1 tap and reads Hoax like a book. KNB gets another onto Chaewon. There's 2 left, back site, and KNB gets 1, gets 2, and that's a 4K
KNB
on
with
the
a
round.
4K.
A 4K and a team flawless.
Team flawless.
Again, we mentioned how KNB was so good on that jet roll and how they were being extremely impactful with their kills. KNB picks up the Clove, and with the Clove has, in the first round, is super impactful. Playing up, being aggressive, getting the picks, and the aim
This goes
is
here.
also on. Even just after 1 round, you can
Yes,
tell,
this
because
should do.
that was 3 headshots. 3 headshots and 4 kills is pretty
Wow,
good.
this is a nice spot.
Prophet trying to get some chip damage up towards mid, but doesn't get any damage onto it. And they're looking towards this B site once again. Different,
Camera taken out.
yeah, different tripwire setup here for the side of the Cypher. Nate comes out. I don't think that's going to destroy the trip. No, it does not. And now they're just trolling with some cage walking to make some noise. Satchel is out. They're on site. They're sending Wingman to plant. So much is happening. There's clears, there's flashes, everything. Chinatown gets one on the sly. Asian Invasion does take a little bit to the head there as they are down 78 damage. Asian Invasion gets another kill. Profit gets one. They know where one is. They don't know where the second is.
One enemy remaining.
Gathered. Che1 does catch Asian Invasion, but left to
With a
30
health.
health. And Titan gets the last kill of that round. Again, a good round from the side of 5 Asian men. They win it. They carry over 3 guns. Their economy's in a decent spot. They can reinvest little to no money here. And they're also going against the first full buy round of Team SK here. So this will be a big round to see how they stack up against what Team SK can do.
There.
Alrighty, so this round starts and we see a little bit of mid presence.
There.
The door gets closed. Mid top is being jiggle peeked by Apollo. Spam comes through. They break that door. The attackers are fine. And it is going to... Yeah, they're putting this mid pressure, now leaning more towards A. They have the Gecko as well as the Rays pushing up together, but look at this cross from the defenders here. Team SK is prepped and ready. Benjin gets the first one onto Asian Invasion, and Chinatown Bro actually manages to back up and not put themselves at risk there. Again, they're rewrapping and taking this space into mid, and they're going to have to do this information.
30 seconds left.
What can they do with this information? Paranoia comes out from Apollo at spawn, basically. And
Everyone's just playing for picks right now.
yeah, waiting too long, I think, to do anything as time.
They have 14 seconds left.
Spike down B. 10 seconds
Trade on
left.
the Chinatown Bro. Also gets KNB. Profit gets
Last player
and
standing.
unfortunately, Profit is unable to plant bomb.
And the defenders won. Time running out.
Yeah, big round there from the defenders. They're able to withhold it. I don't really know what
Careful here.
5 Asian men's plan was there, because they kind of just let time tick down, and they were unable to kind of
Careful here.
bounce back from the time being down, right? So
Right there.
very interesting round there, and they do carry over the rifle, so now they can reinvest in a full buy here, even with Profit surviving. Gets closed immediately, but Prophet says, I'm going to continue breaking this door. So the door gets broken once again, and now they have to worry about that mid space to possibly go towards B. But look at Hoax. Positioning is so good, but Chinatown Bro is prepped and ready. And
Benjin failed to the trade and whiffed on that raise.
the trade doesn't come through, gets flashed, gets boom botted. There's everything happening to him, and he falls. That's just so unlucky. Sly is now waiting here on this ace or B site. Apollo does get the kill on the ace. Sly packs the back site. Apollo gets 2. Sly gets 1. Profit gets 1. All that's left is J1 Lover.
J1.
KNB is...
They're now where the he is.
Look at this. The semi-cross between KNB and Profit is really good there, but they do have to be prepped and ready, which KNB is for this reflank towards CT spawn.
One enemy remaining.
J1 does get the first kill onto Profit. Smoke goes down, and yeah, J1's gonna opt for a save here. I think that's the better decision here. Not lose that, not put yourself at an extreme disadvantage. Yep. So,
how is their economy doing?
This would be the first full buy round for both teams. their economies, I believe, should be like relatively similar. Maybe 3 or 4 rifles, not a full buy for both teams, but you're looking at least 2 to 3. And 5 Asian Men has the Thresh available, as well as the Not Dead Yet, the Clove Ultimate. So that'll be an interesting it'll be interesting to see how they utilize the Clove Ultimate. If they have them just run into sight, being available for the trade, or if they use it for post plant.
I think he should use it for post plant. Being able to do an ultimate, like
Right there.
not dead yet, ultimate during a play for picks play right now, it's just not smart enough.
Very true, but it all depends on the circumstances in which they die and have the ultimate, right? So it could change based on what happens, but everything is happening very quickly once again.
There.
Cage is up, Weird out, Busy out, Color gets one pick onto Titan,
Bomb buddy
and
out.
now it's a 5v4 retake with the bomb down.
Buddy out.
With a really mixed buy from both teams. You see Classics, a couple carries, the Bulldog, and Mosh comes out into that market area, can be in probably
Last
a couple
player
picks,
standing.
and they're left with a 1v3 on the defense from Team SK. Prophet doesn't care, runs off, peeks just before the smoke goes up and gets the final kill of the round. And again, they're up 4-1. And I think it's very interesting to see kind of how 5 Asian Men is playing this game, especially with how they were timid after losing a couple rounds on the attack that last game on Lotus. They've kind of bounced back, they've found their footing, and they're taking the peaks, they're gaining that confidence back
Right
up,
there.
and Team SK is falling because of that. And the spacing it looks more like an A hit here, as they have almost the entire team over towards there, besides the raise of Asian Invasion out towards this tiles area. Little bit of a peek there. There's notice and a sound cue that they are there. Chain1 Lover does get the first
My
pick
ult
though.
ready.
On to Prophet, a big person to take out early in the round,
Monster
especially
on
when
the
he's
loose.
confident.
Here comes it. Party.
And the ultimate does
Oh.
catch J1 Lover, but I don't know if they're going to get a pick. They do. They get one. They note Apollo as well. And now it is a 4v4 with the site
Spike
being
planted.
taken and the bomb being planted.
Fire in the hole.
Showstopper on the side of Asian Invasion also pops
Gotcha.
and do a 1-for-1 trade, but Froze
She's still
does
gunning
use the
for
not
ya.
dead yet. They are up, but they fall once again.
Last player
Cash 2
standing.
with the Thresh.
No. Oh, okay.
And Chinatown though, and
Asian Invasion was just in time to kill that last guy.
Yep, that could have been risky. Had
Yep.
to reload.
Yep.
But nonetheless, they take that round. It's a 5-1 lead, and again,
They have 2 rifles with them.
the confidence has to be brimming. They have to be feeling good about how much they're doing to win these rounds and how successful the hits have been. And yeah, yes, Asian Invasion did Rosa his ult, but doesn't matter. He still was able to swing into CT and catch out at
Yeah.
least 2, right? So it's all about winning the rounds, not necessarily the
Impact or
the
value
impact
of
or
your
value.
skills.
Cage trigger.
Yes. And we do see Prophet getting that first pick in mid there, as they're now taking this ace or this E space. The nade does catch the trip. Cage is up, Lear is up, the other cage is up, satchels are out, and they are taking this site.
Last player standing.
If anybody has anything to say about it, Asian Invasion, KNB, and Chinatown all get picked simultaneously. Prophet gets the late lurk from J1 Lover.
They are feeling this attacking side now.
100%, and with another flawless, their economy keeps gaining momentum as they don't have to reinvest in anything. Look at their
Yes.
economy. They are almost capped out on 2 of the 5 players, but they have money for at least 4 to 5 rounds after this. So basically the entirety of this second half. And again, we are seeing this mid. No, it's just going to be a straight B hit with the Reyna lurking towards mid. Now, Prophet's been really good at getting the information here. And it's
putting pressure in mid.
yeah,
Yeah.
breaking that door in market is a great way of putting that pressure. Trip goes out, but what can the Rays do with the nade? Does take out one of the 2 trips set up towards B. So that at least causes a little bit of mayhem for the side of the defenders, but it's not the end of the world because they do still have that second trip up. The spike is actually leaning towards mid, which is really interesting because now like they could go either way depending on where they get their picks at, right? But now as I say that, they actually rotate the spike towards this B main area, but then they lose 2, 1 on each site, so it's going to be a difficult site hit regardless. The stun does come out from the breach as Chaewon escapes with the satchel, and now we're left with 30 seconds before the bomb has to go down. Oh well, 20 seconds before the bomb has to go down. So does it get down is the question. Cam is spotted. They see at least 2 of the 3 numbers of 5 Asian men, and immediately the thresh is going to be used. He
used it on the wingman.
The attempt is
one
good.
enemy
I
remaining.
like that play because he's trying to stop the defuse.
Yeah.
If it is a player, but as a wingman, he should know that it can't be caught.
Yeah.
But Chinatown Bro
Wingman's
falls
on
to
defuse.
Benjin, and Benjin tosses little man on the bomb. He's just trying to defuse the bomb, and Host isn't letting him. What a guy. He's just trying to get wingman to plant. To get them. Come on. You gotta let wingman do it. But again, that's a great defensive retake there and a great patience by Team SK to get their second round tap.
Actually, yeah, they are able to hold their angles and hold their sight down, not over rotating. With the little information that they have, like on A side, they got at least 2 people two people peeking, and Chaewon Lover was able to pick out Reyna Prophet.
Drop in a smoke.
Yeah, it was a big impact frag late into that round, especially with how many were alive still. And now we see the Blues going up towards this mid top area. And utility is being used all over the place. Fresh comes out. Invasion is out on site. Does get spotted out twice by the trip. Doesn't spot out the Cypher jump.
I know exactly.
They're able to get the trades. It's a 2-for-1 trade. And the Hopes is able to get that trade there. Titan gets 1, Chain1 gets the nade. The paint shells frag, and they're
Spike planted. 1 enemy remaining.
Is extremely low. They need to get 1, but Hopes gets the kill
No.
onto Chinatown Bro with less than 30 HP.
That is insane. I mean,
Shame. I love explosions.
who would have thought that even if you had a low health, you would be able to
100.
lick those heads?
I mean, like it comes down to again confidence.
Yeah,
So
confidence.
Hopes feels confident enough to take that swing to say, hey, I know you're going to be available for the trade if necessary, but I'm taking the swing, and hits the head, gets the round win, right? So that's once again another round for Team SK, who is 6 just an unlucky number for five Asian men?
Oh yeah.
Because this is the second
Oh.
game in a row they've gone to 6,
I just
and they've started
noticed
to
that.
lose consecutive rounds.
Camera taken out.
6 is just not it for 5 Asian men.
Tripwire destroyed.
Because
hopefully they can get 1 or
They're
2
5.
more.
I mean, I was gonna. Okay. Because I was gonna
I get
say.
what you're getting at.
Yeah.
Again, these smokes go down towards mid. They're kind of bait and switching who's going to be in mid, as they've done that a couple times in the last couple rounds, but there's no information to be gained because, well, their raise in the invasion is all over towards A.
Cage triggered.
Rotating late through mid.
Man is getting that plant down.
Spike
Prophet
planted.
is there on site. Can be on site as well. Paranoia comes out from Apollo. Unfortunately falls. Chinatown Bro and Asian Invasion get 2. Can be though with the perfect reposition here. It's just a matter of can they get 1? But Host gets Asian Invasion out late out towards mid. Look at Prophet
Last
lurking
player
out to
standing.
mid.
Man, KNB with his angles, man.
Satchel out.
K&B has been really impressive with the angles that he's taking. And
Yeah.
Prophet gets the last kill of the round, re-flanking through that mid area and taking the fight to Chainwall Mother.
Okay, they overcame that 6 scoring.
They did. They are at 7 now, but it's a
Yeah.
matter of can Team SK get 1 or 2 more rounds here to end the half, or is it going to be a strong finish to this half from 5 Asian Men where they take a bigger lead into their defensive side? I mean, Team SK uses their timeout. Not a bad idea to kind of stop the momentum, kind of reset. They did only lose 1 round there. They got a couple rounds in a row. They lose 1 round. They're trying not to give the momentum to 5 Asian Men here. And
Yep.
just resetting, saying, hey, this is what we need to do. These are the ultimates we have available. And I think you're going to see, again, the typical Cypher over towards that B site. And you might see 2 more towards Market or back site, because the B site hits have been working for 5 Asian Men.
That is true. I mean, even though Cypher is setting up on B site, it just gets destroyed by Raze's spatials.
Yeah, and it can be difficult to readjust. I've seen the Cypher actually a couple times put down the trip after the paint shells has come through, but then it gets spotted out and it gets shot regardless.
Yeah, it gets predicted either way, so...
And we actually see them do the opposite of what I've said. They put 3 towards B, which is what it was expected, but the Cypher is already towards A.
I was expecting that, actually.
It does go up, and information is
trigger.
gained from Sly. They're backing right out
Tripwire
towards
destroyed.
this default plant spot on A. Prophet already taking the space up
There.
in elbow as 3 of them push out main. K&B catches Sly on site. Asian Invasion uses that room, but out towards A link there.
Bomb buddy out.
Tight though,
Cage
just
trigger.
spraying through the cage, hoping for a pick or 2. Or any sort of damage. Benjin does get the first
Last
pick.
player
Asian Invasion
standing.
gets 2. Prophet gets another. And left with again a 1v4. The confidence on these guys to swing the way they are swinging and hitting their shots.
Last round in
It
the
kind of
half.
shows where they're at comparatively to last game.
I think they should be playing with a 2 on site. Like a Cypher on A is good, but his
There.
strips are just destroyed
Careful here.
immediately, and he is not able to get them while they are trap wired
Yeah, very true.
because he hides and just plays retake. Right now,
100%. Look at
we
this.
see a lot of.
blood battle. Out towards me.
Oh, okay.
10 seconds. 10 seconds, 6 deaths. Across the server, there are 6 deaths after 10 seconds. And now we have the From the Shadows being used by Apollo out towards this B main
Spike
area.
planted.
And
Did everyone just collectively decided to just? Oh, we rushed mid. Wait, no, they're gonna rush mid. So
must have.
what? That's just insane.
Bro is aware of Apollo's
Oh,
position.
yeah!
He heard the
Monster
From the
on the
Shadows.
loose!
The Thresh gets used, but what can
Last
Apollo
player
do?
standing.
Oh,
Last
KMB with
player
the
standing.
save.
Like I never left.
Oh, he ulted himself.
One enemy remaining.
Foolish. This is no problem.
Oh my goodness.
He
What
could
can
take
Sly
this
do?
half. Oh,
Chinatown Bro cleans it up and catches Sly as the defuse is happening.
Switching sides.
Unfortunately, the falls, and they take that round. They lead after the half 9-3. What a play there from KNB to support
That is so
him
true.
so well because
This
that
is my
jab step,
spot.
that was the play. Apollo was making the absolute best play there to take out the
Yeah.
Gecko, and KNB just says, "Don't worry, I got you. Love for you."
What a team.
Again, the synergy on this team has been incredible when it's clicking, and this game it is clicking. On defense, though, is it going to be a little bit of a different story because they do have an overly aggressive team. They have essentially 3 duelists. They do have Reyna and Raze, and they also have that Clove. So are we going to see Clove do aggressive things as well, or are we going to see mainly the 2 duelists dueling it out?
Dueling it out.
Tripwire destroyed.
Trip gets destroyed towards B main. Mosh does come out, but
Spike
Asian
down
Invasion
A.
and Prophet get the first 2 picks out towards this tiles A main area. Prophet pushes into spawn, doesn't care that he's
Prophet.
pushing into spawn,
One
catches
hit.
out Hope, Sly
Cage
gets
triggered.
1.
Goodbye.
Last player standing.
And Titan cleans up Sly, and now it is a 2v1. They have the bomb. What can Chewan Lover do here? No sound has been made. They're pushing into spawn to hold that angle. Titan is going to have the actual visual on the bomb while Prophet is holding in towards the spawn. And the cam is going to go up, so he'll have knowledge
30
on where
seconds
that
left.
came from. Does immediately get destroyed.
One enemy remaining.
J1 gets 1, but Titan cleans it up.
Oh, the trade that got traded. That is... I was actually nervous about that one. They were both looking at the other angle, but then J1 is on the other side. Imagine if Titan was not able to trade that.
Yeah, and Titan has been having a good game utility-wise.
Yes, this should do.
Kill death-wise, not the greatest,
Ah,
but in
this is
those
the best
moments
spot.
where you need to trade
This goes
teammates,
here.
Yeah.
you've got to step up, and he did just
That
that
goes
to
there.
get that kill, get the first pistol round of the second half, and now they're up 10-3. Do have this cipher. Both
Shadows traveling.
both trips are over towards this B site. One does get destroyed with the satchel there. Then there's a one-way dizzy. Everybody's throwing information, trying to get something. And what can they do here?
Prophet is going for the flank. As well as Raze.
See the reposition of the trip there?
Yep.
They do end up taking out that trip though with another satchel, but he's been doing that quite consistently. Both teams ciphers have been where they
It's
hold
just
it or
predicted.
reposition.
Both teams do play ciphers, so they do know the positioning of the trap wires.
Yeah, and Chinatown bro
Spike
picks up
down
Benjin
B.
out towards that B main area, and now
30
it's
seconds left.
with 30 seconds left, 20 seconds to plant, and Titan, Asian Invasion, they're both pushing down the line, and
One enemy remaining.
Asian Invasion, the Prophet flank, Titan picks up the last kill. Apollo does take out Asian Invasion, but that's the only one that drops, and they carry over 4 guns. I believe it was 2 Guardians, a Bulldog, and a Vandal.
A Guardian and
But they
a Bulldog. Yeah.
Titan is reinvesting into a Phantom this round, so he will have a little bit of a light by next round. But I mean, you're up 9-3. You want to close it out. You're feeling good. The team is feeling good. You have the option to trade guns at any point. And I mean, what's the worst thing that can happen? They lose this round and they reinvest next round, right? So.
Here.
Roomba doesn't see Apollo out towards A main, but does note that there's at least one being seen there. Asian Invasion repositioning towards that tucked corner in A main.
K and B does note that there's at least 2 towards this mid area. Smoke comes out. They can't see anything though. But Benjin gets Chinatown Bro out towards this market area, and Sly is now taking that space. Cam destroyed, and it looks like it's going to be a B hit here, even though, unfortunately, Apollo falls to Profit. But Sly gets another pick onto Titan, the enemy Cypher of B site, and now it's theirs. They're getting that bomb down. And I believe... I believe that the Rolling Thunder is only 1 or 2 away from being activated, so it'll be interesting to see what happens from Hoax here.
1 enemy remaining.
J1 gets 2 on the entry towards over there. Busy comes out and gets the information. Benjin wraps it up. Asian Invasion falls, and they pick up a ever so important round.
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of a bonus round for them. I mean, no, actually, no. They had the Guardians, Bulldogs, and some of the Phantoms that they did
This is a nice spot.
reinvest, so
Yes, this should
it
do.
must have hurt their economy a lot.
Yeah, their economy here, they actually have to go opt for a save because of that reinvestment that they did last round. And so it'll be, I mean,
Let's see if this will be a thrifty round or
yeah,
a flawless round.
the snowball has to start rolling. And this is an important round. They have to get this at least
Yes.
to start that snowball
They
rolling,
have
because this
to.
is a thrifty.
I know
But
exactly
Sly
what
gets
I'm
that first
hiding.
pick onto Asian Invasion.
Equips neural
Cutting their
stuff.
vision.
Most of the location, they are all rotating to A site.
Way to go, little man.
Spike planted, right there.
Wingman gets that bomb down, and now it is set for a 4v5 retake with J1 hanging out towards that tiles area.
Cage triggered.
Sly and Benjin
1 enemy
take out
remaining.
Titan in Chinatown Bro. Benjin takes out K and B, and Rock is left alone. Apollo wraps that up, and again, a big round for Team SK. They're starting to develop that economy a little bit more. They can reinvest here and at least be good for the next 1 to 2 rounds. So it'll be a good round for them to get this. If they are able to secure this round, very important, and they can kind of keep the snowball going, and it would break the economy of 5 Asian men once again.
Shadows traveling.
See ya.
All right, Benjamin gets that first pick onto Profit, and just like that, they're immediately going to rotate over towards this B site. The paint shells goes out, but doesn't destroy the trips. They hear the noise that there's no trip broken. But look at Asian Invasion's positioning here. Might be able to catch out the Cypher towards mid, especially on that timing. He just rechecked that tile.
No.
Smoke. This timing is absurd. They're playing cat and mouse out towards mid. Titan gets 1 in main though. Asian Invasion does catch out Sly. Hopes gets 1.
Spike planted.
Peek into B.
Last
doesn't
player
catch 1.
standing.
Hopes gets 2 all around.
Okay, and B falls. Okay, I see the progression here. They are starting to get those rounds consistently. And I think I'm rooting for Team SK here.
Yeah, they've been extremely strong for these last couple rounds. They've been very aggressive. They've been diligent with their hits.
Yeah.
And on top of that, they've been reading the flanks or the lurks from the defenders quite well.
Yeah,
As they're
I mean,
playing cat and mouse there in on the
yeah.
map. And then he gets
The
caught out
timing.
anyways. But that's okay, because at that point your team is prepared and ready, and they know where the location of that member of the enemy
That
team
is true. A 3 mid.
And
Sly gets 2.
Rolling Thunder comes out. They send a wingman to plant.
Spike's
Does
ticking.
get
Thanks, little
a
man.
pick on the Sly though, as J1 is now.
He now has the gun
Get him. There.
advantage. KNB might actually work this out.
Saw you, Mosh. And you're done.
With this retake,
Okay.
Candy does get one. Benjen does get
Last
as
player
well, so he's
standing.
left at a 2v3, but Benjen gets that next pick. Asian Invasion is left alone and swings out, getting one. But it is another round win for Team SK, who
Yep.
again, their economy is built up. They're good. They're probably good for the rest of the game. If I remember correctly, their economy is that good. And on the side of 5 Asian men, they have to reinvest almost every round, whether it's 1, 2, 3, or all 5 rifles. So it's really detrimental the way that they're playing these because they're playing overly aggressive. They're losing their guns. They're not
Yep.
being able to trade.
Yes.
And, I mean, that's just impacting extremely heavily on their economy, let alone the rounds won, because they haven't won a round in about 4. Does break the cam over towards B main, so that comes out. Mosh does come out as well, and now they are trying to find out where this cipher is. I believe the cipher is just on the cam, so they haven't heard it go up or down over towards A. They might lean more towards A because he's traditionally been B.
They're just waiting for a pick on mid because that has been usually the huge plays for Cypher.
Absolutely, that smoke goes up in towards mid. And look at Sly's positioning, but KNB is going to swing out. and
No, the
catches
timing.
Sly.
Valorant timing.
100% Valorant timing. And
Oh, yeah!
Asian Invasion
Monster on
is
the loose!
prepped and ready. The fresh comes out. Doesn't catch anything over towards Elbow. It does get destroyed. Asian Invasion catches Hoax. Asian Invasion also catches Benjen. And we're left with a
Bomb buddy out.
2v5. The From the Shadows does come out. They rotate all the way over to B. Starts the plant, catches one. What a great bait there to start the plant and then actually rotate. Get that kill
My ult's
early.
ready.
30 seconds
K1
left.
catches K1,
Last player
KNB,
standing.
Titan gets the trade into the mid, and Apollo gets another. It is a 1v2. The neural theft comes out. Beating the main. Apollo does get taken out. Asian Invasion wraps it up. And again, as we were talking about how important these rounds are for Team SK to keep building and building,
Yep.
that is a round that 5 Asian men has to be happy with because they are one step closer to winning this match and sending Team SK home.
Match
5 Asian
point.
men. They're back in their momentum.
Yes, absolutely. The momentum is definitely on their side
This is
here,
my spot.
as now they
This
have
goes here.
fresh, they have the not dead yet,
Yep.
and they have the ability, the
That goes
aimers,
there.
to get these rounds. So it'll be very important to see how they utilize these two ultimates to secure this round because they want to secure this. They will want the win. They want to send Team SK
Okay.
packing. Roomba does come out and get valuable information from Asian Invasion, and they hear the Cypher cam. I believe they might. Maybe it was too far away, but they are using their own Roomba to clear in towards
Camera
elbow.
taken out.
Cam does get taken out, so they know the Cypher is over towards A, but look at this pinch behind them. Off in Chinatown, bro. Everything's going to go in. The showstopper comes out. Benjamin gets the kill onto Asian Invasion. Candy gets one, K1 Lover gets one, K1 Lover gets two. Candy uses the not dead yet, so now it is a 4v3, and it's ever so important. KNB gets one, gets two,
K and
gets
K and
three,
B
gets four.
on top of the bomb.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my
That is
god.
the round. 4 or 5 Asian men, little man,
Yes.
1, 2, 3. Doesn't get it, but wow. 13-7 game. 5 Asian men. That last round was extremely strong from KNB.
Yeah, K and B. What an insane 3K. Was it 3K or 4K?
It was a 4K.
4K?
It was a 4K there to basically
K and B
set up their team.
he never disappoints.
No, KNB has been absolute money on every role that they've played. And honestly, I'm
Yes.
excited to see what kind of comes through in the next couple of rounds because if KNB is showing up like that after that, I'm assuming they would be disappointed loss,
They would
then
be
it would be
against
great.
Sun Junior in the next losers bracket match.
Yes. So what I believe is happening is we're gonna believe take a 10-minute break, but the next game we are going to play is Rock Solid versus JP Red, and then following that will be Team 5 Asian Men versus Sen Junior. The
Yep.
winner of that game will then play the loser of the first game, so Rock Solid versus JP Red, and then it will be the grand finals time after those 3 games are concluding. So we are going to take, I believe, about a 10-minute break, and then we will be back with the next game, which should be Rock Solid versus JP Red. See you back.
Welcome. We are back. We're getting ready for the lower bracket semifinals. We are actually going to be doing the loser bracket semifinals prior to the winners upper final. So the first game we're going to see here is 5 Asian Men versus Sen Jr.
Okay.
Who both teams just won and eliminated somebody in the lower bracket. 5 Asian Men took care of Team SK, while Sen Jr. took care of Enemy in their rematch against them as well. So going into this game, I believe both games were 13-7. Let me just see here. 5 Asian Men, I believe, was 13-7 or 13-4.
13-7, yeah.
13-7. It was 13-7. I believe Sen Jr. was also a 13-7 victory for them. So they showed up, they were ready, and they came out on top against Enemy. So going into this game, we're seeing a brand new matchup: 5 Asian Men versus Sen Jr. So completely different matchup comparatively. They haven't played this team before outside of maybe scrims.
So
who needs to step up?
The most potential that can step up is KNB and Profit, but Titan 321123 and Chinatown Bro has been doing really well. Asian Invasion is still in a consistent gameplay, so he's good.
Yes.
So KNB and Profit, I think, are the one who has the most potential of carrying the game.
Absolutely. And on the side of Sen Jr., we've got Takumi Fujiwara, who, again, in that first game that we saw yesterday, they were pretty consistent in how they played against Enemy. Unfortunately, they fell in that game. And it seems like they won in that game, as Sen Jr. then played in the upper bracket semifinals against JP Red, who then they fell to. So Sen Jr. has a really strong team. They were very confident in that first game against Enemy, and Takumi Fujiwara was a very, very strong person in that game, as well as Current. And I'm expecting more or less the same kind of two duelists that they have. And I think that we're going to see Comtam, Flap, and I believe it was Pika.
And I think Nonchalant Hero, right?
Or Nonchalant Hero,
Yeah.
That's who it was, yes. I think you're going to see them kind of rotating between Sentinel, Controller, and Initiator, because Takumi and Current were just so good on those duelist roles.
That is true. So, okay, so I'm really excited for this because 5 Asian Men has been doing great during these matches, and I have seen Sen Jr. play only once since they have been playing off stream. I haven't seen their plays that got them to this next match that they're going into right now.
Yeah, 100%. It should be a different kind of play style, and it'll be 5 Asian Men. If they need to, they will need to adjust quickly to how Sen Jr. is playing, because if you don't make those adjustments relatively early into the match, then you will be falling behind or possibly tilting because of the issues that you're creating by not making those adjustments. So I think it's going to be very important for 5 Asian Men to kind of read the situation and then make the adjustments necessary going forward. That being said, both of these teams have really big shooters. They're going to be able to kind of step up where needed, especially KNB, especially Chinatown Bro, and especially Profit. Those three have been on.
That is true. I am expecting a very close game here. So for now, we are having a warm-up game for Team Sen Jr. for 5 minutes. So what do you think is the map they're going to play into? So they're hovering over Sunset.
It's a great question. I don't think we're going to see Sunset again.
Nope.
I don't think we'll
again.
see Bind. I think we might see, again, it's hard to say without knowing what maps they've kind of played consistently beforehand.
But I would say most likely the map you're gonna see is like the Icebox, Breeze, or maybe even Split. I don't think you'll see Ascent.
I want to see Breeze, please.
I would like to see Breeze as well. It'd be, again, it's one that has such versatile compositions that you can choose for your agents. And going past that, it's very interesting to see how it kind of works out, who the smokers are, what the duelists are, because on a map like Breeze, you can have a chamber be very, very successful.
Yeah.
You can have a Phoenix be very successful. You
Yeah.
can have a Yoru be very successful. You can have a Viper be very successful. But then on top of that, you can also go the lesser route, and instead of playing Viper, you can play a Harbor. You can play Astra.
Wait,
or
Harbor
Omen.
is really good for this map.
Harbor is really good for Breeze. So and again, but it all comes down to the map, the agent pool that each individual player has, because Harbor is one that has such a high skill ceiling,
Mhm.
because there's so many different ways you can use the utility to kind of take site, blockade them on attack. You can use them for the plant with a wingman into the cove. There's just so many different ways to use Harbor. It's really tough to get like the pristine way, because again, it's such a high skill cap agent.
Yeah, so apparently right now they are doing their map bans. So please give me Breeze.
Oh, please, the
Please.
Breeze. I would love a Breeze map. I would love Split. I honestly, the maps that I mentioned, I would really like any of those. I don't want to see Ascent
Have we
because
seen the Split play?
we have not.
Not.
We've seen Bind, we've seen Lotus, we've seen Ascent.
Okay.
Those have been the maps so far, and Sunset as well.
Sunset, yeah.
So I'd like one of the maps that we haven't seen. So Icebox, Split, Breeze. Those would be great. That would be a great way of kind of getting an idea of what these teams can do. And then on top of that, you kind of see their map pool pick. If they make it to that grand finals where it is a best of 3, you can kind of see how they're going to kind of structure the maps, ones that they've been confident on, ones that they've been strong on. And so again, with this map pick and ban selection where you don't necessarily get to fully select the map, is out of like 3 and then somebody picks, you might not get the best advantage that way. When it comes to a best of 3 where there are 4 map bans, you can kind of tailor it to how you want your team to be set up, especially if they are the advantageous maps that you like. And you, by tailoring it that way, you have the advantage. So again, it all comes down to the map pool and the agent selection, or the agent pool that each individual player has.
Yes. So again, with the 5 Asian men in the attacker side, oh, they are really reeling this attacker side, offensive side moments. Oh, apparently Asian. Okay, they're going to the defender side now.
Awesome. So we are going to see 5 Asian men on the defense, with Sen Jr. on the attack, which is going to be interesting because, yeah, 5 Asian men. I keep saying Asian invasion because that's just their player's name.
Yeah.
But they've been really strong on the attack first, whether it's setting themselves up to continue on or winning 6 rounds in a row. Unfortunately, that map they fell. I think this is going to be very interesting to see how this map in particular comes to fruition, because they need to be consistent. They need to have the aim that they've had these last couple games.
Yes.
And they just need to hold themselves to that standard, push through, and get the round win. Now, that being said, it looks as though we are getting Lotus. So we are going to be seeing Lotus again for 5 Asian men.
It has worked in their favor.
It did work in their favor at the start. They did kind of falter at the halfway mark.
So now they're switching to defenders, trying to get those scores up. So
Yeah. So they'll have the defense first. They can kind of have the ability to
set themselves up for the second half. It'll
Yes.
be interesting to see if they make any composition changes comparatively to that first game that they played. But I mean, I don't think I would say they needed any changes. I would say that the only thing they needed to do was play off of their util a bit more and synergize as a team. And here we are getting into Lotus. We are getting right into it. Sen Jr. versus 5 Asian Men. 5 Asian Men on the defense first. We are seeing a couple of interesting hovers here. Prophet is on that, hovering that chamber. Chinatown Bro is on that gecko. He did so well on that gecko.
Chamber on Lotus is actually good because of his tour de force.
The tour de force as well as the rendezvous, because there's so many angles that you can hold with that rendezvous available. Chinatown Bro, of course, on that gecko, absolutely popped off.
Always a gecko main.
I really like this selection of putting KNB on that clove when they did so well on that second game. And so Prophet is on that chamber instead of the Omen as he was in that first game. Titan on hovering the sky instead of the Killjoy. And we see Asian Invasion once again on that raise. And on the side of the attackers for Sen Jr., we've got Current locking in that Jet, Flap on that Sky, Takumi Fujiwara on that Clove, Comtam on Cypher, and Nonchalant Hero on Reyna. So it'll be, again, a very interesting duel here as we're only going to have one or two similar agents on each team. Right now, it looks like the only similar agent we're going to have is that Clove, and Titan goes back to the Sky. So we do have two players of the same, but 3 different on both sides. So how does each team kind of adjust against those differing agents? And honestly, this lines up to be a really good match.
So they actually changed their breach to a Sky now. So what do you think?
I like the Sky. I don't mind the breach, but I like the Sky, especially if you're going with 2 initiators, because Dizzy's flash isn't the greatest. With Sky's flash,
that
you
is
get a
true,
lot out of it. And then on top of that, you have the Trailblazer for clearing corners in sight.
And Sky's regrowth,
And
so
the
they
regrowth.
have those heals that they need in case they get the damages from the enemy.
Exactly. So I personally like the Sky pick more than the breach with this particular setup.
That is true. Yeah, I
And
agree with you.
I think that going into this very first round, they've got to decide how they want to play this going forward and how the best way to utilize the agent's utility is. And we are seeing this lean towards A here, and Guiding Light does come out, gets a little bit of information. Takumi with a pop shot there, just over the ledge into the head glitch spot. Doesn't get any damage, but it was real close. And again, Takumi Fujiwara played really well yesterday in the one game that we played on that duelist. So I'm curious how that transitions to the controller role, and if they're going to be activating themselves pretty well with that Clove agent. Can be jiggle peeking the stairs here. The smoke does go down onto stairs as 2 members of 5 Asian Men are on A with 2 members towards B, and now they're actually walking out on C as well. Sen Jr. takes the positioning.
Chinatown goes down.
Nonchalant gets that first pick. Takumi also gets a pick as well. Over towards that A side stairs, and Current unfortunately whiffs on Candy.
Current.
Candy.
Oh, what a shot there by Nonchalant. Doesn't need the overheal there as because they're already at the full max.
They do not expect 2 to be at the waterfall.
Player standing.
Okay.
And Nonchalant gets that final kill, wraps it up, and that is a 1-0 lead for Sen Jr., carrying over their dominance from yesterday. And again, this is it on Lotus. If you can continue through on the attacker's side and be comfortable getting at least 6, 7, 8 rounds, then you
Yeah.
kind of turn in an easier defensive half. So they're definitely aiming for a high attacker round count.
I think 5 Asian men. Oh wait, yeah, 5 Asian men just failed the gunfight in the first round. So I mean, they just
did.
had their game. So
They did. They did. They
I
did.
just
but
hope they ate their lunch.
Takumi Fujiwara takes out Invasion. They're taking the site fast. Nonchalant using here and on the site.
Okay.
Takumi.
That would have been yes.
Spike planted.
Karen gets
the
One enemy remaining.
with the headhunter. Nonchalant kind of stuck there on the stairs. Falls, but does unfortunately get traded out by Current. They only lose 2 guns. That's not a bad round.
place is
They
nice,
did
but
invest
not
in the
nice enough to
Bulldogs and
die in.
stuff,
yep.
Let's
and they
win
were
and get
able
out of
to
here.
kind of carry those over. So again, a good round for Sen Junior there, as they really kind of need to set themselves up for these next couple rounds. So we're going to see a light investment here between Bulldogs, maybe a Spectre, and then a couple Sheriffs most likely, as they did lose a couple guns in that second round there.
Bulldog is pretty powerful if you use it right, especially with doing the ADS.
Yeah, the ADS, you
For a Bulldog, it's just straight bullets, no
It-
recoil.
It is. It's all about timing with the Bulldog. You
Yep.
gotta read the swings to be able to hit.
Yep,
those
and the
headshots.
angles, yes.
He has the trademark down towards B. The patience here inciting, yeah, Bulldog and Explode. They are taking the site. The Trailblazer clears out the little door. They've got all 5 towards site, with Sky holding down B main. 1 in heaven, 2 towards little door, and 2 towards C lane. From Reina. Current though gets away with 1. Asian Invasion gets
No.
out 1.
Last player
Asian
standing.
Invasion, they
Okay.
somehow bring it back. Does fall. Prophet gets that last kill, and they get their first round of the half. Again, it's a good bonus round
Yep.
from Sen Junior. Great bonus round, even as they took out 3 rifles from the side of 5 Asian men. So now they have to reinvest into those in this round. And again, that firepower difference can be what makes or breaks a round, especially going into these tight-knit rounds where you carried over 3 rifles compared to carrying over 5. If you catch somebody out, you get that rifle, and you bump up your own team's gun, like, that's big. So
Yep.
it really can sway either way. Prophet has the rendezvous set up on the C site. The Gecko is also there, and they're just running in. Lockpit comes out. Lots of information gained there from Chinatown, bro.
Chinatown, bro. Oh,
And Takumi somehow made it to Baka's site, running past both members that were on site. Can be takes out Takumi Fujiwara.
Spike planted.
And Takumi, oh my goodness, does end up falling to K and B, but Flap is there to pick up the slack. 1 more down. It's a 3v2 for the attackers. The cage is up in waterfall. Guiding light comes out towards CT. The information is there. There is 1 there. The metal comes out.
One
Can
enemy
does get a
remaining.
3rd. Asian Invasion gets 1. It's now a 2v1. What can Comtam do?
Last player standing.
Comtam gets 1, and Asian Invasion gets that 2nd kill.
that
Gets the
is such a good trade.
That is a great
I mean,
trade.
the smoke was also. Is that from the enemies? From the attacker smoke or the defender smoke?
That was the attackers.
You're going to scatter from my stuff. Super easy to pick off.
Or actually, no, if that was maybe that would have been the defender's smoke most likely.
Yeah,
because they smoked the bomb to defuse, and then they have to push into the smoke.
Oh, yeah.
So that makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah, that would have been a defender's smoke. But Comtam there with the positioning is able to get the initial pick on the diffuser, but
Yes.
isn't prepared for Asian Invasion to be swinging low through the smoke. Just a good round there for them to take, and now it's a 2-2 score going into round number 5. Again, they're going to hear this trademark towards B. They do hear the guiding light towards A as well. The ruse goes up, and now they're just hitting the site, but KNB over the top of that smoke is able to catch out Takumi. Prophet gets another with the Guardian.
One enemy
KNB
remaining.
gets another 2.
Spike down
And
B.
all that's left is the
That
lone
is
Reyna.
insane. Was that a dry peek or dry
Feeling
swing
safe.
without any blinds for the attacker side?
There was
I mean, it
smoke,
could-
there was no blind though.
Oh, okay.
At least that's what it looked like on the map.
Yeah, that's what it looked like to me.
Titan wraps it up, nonchalant hero falls, and that's a third round for 5 Asian men.
Yes.
And again, they're starting to rack up these kills and these moments where they are gaining confidence. They now
Yep.
have 4 ultimates available. They have a Showstopper, Thresh, Quarter Force, and that Not Dead Yet. So again, they can play aggressive via the clove. They can trade that out with maybe the Showstopper. They have the Tour de Force. It's going to be interesting to see how they line these up, or if they wait for a lesser round where they don't have as much money to use these ults. But I do see the Tour de Force is popped over towards A. Weird does come out, and oh my goodness, Prophet gets 1, Prophet gets not 2, but very close. Weird comes out.
Spike down
Current
A.
gets 1. Current gets 2, even trades across the board, but Flap gets another onto the Tour de Force user Prophet, and now it's a 2v3 retake with both the Thresh and the Not Dead Yet readily available to the defenders. So I think if they want this round, they can use those to
Spike
kind of take
planted.
it or secure it, but it will be tough in doing so.
Drop in a smoke.
Okay, and B gets spotted out. Metal comes out, does DK1,
Gotcha.
Oh,
does spot 2,
One enemy remaining.
and 3
no!
for KNB.
Oh my goodness! What a clean retake!
That was really well played there by the 2 of them. The metal being used
Yeah,
to decay the Reyna.
Yes, and Reyna was looking at the top of the heaven, and then Clove was just able to, KNB was just able to pick off that Reyna, and then the Thrash immediately runs to Jet, which obviously had him detained, and then instead of being traded out, he was too late to trade the Jet.
Yeah,
out.
the swing was
Yes.
late to the point where they were unable to get that trade, right?
Yeah.
And then they fell on top of that. So very, very interesting round there by the defenders. Really impressed with how that went. And honestly, this is one of those rounds where after this timeout, they have to. Typically in a timeout, you're not talking about this active round that is going on right now.
Yeah.
They're going to be talking about future rounds, what they can be doing, when my ult is going to be up. So it'll be interesting to see what they kind of come up with in the coming rounds. This round, you're going to see a relatively mediocre buy. You've got the Jet Knives, a Guardian, a Sheriff, and so it'll be interesting to see if they can cause any mayhem with just a fast strat to kind of catch them off guard, because that's what is necessary for this round to work out in a way where they can take the Thrifty and at least start it moving in the right direction.
I think a late lurk would be best. Okay, so Team Sad Junior is having some tech issues right now.
Sounds good. Well, as we're sitting here waiting, what do you expect from the attackers going into this round? Is there going to be an explosive fast hit? Is it going to be patience?
They have been doing those explosive and aggressive fast hits. They have been dry peeking, dry swinging, and I think a late lurk or to at least a reliable lurk, a flank for them would be great, because they're just easily picked out.
100%.
Boom.
They have to start running some sort of lurk, because the impact isn't happening on their takes. They're getting
Yeah.
the initial picks and they're taking that site, but the retake is just so strong from 5
That
Asian
is
men
true, yeah.
that if they send a late lurk and they can catch those rotators or those lurkers or whatever, then they can kind of negate the retake by having that impact going forward. But it's one of those things that's obviously easier said than done, because it can be a little difficult to get that timing so proper or reach out and be able to get those impact frags as the lurker. And so it's going to be a tough ask, but they need to start throwing in either a lurk or a little bit more patience.
I think
or
2
rotates.
lurkers.
Yeah. And well, 2 lurkers, or they can rotate. Like,
Yeah.
they don't have to commit to these hits the way that they're doing it. If you throw util and you're making them use util, that is totally fine. And I think that going forward, they need to aggress, get them to rotate, send a lurker, and then rotate so that lurker can get that pick.
Yeah, that would be a great play. Yeah.
It's just something that they need to think about going forward and what else can be done, because these fast and furious site hits aren't working in their favor.
I mean, they are able to take side, plant the bomb down, but then the retakes are just too strong. So, yeah, what you mentioned, the late lurkers or the lurkers were able to, like, so when they get to the site and they get to the plant down, the late lurkers being able to pick off the ones who are rotating from A side or C side and just go to B side and just defend the side down on the little door would be nice.
Absolutely. And the other thing with these retakes from the side of 5 Asian men, it's been really, really strong in utilizing all of their utility. The chamber retakes have been lackluster because chamber is chamber. He only has a headhunter and a rendezvous.
Yes.
But like the way that they've been utilizing the gecko utility, the clove utility, between the metal, the ruse, like actually using those smokes, the trailblazer, even the paint shells from the raise, it's been extremely well done. And for this raise, I think these next couple rounds are gonna see the showstopper popped for a retake, or if they catch them at any point in one of the mains where there's at least 2. Again, it's one of those things where you can kind of snowball around by just getting that early pick from a showstopper. And we are still waiting on a little bit of this tech issue. So once we get that information, we will pass it through. But for now, we are just waiting. And honestly, it's been a good game so far. There are things that both teams need to fix.
Yeah.
Mind you, 5 Asian men has a strong defense.
5
so
Asian
far.
men have been doing really well with the synergizing and all the dynamics that have been happening through the retakes. KNB has been doing great, and now we are back again to the match.
Yes, we are. We've got the.
Apparently, they have fixed the tech issue fast.
Yeah, it seems like it was a connection issue, but as that is rectified, we are getting back into it, and we are seeing a heavy C fight here. 2 members of the side of 5 Asian men versus 5 members of the side of Sen Jr. What a shot there by
exactly
Fujiwara. Chinatown Bro falls. They get that rifle. They use the trailblazer. They take the site, and now it is 5v4 with that bomb going down. Nonchalant Hero does have this stinger available. If he pops that Empress, I'd be scared.
Yeah.
Like I said yesterday, I hate the Reyna with the stinger. It shoots too dang fast. They do have an operator available. I do not know
An
that
operator,
purchase.
that retake situation.
Do a little swappy swap. This showstopper does come out. Catch anybody though, but can Profit get 2, 3? Takumi gets 1. Takumi gets 1. KNB gets 1. And Takumi wraps it up with another one. Get both cloves on both sides, getting
both
3.
globes, both globes are doing so well. That is insane. How did the globe get there?
I don't know. there was so much happening that round. It was like
I
all
am-
the utility used, everybody pressed out.
Was it just a lucky satchel or something?
I don't know, because Clove was on the box towards Bend. Is that where they were?
Yeah,
You
the
can
box.
jump on
Cutting their vision.
Okay.
It's not typical, so a lot of people don't expect it unless you're raised Jet or Omen, because you don't typically.
Yeah.
But we are seeing another fast hit here over towards this A site. Just come out. They spot out a invasion. Nonchalant.
No.
Both current nonchalant get one pick each as they enter the site. Spike is not going down yet. They actually reposition it for main. I like
Spike
that
planted.
readjustment because, as we were talking about, it gives them that ability to play in towards main. Now current and nonchalant are both aggressive.
Last
One
player
towards Drop
standing.
and one's towards Heaven. Current gets his third
Flawless.
round. Profit
And
falls.
wrap.
Nonchalant gets that last kill of the round onto Chinatown, bro. And again, strong rounds from the side of Sen Jr. since that timeout. They kind of reset. The aggression is there. They're taking these sites extremely fast, like even faster than they were trying
Yeah.
to before. They are just on site. The bomb is going down, and they are playing together.
Yeah,
ready for
the
those
trades are
trades.
getting traded. Everything is going smoothly for this, for Team San Junior.
Yeah, it's been a really good,
Good, consistent
change.
2 rounds. Yeah.
Now the hope is to continue on. We see 3 comboed pieces of utility there. We got the Sky Flash,
The
the paint shells, and the metal. Now they're taking this space towards C. Orb does get touched, so they have that sound cue as the defenders. And what information can they gather now as they are re-peeking towards this rubble area on A? Current does fall to KNB. The spike is with the Cypher, and they
Spike
fall.
down
The spike
A.
is now being held by the defenders. Over at A, the Seekers come out. The
That-
information is all there. What do they do?
Satchel out.
Titan with the Trailblazer does stun 1 or 2. The spike gets grabbed, and they escape with that spike. Takumi Fujiwara is going to be the first one to
One
make contact
enemy
against
remaining.
Profit. Profit gets 2.
Spike down.
Profit.
Attack respawn.
And Chinatown Bro wraps it up.
Flawless. What a
Flawless
flawless round. Everyone gets their kill, right?
Profit got 2.
Okay.
So close.
Close, yeah.
It was almost a team
It's not a team ace, but yeah.
But like, what a
But
good
but
reposition.
yeah, Sky Seeker, everything was there. The information that they needed was there. So he did a really good job in there.
One of the things I do have to say is I don't like that Comtam and Current
Oui,
decided
we
that they
survived.
were going to take the fight over towards A, because even though it's a 2v2 and you're likely to get at least one trade, you're risking the spike being dropped, which is exactly what happened. But now they're aggressing towards A once again against Profit.
Here.
Profit does TP out with that rendezvous. The door is going to break. They're opening the door onto A, and Trailblazer goes out. They have the site. Plant is going down.
Okay,
Information
this is going to be a
going.
5v5 situation right now.
They stun
Okay,
2.
shame.
Get the Trailblazer. Flash comes out. Profit does even get 1 out towards the door.
Oh.
Takumi does get the not dead yet off.
One enemy
Oh.
remaining.
Current Takumi.
Oh
ADP,
my god.
Titan.
Everything is just happening so fast.
Here.
I can't even count to 5 that fast. Like, in that moment, it was 1, 2, 3, 5 dead. Okay, cool. That's awesome. That is what a retake.
It's oh my god.
5 Asian men there. Extremely
Yeah.
strong retake. And
Everyone's looking at their own angles and everyone's trading whoever. I mean, no one died actually. No one died. So
yeah, it was just really well played.
it was
And
yeah,
Profit's
all the
position
angles,
from
all the
middle door,
positions. Yeah, they predicted everything.
Yeah, that was really well played. Titan is struggling in the kill death, but look at those assists. 7 assists
Here.
through 10 rounds. That's really good on Sky when you're getting those flashes. The
Yep,
dog, the
yep.
seekers, the heal, everything. You know, you're still having impact. And we see the guiding light and the paint shells comboed over towards A again. The attackers do hear it. The bruise is out. Trademark is the main. Trailblazer gets noted. Mosh, guiding light, Lear, guiding light, Dizzy. Cloud
No.
Burst, Trailblazer, everything comes out. That's 3 members of Sen Jr. down in a matter
One
of
enemy
seconds.
remaining.
No one was able to trade in their team.
Reina does have the Empress. If there's anybody that needs a 1v5 clutch, it's this Reina right now with the Empress.
The Devour and the Dismiss readily available. Does get one, but Candy gets the swap out. And that is the
Last round before the switch.
What a round again.
What a round. You know, the Gecko and the Sky combo there, insane. Like, Gecko was able to peek, and then Jet decided to smoke themselves, and then the Trailblazer goes out, Gecko peeks and swings, kills the Jet. Everything's just smooth.
Yeah, the way the observer cam was that round is crazy because you're also seeing all the things that are being
Yeah.
thrown. There was
I've got
about
your
8
trail.
pieces of utility all thrown there. Secrets come out on the attackers. Chinatown Bro does not get a pick with the operator. Is juggling that operator towards Waterfall. And just like that, onto the site. There is a big busy by Chinatown Bro as they flash 4.
Oh, down. C. Last
Gets
player
the ultimate
standing.
off, Titan gets 1, and now we're left with a 1v4, but Nonchalant Hero gets 2. Gets 3 total so far.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my goodness, 1 left.
No.
And Nonchalant Hero can
Clutch.
do it. The timing! Nonchalant Hero gets the clutch!
Oh
An ace clutch
my.
for Nonchalant Hero.
Switching sides.
Oh my goodness.
If there is ever a time for an ace from Arena, it is in a 1v4 because oh my goodness, the positioning, the repositioning.
One
after
of the
each
highlights of this match was Reina Nonchalant Hero gets the 4K.
trade. Absolutely, it was a great play there, and now the Sen Jr. is on the defense. They need their Sentinel and Initiator to kind of step it up here and be those lockdown agents while also supporting your duelists taking those favorable duels. So it'll be interesting to see how it works out for them, especially going against the powerhouse that is 5 Asian men. Black doing a jiggle peek, Dynamite comes out, pushes them back off site, the Dizzy comes out, no information gained. They know one is towards site, but they are gonna push onto it anyways. The Roomba comes out, they take 3 with the Trailblazer. Great shots there by Prophet. Almost gets the head of Current there. Rico healing up Prophet to at least close to full health, at least full health. Can be though, this positioning, 3 members
Last
down,
player
and oh
standing.
my goodness, the right click.
The value of the right click.
Oh! Hero gets the kill on Can B.
KNB thought he killed Nonchalant Hero, but
100%.
no.
That's what it looked
Nonchalant
like.
Hero. Nah, yeah, I'm not dead yet. I'm overhealed.
That is the power of Arena on those pistol rounds. Getting that overheal up,
Yes.
regardless of getting the kill or not, getting the overheal up is so massive.
Yes.
And wow, what a round there. They step into the second half with a round win, 1 step closer to the old tied game, but we do see them getting the first purchase here, which is going to be loaded with Stingers, Spectres, and possibly Bulldogs. Now,
The observer's just zooming in into those stickers. Okay, animal stickers. Woo woo.
you gotta love the sprays, like
Yeah.
especially Bruno. You love Bruno. But here we are at this round. You know, again, this is a strong round for the defense, but they can't isolate themselves too much because if they do get picked off, they give a gun to the attackers, right? So KNB gets
With a collateral, Takumi with a. Oh my.
That's an absurd peek by Takumi. The confidence is brimming. They just swing the corner and take out 2. 1 burst, 2 headshots. That was it. And now they're leaning over towards the C site. Current, though, has the Marshall. Does get head dinked by the Classic there. And now it is a 2v5. They're going to pressure up towards this
Sees side
Last
by
player
Titan and
standing.
Profit take down
Spike
2.
down,
Takumi
C.
has 1 more, and Takumi gets a 4K on the round.
Okay.
The not dead yet is already activated into round
We know what
3
we're doing.
this half.
Trust each
Now
other and we'll be
again,
fine.
KNB's ability to get these frags in these moments is so big because look at their kill death, 20 and 11. They also have 7 assists. They have the ultimate ready in 3rd round, and we are seeing them. Like, wow, this is just a absurd team.
Close game, actually.
It is. We are seeing this full buy for the side of 5 Asian men here. Comtam does have cages, trips, and a little trap play with a dog, with a cam available on C. The dog comes out, they hear the Ares, raises out backside. Invasion is not prepared. It doesn't matter. Comtam falls. Titan has the first pick of the round. Fujiwara gets
what
flashed by a teammate.
Okay.
So they see Profit. They get the first kill on the Profit. Get 2.
No.
Last player standing.
Alive 4.
One enemy remaining.
And now
Oh.
it's a 1v1. Chinatown Bro falls to the ghost of Nonchalant Hero. And that is a
That
tough
is an
round of
insane. Actually, they went through doors and did a 3-person flank.
Yeah, and that's a tough round to lose
Yeah.
for
Everyone was just coming in.
4 or 5 Asian men because
Yeah.
especially there they now lose that round. They have no money this round, and the side of Sen Jr. can reinvest with whatever they want. They could even light buy here and be able to purchase next because
Here.
of the economy that they just gained by taking out
Yep.
all 5 members.
Yep.
Guiding Light comes out, quick flick away from Nonchalant Hero, does get some chip damage onto him though. He comes out and clears that left area by the little door. Nonchalant Hero though with the spray getting some chip damage onto Chinatown Bro. The regrowth is coming out, healing up team members though. Dog is going into the tree here. The Fresh comes out, catches 1, but Current, they're not prepared for Current. Current gets a 3rd,
Spike down
Chinatown Bro
A.
falls. They do have this spike now. Profit and Asian Invasion, what can they do? It's a 2v4. I'd expect they'd be happy with 1 or 2 more picks. They're not expecting to win this round, but 1 or 2 more picks would be extremely good to at least make them have to reinvest. There's one.
Still in sight.
You know, they might actually have a chance here.
One enemy remaining.
You have aimers, but
Nep.
Takumi is prepared and
Okay.
ready, and Nonchalant.
Nonchalant
wraps up
Hero
that
was
first
able
kill.
to peek perfectly in the timing where Raze was peeking the other side of the rubble. So
100%. And again, a big round for Sen Jr. there as they increase their lead. They keep their economy healthy as 3 members survive. And on top of that, we are seeing the Tour de Force activated on the side of the attackers. So 5 Asian men are prepared with that Tour de Force now, holding towards that C long, and look at the fight that's potentially there between that Jet and the Chamber. The Chamber loses the operator fight. Takumi gets 1, Chinatown
Still in sight.
Fear comes out, Dizzy, and Nonchalant Hero gets a pick, dismisses out. Kin B is done though. There is no smokes available at the moment, although
Last player
you can
standing.
smoke after he's dead, but Black doesn't care if this person is swinging or not. Gets another kill towards CT.
no, Sen Jr. Sen Jr. is really getting into those defending side.
Sorry.
They are
Inside
getting those
joke.
rounds.
They're playing very impressively with how their retakes are going.
Yeah.
Even with like later buys and whatnot, they're still activating
Yeah.
each other and they're still getting the frags, and it's really working out for them. Again, this 10-7 lead. I mean, it's only 3 rounds, so 5 Asian men can bring it back, but you have to have the confidence. And right now, confidence and momentum is definitely on Team Sen Junior's side.
Yep.
Prophet and Takumi get
Takumi
trades
gets
on different
two.
sides of the map. Takumi ends up getting a second one. The medal comes out, but there's nothing to happen there. Prophet is holding that
Here.
little head glitch angle towards A main, doing some one taps, hoping that he gets the timing right.
Yeah.
But Comtam, look at Comtam. He's just patiently waiting with his Odin, hoping that somebody comes his way. But it looks like they're actually going to activate towards this B area because they have the probe that can smoke post-mortem. So using those bruises to do so, but the smoke goes up from
Takumi.
Spike
gets
down.
one,
B.
and yet again, a not dead yet
Last player
activated.
standing.
Slap gets the pick, and Prophet is the last one alive. They're pushing out. They're hoping that this chamber does not get killed by Takumi, but
Takumi with the
gets
4K.
once again. These clothes
That-
are absurd.
Weapon
Yeah.
choice, it is so personal, no? You pick a gun and it
Oh
tells me
my
who you are.
goodness.
Yet another clutch in one way or another. These games are coming out to play between KNB and Takumi. You never know which clothes is going to get activated round by round. And honestly, this is just good Valorant. Yes, the score is 11-7, but that doesn't show just how close these rounds are. Yes,
Focus
they
now.
have had 3
Eyes
or 4
open.
members live a couple of times in those 4 rounds, but it doesn't matter
Here.
because they're 1 kill away from having that activated to a point where they have the advantage and they can then win that. And now we see them heavy pressing over towards A. Current does have that operator available.
Here.
The ruse goes down and re-smoked that A main area. Chambers holding that flank,
I've
just
got
waiting
your
for the
trail.
push. The Seekers do come out with the attackers. Does note the Jet on site. Where is Asian Invasion going? Doesn't catch anybody on site, but Current with the operator does miss. To get picked out over towards B, so the smokes are down for the defenders. Asian Invasion gets leaped on by that Trailblazer, and Prophet gets another pick towards B onto Calm Down, and we are left with 3 members of Sen Jr. here as they slowly decide on if they're taking site. I mean, Flap gets 1. Current does have the operator.
Last
Does
player
make the mistake of
standing.
peeking.
She's
Asian
ready.
Invasion gets traded out by Nonchalant Hero. Chinatown Bro gets 1. Now it's a 1v3. Prophet gets spotted
Last
out.
player standing.
Oh.
Nonchalant Hero gets 2.
Oh, he doesn't know.
Oh my goodness, he almost gets the flick. He gets 3, but can be. Plays the ring around the rosy angle just far enough away that he isn't prepared
Wait,
for that.
what happened there? Before Reina was able to kill whoever was in the stairs area, where was Clove, the enemy Clove, looking at?
It was so Chamber was a main right where they're at right now, and then Clove was on the bomb or on the
Yeah,
default
on the,
plan.
yeah,
side.
did he kill someone?
No, they were holding the same angle out towards
Oh,
me. And
okay.
they weren't prepared for the swing from sight, which is crazy because they heard her drop.
Yeah.
But again, Titan with the spray with the Guardian from the... Oh, that's absurd. That should not happen, not with the Guardian. But once again, it does. And now we're left with a 4v5 for the defenders. Team Sen Jr. needs to make something happen here. But can they do it? Prophet with this lurk again. But Takumi is prepared this time. Takes off the hand of
Monster on the
Prophet.
loose.
They have the Thresh available. It is going towards the A site. It gets destroyed. And now they are taking that site. What can they do? Izzy drops onto site. Luckily enough, it can be picked up, but they take the little door and they're heading to this B site. They're not prepared for Asian Invasion. He hears 1 drop. Flap gets 1. Asian Invasion gets 2.
1 enemy
Calm Down
remaining.
falls, that's 3.
Asian.
And Chinatown Bro wraps it up. They carry over 4 rifles in an ever more important round.
That is tough.
It's
I mean, the value of going to site, baiting to plan on A side and then proceeding to rush to B side through the little door.
Yes,
Just,
the value is so good
yeah,
because they
it
leave
made
raised
the Team San Junior rotate
because they were
that,
expecting
that,
that.
that actually works.
Yeah, and
Come on, little homies.
they invested fresh onto that A site, so they were
Yeah.
thinking it's going to be a full A site. They send Asian Invasion in, who's then able to sit on site, waiting for these rotates to then happen.
Yeah.
And they do it. He gets 3 out of it.
which is just absurd. And now they're taking this aggression over towards A, but Prophet is holding this tight angle. Is Nonchalant Hero ready for it, or is he going to just be extremely patient? Look at the patience. He gets that pick onto Prophet. Prophet does ping out where Nonchalant was seen, but Current is now ready with the knives over on A's side. Dizzy doesn't get him spotted. Robot does though. Knife out. Knife
Spike planted.
gets one, almost gets two. Chinatown Bro takes out the Jet with the knives. Flap alone on site.
Pulling out
Nonchalant
the
Hero on stairs.
Okay.
They pop. If Flap pops this, all he's getting.
Yep.
Actually, the guiding light came out, but still got spammed.
Yeah.
None of the seekers, unfortunately, saw where they
Last
were. All
player
went towards
standing.
three, so there's at least that. But Nonchalant gets one, KNB gets one.
Cage
2v1. Cage goes up. Spray coming through.
Oh.
Doesn't get one, but Chinatown Bro ready from tree swings in, and Comtown falls. Now 3 consecutive rounds for the side of 5 Asian men. Again, like it's so back and forth. These rounds are so close. All it takes is one accident mistake or one player to pop off, and they're golden, right?
Come
So
Tam, I feel you
That
so
goes
much
there.
with the spray and pray. You are just going to
This
have to
goes
pray
here.
that you don't die from that spray.
yeah, 100%. But I mean, with the cage going out, like
Yeah.
waning and having to drop, like you have to get half and then expect a fight. But unfortunately, he expects both
Yeah.
of them to be
You
It
want
is
to
a
play?
crossfire. He
Let's
is
play.
sandwiched.
Yep. But again, this 5 Asian men team is leaning towards A. Once again, they have the Tour de Force. They have the Not Dead Yet. They have the Showstopper. This is going to be a fast and a loose hit. And they might even, and they have the Gecko ult. They have Thresh available again as well. So this might be a bait and switch towards B, depending on how many they see or what information they gather from the initial.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Fresh is out.
Hiding light is out as well.
Calmtown does get detained. Dog bites him as well.
Calmtown.
Trailblazer. Guiding
Calm-
light. Calmtown is just not able to play the game this round.
He is stuck in that corner.
So doesn't
One
know
enemy
where to
remaining.
hold, but doesn't matter. His team has his
Heal
back.
up, squad.
Again, they are left to a 1v4. Current decides, you know what, it's save time. They're opting for a save. And as it's one of those rounds,
It was just unfortunate for Comtam. I
Yeah.
don't think, his teammates didn't even try to.
Yeah, there's only so much information that they can kind of utilize off of Comtam when all of it is happening at once.
Yep.
Between the Dizzy Flash, the Thresh, the Guiding Light, the Trailblazer, and 2 people swinging,
Yep.
what can you do? Like, there really isn't too much. Wow, Chinatown, bro. Almost falls to the spike. But yeah, there's really not much you can do. And now it's an 11-11 score going into the final 2 rounds. Now, who takes the, once again, 6 rounds into 4 losses. 6-round wins into 4 losses. So 5 Asian men has played this second half of the second half extremely well. And do they continue it going forward? Who takes
Don't
this
give them
round to
ground.
go into match point for the potential last round of this series?
Hawk out! Dropping it.
They are now playing aggressively for A.
Oh my goodness. Look at this. They put so much aggression towards A. They get the pick out towards B, and now C is, well, free. As long as they get there and get the site, they should be able to at least get the bomb down. But Takumi is there ready and prepped to potentially take care of at least one. Little man does go. Can
Takumi Fujiwara got this place by jumping down.
That's so unlucky.
He could have gotten Gecko. Wait, Gecko? Was it Gecko?
Clove.
Clove. Oh, sorry. Clove.
Can be though with this position. But then
One
they don't
enemy
expect that there's
remaining.
2.
What?
Ultimate isn't going to be popped. I think that's a great decision here, as it is a 4v1 necessary. But Asian Invasion swings, takes care of Current, and for, I believe, maybe the
Match
second
point.
time this game.
second time this game, they've got the lead going into match point. So this
Yeah.
is a big round. Does it go to overtime? Are Sen Jr. able to push it into overtime, or is this the end of their run and 5 Asian men go on to the semifinals for the lower bracket?
The scoreboard is interesting.
Satchel out.
Asian invasion, satchels across, mind you, poorly, but doesn't get spotted out and gets
Yep.
to rubble. Trailblazer comes out, a little bit of
Scout
information
destroyed.
gained. They do see Takumi Titan getting that Seekers up. They're going to utilize that at some point this round as it is the last. The showstopper is available. Some spam from both sides as they're trying to decide where they should shoot, where they should hit. And we see Comtam just lollygagging
I've
all by
got your
themselves
trail.
over towards the life of a Sentinel main. They break the little door, the Seekers come out, and they're taking this B site. Nonchalant, prepped and ready, but unfortunately the ruse goes up. They're jumping up into the B heaven area. Can't even get the first kill round.
No.
Invasion gets 2, but falls to Nonchalant Hero. Current gets 1 as well. Now
Not
it's
ready yet.
They haven't got the long down. Okay.
Back like I never left.
prepped and ready.
One
Where
enemy
Current
remaining.
Current falls. It's a 1v3.
30 seconds
KNB is gonna fall as he
Yep.
doesn't get a
Yep.
kill on that rope.
It's a shame.
Hackers win.
So unfortunate.
That is
Nonchalant
indeed.
Hero falls, and
That is for
is
5
the
Asian
game.
men.
5 Asian men take the semifinals for the loser bracket, and they now move on to the losers bracket finals against whoever takes it back in this winners final bracket. Rock Solid or JP Red, that will be the next game up. Again, super impressed with both these cloves that were in this game. It was super phenomenal, and
Indeed.
just, I feel for Comtam. He was doing everything right in terms of the setups and the positioning. It just wasn't coming to fruition this game.
Yes.
But I really have to give props where they're due. KNB and Takumi and Nonchalant, the three of them top of the scoreboard, did extremely well.
Extremely
And
well.
yeah, that's just the way the cookie crumbles. And now they get to, 5 Asian men get to move on to this loser bracket finals. They will play the winner of the next game, which is the winners finals. Rock Solid versus JP Red. We are going to go to a 10-minute break here, but we will be back shortly, ready for that winners final game prior to the grand finals, prior to the losers final. And I am so excited to see what goes on.
Alrighty, welcome back. We are getting prepped here for the upper bracket finals. We've got Team Rock Solid versus Team
JP
Red. Now, both of these teams have had very successful runs going through this upper bracket. JP Red was very successful against JP Black. They then faced Sen Jr., who they were very strong against and took that win as well. And now they're up against probably their hardest matchup yet in Rock Solid, who again, 13-4 win, 13-9 win. They've both pushed through this upper bracket pretty determinatingly in terms of like how they've done it. They've been very strong, they've worked out, and they've made it to where they are now. It's going to be a tough match. They're going to have a lot of aimers have to be activated. They have to be successful and they have to hit them where it hurts.
We have seen Rock Solid play, but JP Red though.
JP Red has been the only team that we have not seen.
Yeah,
out
we
of
have
these
not
last
seen JP
three
Red
teams.
at all. So we do not know how they play.
Yes, and honestly, for the teams that are here, with that last game, we had our 4th place finishers who are Sen Jr. So these top 4 teams have really elevated to where they're at.
That is true.
They've kind of stepped up to the plate. They've made it through qualifiers. They've made it through this upper and lower bracket journey, and now we are down to the top 3. So all 3 of these teams are extremely successful. They've worked it really hard to get to where they are. It's going to be a tough matchup. These are the 3 best teams in the tournament. That's why they're all still in this bracket, right? So it's going to be difficult. It's going to be tough. They're going to have to call strats. They're going to have to be strong on these strats, and they're going to have to be able to actively, make decisions in game, whether it's mid-game calls or the early game calls. They have to make those decisions proper and actually act on them. They can't get lucky. They can't rely on one person to carry them. It's a team effort, and at this point, these teams have shown that they are synergized, they are cohesive, and they work together well.
Yeah, both teams did score 39.
So it will be an interesting turn of events here as we're getting into this upper bracket final. And honestly, I don't even know who we would pick. We haven't seen JP Red. So
not at all.
Your guess is as good as mine. But
Rock Solid is solid.
They worked really well. They were very strong in terms of their ability to bounce back, especially being down 6-0. And they showed the resolve that they can continue pushing back to kind of take over a game. It wasn't just one person that did so. It was the entire team. They activated off of each other's utility. They pushed back, and they won that game because of their cohesion.
That is true, especially when there's like two players from the team being able to synergize and do those clutch moments successfully. It's just the way Rock Solid was able to clutch those rounds with Buff and Gecko. I do not recall the name. Do you recall the name of Gecko last game?
I do.
From Team Rock Solid?
It was Crayon Eater.
Yes, Crayon Eater. Why did I forget that so memorable name? Crayon Eater. Okay, so Crayon Eater and Buff, I am expecting a lot from you again, as well as Siren, Human, and
Reliquify that was there, and it was Fortune as well.
Oh, so we haven't seen Human at all.
Correct. Human
so Fortune
or
and
Maxer.
Reliquify, we all know that you guys are good.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they run a similar composition.
Yeah,
or with the double initiator, or if they opt to go for a little bit of a variation. Now, that being said, they have had a little bit of a break because they didn't play that last round. It was the lower bracket, so they had that break to re-rest up, to get activated, kind of get in the range, work on their aim. So they're coming in not as warm as I'm assuming they'd like to. They're warming up in the range. They're getting their practice in. That's
fine, but they're not coming in from a game. They're not coming in motivated and working from the game. They
Yep.
just had an hour-long break, so it's one of those things.
I'm just excited to know what kind of JP Red is going to play. So we don't know their play style, but we do know Rock Solid's play style. So what if they play the same play style?
If they have the same play style, what it comes down to at that point is going to be the micro
A micro decision, yes.
Because in one round you could have the same amount of people up. You could have the same util minus 1 or 2 pieces, and all it comes down to is, hey, should we hit this site rather than this site? They get a pick, and then they are set for that site, right? So
Yep.
should I use this util to bait here? Should I use this util to clear this space and retake it? Like it really comes down to the micro
it really
decisions.
depends. Everything depends now. So right now we are just waiting for the players to get ready. And
We are indeed, and we will be seeing JP Red, as we've said multiple times. It will be, I believe, Coiled, Kiyotaka, Eggcat, Pop Totter,
Yep,
Pop Totem,
Pop Totem.
and I love ABGS.
I love ABGs. Okay, so for the next match, it would be Rock Solid doing the attacking side first. And we are playing on the map Lotus again.
This seems to
Lotus.
be a recurring theme, as a lot of these, like, this will be the third time that we've seen Lotus today.
Yep.
So Rock Solid's second time on Lotus today. Are they just that confident on Lotus that they're hoping that it gets picked?
But we do know that, I mean, it is already confirmed.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is, yeah. Like,
Yeah.
what I mean is, like, are they picking, like, is Lotus getting confirmed? Is Rock Solid keeping Lotus in the map
I think
picks
so.
because they're
think
just
so.
that confident on it, and other teams aren't aware that they're that confident on it?
Yep. I think it's going to be their best map.
And it sure looked like it. After that kind of first 6 rounds where they weren't looking good, they kind of had that timeout. They reset. They were able to get re-energize themselves and push out, and then be extremely great for the rest of that map. I mean, on the backs of Crayon Eater and Buff, they were extremely fluid. They were confident. The cohesion
Everything
of the
was
util.
smooth.
So, I mean, going into this map, especially since it's Lotus again, we are going to want to see those exact same things happen. There's going to have to be the cohesion, the utility usage, the trades, the working together that we saw from that first map from Rock Solid. We will have to see again. If we don't see it again, I don't think that they will perform as well, because that was a big part of why they made that comeback.
I'm just excited to see this. I am just stoked.
Yeah.
I am just waiting for these players to get ready.
And I mean, honestly, with the one player that we have seen from JP Red in the scrims was Eggcat. So I'm curious to see if Eggcat locks in the smoke players. Eggcat was one of the smokers for those scrims. So I'm wondering if he's going to stick with the smokes going into that. Going into this map, I mean, sorry. Alrighty. And I mean, all these players, I mean, as we've said multiple times already, is going into this upper bracket finals.
Yeah.
All these players are prepped. They've worked hard. They've played hard to get here. They're confident in their abilities, and it's just a matter of kind of, showing up. Because a lot of the time when you get to these moments, there's players that kind of just realize, hey, I'm here. Like, I did it. But that's not enough. They got to show up. They got to play hard. They got to win. They got to do everything that's necessary. So it should be a good game, and I'm excited to see, again, the comps that are formed here. I'm assuming that we're going to see a relatively similar comp to what we saw in that first game from the side of Rock Solid. But I mean,
I want to see the team stats of Rock Solid or JP Red just to see a little bit of information on them.
yeah.
By the way, JP Black and JP Red are in the same high school. So
Yeah.
even though JP Red wins this, I mean JP Black has, I mean they're in the same high school, so they are supported by JP Black. So yeah, that is good. Okay,
And
we are seeing the stats.
The stats for Team Rock Solid here they're all averaging around the 20% headshot percentage. They're having like a positive delta damage delta per round, which is very good. The ACS for JPHS Red is very high. They also have a headshot percentage of about 20%. And so all of these stats are very important because it kind of goes to show where they're at with their aim, with their cohesion of playing with each other. And I mean, I think based on the statistics here, Team Rock Solid is the favorite. But that being said, JPHS Red is definitely close behind because they have the ability. I mean, they've pushed through this far already. They're already three games in, and they're already in
Reliquify
the
doesn't have any
bracket
most
finals.
page. Okay, so Reliquify is saying new player that okay. He has no stats on here.
Yeah, he might have been not
Yeah.
available for the open qualifiers, but he was on the team, so he's inserted into the roster for this
For this,
the LAN,
yeah.
but wasn't available for the qualifiers, so those stats aren't available, right? But I mean, that first game showed that Reliquify is there
That
to
is
play,
true,
is
yeah.
able to step in when necessary, and is confident in his ability to do so. And a lot of these agents that they play too are like Clove, Raze, Jet. There's been a lot of information regarding what is going on. But yeah, like it's been very, very good. I think that both teams are very confident coming into this as they both kind of pushed into this upper bracket finals.
Yep.
And again, this information that kind of is coming through from these initiators, regardless of if it ends up being the double initiator or the single initiator, the information is going to be a huge impact on what happens round by round. And I think we might see a cipher or two, depending on what kind of happens with their
On
picks.
Lotus?
I think Cypher is the strongest. Cypher is the strongest Sentinel outside of Chamber on Lotus, in my opinion.
Yeah. No, I just remember the Team San Junior last game
Yeah.
with a Comtam Cypher. Right now we're just still waiting. Is there any tech issues or?
I don't know. We might be just waiting here. It looks like they're all in their little team chats that they have in the Discord. But
Yes.
we are just waiting for them to join the game, which shouldn't be too much longer. And I mean, again, we're getting Lotus. Rock Solid is attacking first.
Attacking first? Rock
So-
solid. I mean, they were defending.
They were
in the
defending first in the first game.
in the last. Yep.
So the attack is where they popped off.
Yes,
So
attack.
Rock
Yeah.
Solid it needs to come out with a vengeance and prove why they're
They,
on the attack.
they
first.
want to get those scores first, just to they don't want to get to 0-6 again. So
Yeah, they definitely don't
Yeah.
want a repeat of that first game. Mind you, they did win it, so maybe they're hoping that even if that does repeat, they're able to repeat the same amount
Yeah.
of success for that second half, right? But yeah, it should be a relatively easy game.
in the past games there have been insane comebacks, like for example, like from 6-6 to 6-11. Like it's just insane how that 6-11 turns to 13-11.
Yeah,
Right?
The run of the rounds, like the
Yeah.
snowball effect has been so strong. There's been multiple times where there's been like 3 to 5 rounds one in a row. And then there has been about 3 to 5 rounds in a row.
Yep.
And then you're looking at like roughly 2 to 4 rounds in return after those 3 to 5. Like each team has gone on runs in every game we've seen, and the impact has been really good because then they end up with a strong economy for the rest of the game.
Yeah,
and then they
also,
try to break that economy.
That's also
So
vital.
It's been very, very interesting to see how these have kind of worked out.
Okay, so now the players are getting ready. There's a coach for team. Sorry, that is team JP Red.
Correct.
They have a coach.
Yeah, having a
And-
coach is a big thing as well, because then if you have the coach available and you take that time out, they're able to be a level head
That
and
is
be
true.
able to
That
kind of
is true.
settle down your kind of idea of what you're doing, and it'll be a good idea to kind of go ahead and get those extra strat ideas from them.
Okay, so Team Rock Solid is now ready. Team
JP Red.
JP Red waiting for the other person, just one person.
Kiyotaka,
Now they're in
Pop
game,
Totem, and
doing warm-up
AGS.
ranges.
So I believe it's Coiled they're waiting on.
Coil? Oh yeah. 1, 2, 3. Okay, there are just 5 of them.
Yep.
Oh,
Well,
I'm so excited to see JP Red.
I'm excited because like their stats on the outside looking in, their stats were like
Yeah,
good, slightly above average, but like good. And then
they are good players.
oh yeah, but I mean like stats wise for the
yeah,
tournament.
stats.
like, their stats have been like just above
Yeah,
average.
yeah.
And I think that with this being said, they've proven that with the 2 games that they've already played to get to this upper bracket finals, that they have already proven that they are much better than their stats suggest, because
That
they've
is true.
pushed through and they've made it to this stage where they are 1 win away from going to the upper bracket, or not even the upper bracket. They're 1 win away from going to the grand finals, where they will play in a best of 3.
Best of 3 for grand finals. That is going to be a long match.
It will be, but it should be
Okay.
good, as there is some variation of contest versus the maps.
Yeah.
Because you have 3 maps that you can potentially play. You have 2 for sure that you play. So the decisions you make are ever more important, right?
Yep. So now the players are ready. We are just waiting for them to get out of the range. And we are starting in
Should be a second.
5 seconds.
There's 2 stragglers left in the range, and once they leave that range, we'll get into the character select.
So yeah, a coach with JP Red. Interesting. I mean, I thought ABJ is the only team that had a coach. So yeah, it's good to know that JP Red has a coach.
Yeah, and honestly, having a coach, like I said, it actually makes a much bigger difference when you need to be settled down, or those timeouts. They are kind of much more impactful. And I'm curious to see if when they take these timeouts, if they are that impactful going forward. And here we go. We are getting into Lotus for the upper bracket finals. And we are on Lotus.
starting.
Eggcat immediately locks in that Omen. Kiyotaka, the entire team of the
everything
defenders.
locked in.
JP Red is already locked in, ready to go. Sky, Omen, KJ, Raze, and Gecko. I really like their team.
We can
I'm
see
very
how
confident.
this is such a confidence thing, because they immediately locked in.
Mhm.
They know their players in this map.
Yep,
So they know their composition, their gameplay. I think they are ready.
absolutely. And I mean, not far behind them was the team of Rock Solid, instantly locking in as well. took a little bit longer. Might have been a load screen issue, but who knows?
Yep.
I mean, now they have the attack. They're up against the defenders. The JP Red team on defense. I'm very, very curious on how they're going to play these offensive rounds. And we are actually seeing an exact same comp for Rock Solid that we saw in that first game.
Yep. I think more fans are leaning more into supporting Rock Solid because, well, it has been Rock Solid with the stream games, and they haven't seen JP Red at all.
Yeah.
So I am excited to know which. This is just. I'm really stoked for this.
Yes, it should be good. We are 8 seconds off here from starting this first round of this upper bracket finals. Now, that being said, there is a heavy lean towards this A site. They are probably going to do the stun and the TP over towards Rubble. They do. They send over 3 towards A main to get that information right out of the gate.
I got the spike.
Now, what can they do? Siren taking that space, knows that the KJ was here, so the Nano Swarm and the Alarm Bot could potentially be popped at any moment. Fortune does have that spike towards B, so as soon as the information is gathered that they're over towards A, they could rotate and Fortune take that B site. There's a lot of ways they could go through on this round.
Yep.
And this patience, once again, they're looking at this little door hit into B. They give the spike to Gecko, so Crayon Eater has the ability to use Wingman there. The paint shells comes out, smoke comes out, and this positioning by Reliquify gets 2 head dinks, and they are extremely low health now. Kiyotaka runs out with the regrowth, just accepting that he needs to heal his team. Coiled, Siren, ABGS, everybody goes and everybody dies, and just like that, it's a 3v2. Reliquify,
enemy remaining.
right click gets
Oh.
1. All that's left is 1, and ABGS falls to Fortune. What a hectic first round there as they all run out on the site. You have to respect Kiyotaka though, because like when you run out with a heal, you just want to heal your team. You know, like, hey, you're like, yeah, my team needs my help. I'm running out, and they run out with the regrowth.
I just wanna do my job, run it through, and heal my team as much as I can.
Absolutely.
Because
and
you know his regrowth, Sky's regrowth is just, you know, it's better to heal as a group, right?
Yes, yeah. And with the stun and the smoke as well, there is 4 of both team over towards this A site. A-Cat tucked into the corner there. No information gathered from the Disney launch does come out. A-Cat gets taken out by the paint shells, and we are off to the races. All 5 members are now backing up towards this B site. The information is coming out that they are rotating from the sky on the defenders, and KJ is moving back towards the C site. Look at this fast hit here as they are already running up to mound. Spike is being grabbed. Mollies are non-existent, and they have the site. Look at little bro running up to get that spike down. He wants to prove his dad well, and just like that, it's planted. Buff gets coiled. One more on the flank. Or do they read it? Well, I already did. The answer is already yes. Siren gets the pick. Off totem falls. So does Kiyotaka. Reliquify gets 3 on the round, and that's a very, very successful buy round. Flawless. They carry over all 5 of their guns. Now they have a very strong bonus, and this is where it can cause some mayhem towards JP Red in regards to their econ. If they lose multiple guns here, if they don't win the round, it can cause some mayhem going down the line for these defenders.
That is true indeed. Playing for picks would be a wise option here, but yeah, they are playing split right now.
Well, yeah, a little bit, but they do have that heavy presence towards mid, and they wanted to take that fight towards A, but as soon as they heard 3 of them with the paranoia, they were like, nope, there's 4 here. So, barely escapes the aftershock. The alarm bot, Wingman is getting the plant down. Wingman tries to stun Buff, does, but Buff now is pushing into little door. Pop Totem gets 1. Fortune has taken Heaven as well as Buff. There's 3 members of the attackers up towards Heaven. Buff gets one. Kiyotaka gets
There's
one.
my buddy.
Now a 2v4 for the attackers. Fortune.
One enemy
Fortune.
remaining.
This positioning from Siren.
Oh,
He
Siren!
gets 3. And Fortune gets the 5th. And oh my goodness, what
No.
a round from the side of Rock Solid.
They got
a
Standing in the way.
decisive round win there for their bonus round. Now they all have weapons, and unfortunately, Team JP Red does have to reinvest here. We do have a little bit of a timeout here. It
There.
looks like a pause on the timer,
I
but
think there's a technical issue for now.
could be as the side of Rock Solid is all just standing still. There is a tech issue, so we'll
Yep,
just be
we
a
just
second
got-
here.
Yep. We're
We do see their economies here, as the attackers do have a very, very strong economy for at least a couple rounds here. The defenders, though, are very broken, as they do have the sheriffs with a couple light shields.
Yep.
So again, this is a pivotal round. If they are able to get this thrifty, it sets them up for at least a couple rounds for the side of Team JP Red.
Mhm.
But that being said, it's much more difficult to get it going with a thrifty than if you have a buy round. And I mean, honestly, Rock Solid, their economy,
rock solid
they
is
ha-
being really rock solid right
yeah,
now.
their economy is rock solid going into
Yeah.
at least 3 to 4 rounds past this round here. So it'll be really difficult to kind of reset or break their economy without doing heavy damage or winning some rounds for the side of JP
That
Red.
is true.
Now, I'm very curious to see how Siren is going to use the Omen ult this game in particular. Last game, it didn't look like he used the From the Shadows all too well. It was a little bit of information and a little bit of kind of TPing behind the enemy line,
Yeah.
which is totally fine. That's typically what you do.
a predicted play for an Omen ult. So right now we are having a tech sound issue, and they are changing a headset of one player.
I'd assume one of the
Yeah,
players.
one of the players. Yeah.
But yeah, like the Omen, I
I
don't know what
think-
you'd expect from
Yes.
the Omen. It's either going to be like I mean, you could also do the fun bait and switch where you just say, okay, Raze, here's the spike. Go kill everybody on A.
Yeah.
And you send the Raze to A. They drop the spike. If they die, they do whatever. They have the spike. And then you take C and you use the From the Shadows to get the spike from A.
Yep.
That's a fun bait and switch. I love doing that. I think it's hilarious, and it works out way too well, even though they know, like, you can tell what we're doing. But, I mean, in this kind of competitive setting, I don't expect that to happen, but it would be fun nonetheless. But look at
Bait
this
and
stack
switch
up
with an
towards
Omen
B
ult.
main.
That jet spray is so cute.
Guiding Light does flash reliquify. Dizzy is noted. They've spotted out at least 3 towards B main. And no chip damage for either team, and now they're taking heavy sight line towards A. Buff takes care of Pop Totem, and now they are taking the site for free. The door opens in tree. ACAT and his team, all 4 members, are going up towards B heaven, towards that stair or heaven area on A. Now I'm
planted.
very, very curious on how they play this retake, because they have such weak weapon. Pain Shells comes out to push them out a little bit. There is some chip damage. The stun comes out. There is Little Man sticking the bomb. Is he going to be able to stick the bomb? No, he's not. He gets half. But Crayon Eater, Fortune, and Siren take out 3 members in a matter of seconds, and they get another flawless.
Another flawless round. Team Rock Solid, sorry.
Rock Solid they are living up to their name. They really are.
They are indeed.
But yeah, that's another round where their economy is set perfectly for at least another couple rounds, and they're going up against the thresh of Team JP Red. Now, it'll be difficult I mean, they have buys here, but they're look at this fight. They want to take this fight. There's 5 members, or 4 members of JP Red versus.
Oh no.
2-for-1 trade as ABGS and ACAT fall. Does get 1 kill though. Coil holding a great angle as catches re-liquefied. The Thresh does come out. Siren goes to catch one, but doesn't get caught out by the Thresh. Coil is reloading. Siren is now spamming the box and gets the kill.
No way.
I like what JP Red is trying to do. I like the aggression.
Yes.
I like that they're trying to start themselves.
Yeah.
But I am overjoyed at how Rock Solid is playing these rounds. The aggression, they're counter-aggressing them. They're playing the tight angles. Yes, a couple of them do fall, but the overall, like, their confidence is sky high right now. And now they have the Thresh on their side to potentially take, I'm assuming, a B or C site hit. And with this timeout active, they've got to be talking not about this next round, like I've mentioned before. They're going to be talking about the next round after this, the next buy round. What can they do in that next buy round? Is it going to be, are they going to do heavy aggression out towards a main once again? Are they going to do, are they going to play site and play for retake?
They have been playing for retake, but
they haven't really been playing for retake though, because they've just been playing heavily aggressive and then they lose all their fights.
Are we talking about Team JP Red right here?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, because that's the 3rd round in a row where they've put 4 of the 5 members of their team towards one of the lanes, and then they immediately lose those fights.
I see, but I thought like the taking of the B side and then they are playing retake. They haven't been playing retake at all.
They might be playing retake, but they're losing too many members off the start of the round. Like
yeah.
the aggression is fine, but they lose 2 or 3 members, and then the remaining 1 or 2
Monster on the loose.
have to play that retake. But right now we're seeing a C hit. The Thresh comes out, pushes back so that Gecko can take him back up, and Pop Totem will swing out, and they catch 2 off, but they still have 4 alive. Hard catch well. Gets 1, doesn't get stunned by the wingman there, but the Thresh does go towards them. And Fortune catches him on the rotate flank.
Where are we going this time? Remember what worked in the past.
Just a really good round.
Yeah.
Once again, Rock Solid is using the util extremely well, aggressing properly, being strong in their team fights, utilizing their utility very well. And I mean, it leaves something to be desired right now from JP Red, and I'm expecting that this round right here is where they've talked about what needs to change after that time.
I think they did change the positioning of each team. So we have the KJ now on A side. Oh. One-way smoke for the JP Red. No one is speaking at C. Everyone's leaning towards A.
Yeah, an A lean, but look at where the spike is. The spike is towards that B main area with that Killjoy, or late towards A. The alarm bot does spot out a couple people with the shots following that up, so the information is there. The paranoia is out. Pop Totem is already pushing on the site. Pop Totem does fall to Siren, and then Siren is able to shadow step out of danger. Liquefy is sitting in towards that default area. Plant is going down. Trailblazer goes out. Does get a little bit of information.
Cover going out.
And they flood onto site. Showstopper out. Seekers out. 1-for-1 trade. Re-liquefy. Is in a great spot. Kiyotaka does catch 2. The Rolling Thunder also comes out. Buff gets 1, Crayon Eater gets 1, and we are left in a 1v2. Coiled versus Buff and Crayon Eater, the duo that can't be stopped. They are so strong together. They play so well off of each other. And once again, I think
also have the same agents as the last game.
Yeah, and I think that part of the problem that round was
they got super overwhelmed by the defenders, and they had to utilize the Rolling Thunder to kind of relinquish the threat, and it worked really well because Buff was on site in tree and Crayon Eater was in main, so they had that crossfire happening if necessary, and they played that extremely well.
Every clutch moment, those two just clutch it.
There's at least one involved in almost every clutch moment.
Yeah.
Or big round. And Coil holding this tight stairs angle, and Buff, though, doesn't care about the angle. Gets the first pick of the round onto Coiled. The Gecko is down. They don't have Little Bro to defuse that spike.
You should
But
run.
Kimitaka is creeping up to his entry point. There is a game. Lockdown is down, but Pop Totem doesn't care. Buff gets a trade. Kimitaka gets the trade reversed. And now they're going to be taking that site. Reliquify does go into that CT area, and what a bold play gets two!
Last player standing. Spike down. Clutch.
Reliquify falls, and Cat somehow dodges the showstopper.
That's a first win for JP Red, though.
Oh my god! And if there's a round that gets you hyped up, it's that round, because you have no business winning that round with that showstopper up, but unfortunately just goes over ACAT's shoulder, hits too far behind, and it doesn't do enough damage to kill.
Oh my goodness.
Hopefully here is where we see a little bit of a turn in the tides for JP Red, but I mean, that was a really strong round from
That is
Rock
true.
Solid as
Reliquify with those two. Oh.
An absurd double
Yeah.
pick. He should not have gotten two.
He was focusing on the detained one, but the one who was protecting the detained one got, oh my gosh, gets killed first,
100%.
and then
I got the spike.
now they're leaning towards going to C, faking A.
Yeah, they're going to use the Omen here to continue that fake a little more, and then use From the Shadows to get that C space.
Yep, probably going to pick off those who are rotating from the little door.
And there's the ult. He's over towards A site, or sorry, C site, and they take the site hit. So just like that, as fast as they took that space towards A, they immediately rotated. They're sending Wingman to get that plant down from down. And now look at the positioning of the defenders. They're going to hit this fast through the door. All five of them. It's going to be a bloodbath. There is a 5v5. 2 fall on the side of the defenders. 3 fall, 4, 5. And Buff gets 4 straight through the door and the smoke.
Everything's just happening so fast.
1, 2, 3, 4. He doesn't care about the door. You're all dead. Buff.
Was he spraying the whole time?
He was spraying the whole time.
I wish my spray worked like that.
Right? Oh my goodness, but he is the strong man holding up the team because he is Buff right now. The way he is playing, 13-5, and what a round there. Gets the Rolling Thunder activated once again. They can use it for a quick sight hit. They can use it for post plant.
Yep.
And I mean, honestly, they have whatever option they want. They're playing so extremely well right now. The positioning here makes me think that they're going to do the same kind of thing with maybe a bait and switch towards B because of the positioning of the Killjoy and the Gecko. The Guiding Light does get that information to the front of B, but look at the 4 members on that A site and tree.
3 members.
Now,
2 members.
2 members.
Spike down A.
As ACAT does see into rubble, but Buff doesn't know. Buff doesn't know.
No.
That was a great shadow step there. And
That
now,
is true.
look at the spike positioning as well. ACAT has the spike all to themselves. Siren gets 1, but doesn't know that
player standing.
Siren's here. Gets the pick with the classic. Reliquify does get caught.
One enemy remaining.
ACAT has 4. ACAT has 4. It is a 1v1.
30
the smoke
seconds
goes
left.
down. Spike is still down towards that A main area. Back by rubble.
Both are just waiting for each other to push.
The turret goes up. It won't see anything though, but it does note that he is close with that killjoy. And the timing.
10 seconds left.
The TP. He goes to sight. He sticks the sight. Fortune though. Fortune. Oh my goodness.
Spike
He's
planted.
not aware that it can't. The ace, the clutch,
No
and what a
way.
round there, 8-2.
Ace.
Oh my goodness. Fortune, you had the opportunity to shoot back and you didn't. That's unfortunate, but they still have such a big lead. But again, these 2 rounds that they've won where EggCat has gotten those clutches, it gets the confidence up, it gets you hyped up, and it's one step closer to just piling on a couple more round wins. That was an insane play there by EggCat. Both the stick and the TP on the site and the shadow step in behind rubble to catch out Buff after the initial door open. Like, that's just really well played.
I
Omen.
know, that is insane play by EggCat.
Siren with the TP to rubble here. Nation is a bare minimum here as the Raze over towards C is holding out. I believe the Raze has an operator. Nope, the Raze has a Vandal, but does get caught out with the jump peak, does get a little bit of chip damage done to them. And the Gecko is also towards C with that spike. Coiled is readying Thresh. This is a great idea here. Both teams now have Thresh and one other ult available, whether it's the Lockdown or the Rolling Thunder. Look at the positioning of both Omen and Breach over towards A for the side of Rock Solid. If they destroy this alarm bot, they have sight for free. They don't know that there's nothing on site, but all it takes is
on the loose.
they use the Thresh to clear out sight. That is a totally fine ult. I think that's a great information gatherer. They take sight now for free based on the information. The lockdown does go down though. Trailblazer out as well. A little bit of information out towards main. Paint Shells comes out. Crayon Eater does escape the Killjoy lockdown and almost gets the pick towards stairs, but the ultimate as Siren catches 2. EggCat and Kiyotaka get 1 each. And now we're left with Little Bro defusing. He's
Wingman!
He does get 1.
1 enemy remaining.
Crayon Eater gets another pick. The last one on site.
He can smoke off stairs and just stick to the defuse.
Tap. Does he stick? Oh, but reliquify with the spray, able to catch it. And just like that, it is a 9-2 lead.
Last round in the half.
What a half here from Rock Solid so far. Can they build up 1 extra round to make it a 10-2 lead going into the second half? I mean, it's sure looking good with how they are playing. Buff, Siren, Crayon Eater, they're all playing extremely well. I mean, look at the top of the leaderboard. You got Buff with 14 and 7, Siren with 14 and 6, and then your Raze at 14 and or 11 and 5. Like the 3 of them combined are just under 20 deaths. Like that's absurd for 10 rounds. For 11 rounds.
Such a positive KDA.
Guiding Light comes out from B, gets them a little bit of information, but look at the push out from JP Red. As they push out and they catch 2 from the side of Rock Solid. They don't see the spike though. But look, they're just giving up the spike. They don't know if they saw it or not, but they're just giving it up because they have the Omen from the shadows to pick it up. B Liquefied does make a sound cue going up towards A heaven area. A little bit of chip damage done. Reliquify does fall to pop totem. Now they've got a nano swarm, but Siren gets the head out of there. Oh my goodness,
the delay is delaying.
A is prime. The showstopper comes out. The ultimate comes out. What can they do here? The stun.
Last player standing.
Oh no! The showstopper at the close angle there is perfect by I Love Jess.
And we have team JP Red on a 3-9 scoring. I keep confusing JP Red to Rock Solid. Oh my gosh.
I mean, now they move to the attacker side. JP Red does, and they've got to show up. They've got to show up
Yep.
and they've got to show out.
Yep.
Because if they don't, it could be a really quick half. I mean, the defense of this rock solid team is scary when it gets rolling. They won only 6 on defense last time after their 6 round losses. So they need to come out big. They need to get at least 4. I think they can do it.
I
but
think they
I
can
mean,
do it.
anything can happen, especially if the offense connects the way it does for JP Red. Crayon Eater with the dizzy over Waterfall does get the information, spots out 3. Fortune backing up to backside. The paint shells does block them off for a couple seconds. The smoke comes out. And instead of hitting, they're opting for B rotate through the door. They do have the information. Dizzy spots out 2. I don't think they saw where they were, but it doesn't matter. The guiding light and the aftershocks, they take the site.
Spike planted.
Buff, unfortunately, doesn't get the kill on Kiyotaka. Reliquify is there, ready to go. 2 bullets left. Reliquify reloads and reaggresses into that little door area. Fortune, though, is prepared. Yes, does get almost the kill, but ACAT gets 1. Fortune gets 1 as well, and there's the right click from Fortune as they get another. Look at
A classic, a right click classic at that value.
It's a free gun, by the way.
It's one of those crazy guns where if he connects there and he's able to reset and get a right click off, the Omen and Sky are both one shot. If he connects the right click and catches them, it's a 1v1. So very, very close round there for the side of Rock Solid, but they end up losing the round, and now they have a light buy hat here before they go into their purchase round.
Oh.
ABGS catches out Fortune.
I see the Fortune was just jiggle picking just to see information, but yeah, got wall bang. Unfortunate.
100%. That's the way of the Valorant peak. You know, you never know what you're gonna get. Information comes out. The Dizzy comes out. There's all sorts of information that comes out, but opting to go quiet and re-hit somewhere else, that's a great play. But Siren now with the positioning doesn't catch out Eggcat. The Gecko almost catches him with the Dizzy, but doesn't as well. And now they're rotating towards A site.
Bot coming back.
Again, they have that Gecko. They can plant with the Wingman.
Satchel out.
And ABGS blast pack into back site.
Spike stick, back to me.
ABGS doesn't care if Reliquify is going to peek, but takes them out. And now it's a 3v2 retake for the defenders. Siren gets 1 with the right click. ABGS gets 2. Crayon Eater gets the trade on ABGS. And now we're left with a 1v3. Sheriff only. Paranoid doesn't hit. With the late into heaven there, gets the kill, gets a Bulldog and a Sheriff. And again, a good round for them to kind of reset, get their economy in good form.
Yep.
And now they can kind of press into this next round with like reckless abandonment. They can really just go crazy and still be able to buy next. So, I mean,
Reckless abandonment?
yeah, because you can just be reckless. You don't have to worry about your economy this round.
Oh,
They
yeah.
want to win the round because it's their bonus, and they want to cause mayhem to the economy of the
Yeah.
Stun does come out. The fault line does come out on A. Doesn't catch anything, but they do hear the spam through the wall with the Guardian. ABGS, though, is taking point on this C hit, it looks like. Paint Shells comes out to destroy the KJ utility, but little do they know the KJ utility is set up all towards Bend. Now that with the noise they've made, they're actually opting to back out towards the same kind of play they played this last round in. That being said, it might be a B hit here combined with the showstopper. Dizzy does come out towards Waterfall, does catch out Siren.
Scout destroyed.
I mean, A-Cat, sorry. And now they go towards
Oh.
B. They throw open the door and they full hit towards C. Showstopper gets off, throws it into Waterfall, catches out Fortune. Unfortunately, they fall.
Unfortunately,
Unfortunately, they fall. And ABGS gets Crayon Eater, and once again, they have a big lead here. It would be a real heartbreaker to lose, but Buff swings, gets 2, and now it's even numbers
One
against
enemy
them.
remaining.
Siren gets
One
1,
enemy
Kiyotaka
remaining.
gets 1, Buff with 3 on the round. All that's left is ABGS holding the angle, does the flash hit. Shock holds him off, he gets half. And he gets the 4th!
Get the
Buff with the
play.
clutch.
Buff with another 4K to clutch it up. There is no business winning that round after being down 3 members. That is absurd. Absolutely well played. And
Buff.
like Buff is
Buff is buffing right now.
he is Buff carrying the team on his back
He
with those
is.
clutches. Like, it's just absurd, and that's a big round to get too. Yes, they can rebuy, and they unfortunately aren't going to be able to buy. As you can see, the economy for the side of Rock Solid unfortunately doesn't have a lot of money, but they can reinvest minimally. But I mean, like, the round was won, so Buff has to be happy that he won that.
That was still insane.
That
Like,
was
the
an
use of
insane play.
utilities and everything was just
The
thought out.
the flash as he crossed was bold because
Yeah,
it could have been
yeah,
one
that is
tapped.
true.
But then to use the aftershock to hold them off so that he can get it to half before he swings, really well played. And if you wanted to throw extra salt on the wound, he did have the fault line available. So it could have been used at any point after the aftershock. But at the same time, as soon as the player hears that start to charge up, they're going to swing around the corner. I think that was just really well played. As we see here, we got a little bit of a tech pause, and we are back to it. There was a little bit of an audio hiccup, but we are back. It is a 10-5 lead for Rock Solid over JP Red. Crayon Eater, you see here with the Dizzy over toward Waterfall. And we are seeing a heavy aggression here from JP Red into this C main area lobby. Dizzy immediately gets taken out. He doesn't even get
They now know.
Doesn't even get
They
to
know.
spot out anybody. And ABGS with the quick paint shells trying to destroy something, destroys all 3 pieces of util that the Killjoy has in C main there. So big damage there on the utility setup of these defenders. Dizzy is out trying to get a little bit more information, doesn't hear anything. Siren does hear the Trailblazer over towards A. I think he's debating opening up that. No, he's just looking at the smoke. I take it back. He's holding that smoke, waiting for them to press up, but they're actually doubling back off the Trailblazer back towards the C site. So once they get here, it'll probably be an explosion, either with the Seekers or the Gecko Fresh.
Yeah, Dizzy do spots 3, so now they know that they are going to push C for sure.
Crayon Eater is holding Waterfall. Doesn't get the kill, but
30
pushes
seconds
back
left.
towards Waterfall to reconvene with his teammate. And we do see Coiled struggling to decide where he should be on site, and they're grabbing the spike and they're actually pushing back outside the site. Coiled and Kiyotaka get 1. And they're abandoned site, but they have little to no time. But they actually go back into site, and now it's a 3v1. Fortune has 1. What just happened?
Wait, they planted, but then they canceled just to battle those gunfights in sight.
What happened was
There was 2 people from the defending side running into sight just to stop the plant, and then
what happened was Wingman stopped planting. They destroyed Wingman, so the plant didn't go down, and then they had to take that. The
they
Gecko
used
on the
Wingman.
attackers.
They didn't. Oh,
Yeah, they used Wingman. The
And
Wingman
then-
falls.
Yeah.
They have to go and get the bomb.
yeah,
Then the Gecko that picked up the bomb started running off site.
yeah, and
They
then
open
went
door,
back
and
into.
then he runs back into site
Yeah.
with 12 seconds left. Like, talk about, like,
you know, like the circus sound, like dun 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 dun, dun. Like that's what that round was. They had no business
That
running off a site with the
it's just
bomb.
that the timer was just pressuring them.
Yeah, that was
But it was
round.
yeah, it was indeed.
But I mean, they got the bomb down. They ended up getting the round win. They've secured another round. They take the timeout. They're kind of setting themselves up for this next round, keeping the momentum going. They do have the Seekers available as well if they would like to use it for a site hit. We might see them do more or less the same play, aggress towards C, then A, then back to C with an explosive hit, because that seems to be what's working for this JP Red team, kind of bait and switching where the rotates are happening and then aggressing off of the utility of this Sky or
Dizzy's up top.
Gecko. Dizzy does go up, does spot only one. ABGS gets noted, but with that being said, they're going to expect probably at least one or two to pick it up. The Gecko does get the ult orb here, so he's building back up towards his own Thresh. Queld is just holding this tight angle with the bomb. I don't necessarily like that because I'd like him to leave with the team. Dizzy gets thrown up once again in towards Waterfall, gets shot immediately, so they know that at least one is C-mount. Now, who is it? They don't know, but they, once again, they've baited, so they had one C-mount. They've sent it all the way to A. Now the Gecko hears it again towards C, and now they're hitting. Oh, send Wingman, there's a Mosh, Egg Cat shoots on a site, Crayon Eater and Fortune both get one as they hit the site. Seekers come out.
Fortune's in a really tight angle right now. Going there. There's a tap.
30 seconds left.
Gets
Molly
pushed
gets-
out by the Molly.
Last player
That's a great
standing.
play there.
Yes.
Spike down, C.
All buff is towards that door area, running through to Waterfall, and Kiyotaka left with 12 seconds and an impossible decision. Do you take the fight or do you plant the bomb? You try to
He
take the
took
fight
the
and
fight. Yeah.
but I like where their head's at, but considering that's the third round in a row that they've done the C to A to C hit, it is a little bit readable with how they're positioning and what information they are gaining. So I think there has to be something else that goes on. But this round in particular, they are going to have a light buy. And I mean, this is going to be a tough round. If they lose this, they are then on
Satchel out.
match point. So they have to win this, right? And oh my goodness, the 50 damage to the breach on site from the Rays, who satcheled across to rubble, and Quail is taking this angle and he clears it. It's safe. Now, do we see a fast site hit here because they are on an econ, or do we see them bait and switch over towards C?
I think it's going to be a bait and switch once again. Trying to pick out one, at least one or two in a site, since they are saving.
Healing over here. Hawk out.
Everything gets thrown. Aftershock, Dizzy, Sky Flash, everything goes, and they're entering that site. They open the door once again. They're pushing back. Are they going to rotate? They are. They're literally going for yet another bait and switch. The 5 members are over towards C. The Killjoys leading the way with Fortune on the back of site. The 4 other members
30
are
seconds
lagging
left.
behind, but oh my goodness, what an interesting pivot with 30 seconds left to go all the way towards C. Fortune does get one and pops the mouse one there. Now delayed in getting that site.
Fortune
gets
gets 3.
Can
Dizzy's up.
clear the deal.
Dizzy
Dizzy
has
comes
targets.
out, gets shot immediately.
One
Notes that
enemy
there
remaining.
are 2.
10 seconds
Crayon
left.
Eater gets 1 kill with the Mosh. Pop Totem gets Crayon Eater, and Siren cleans it up for Rock Solid
Match
to go
point.
on to match
That
point.
was a really insane hold of KJ. Fortune holding the site down. He was able to get 3 of them.
Yeah, getting 3 was
He was
massive.
anchoring. He was very patient. They know that some of our that they are pushing it, but that Fortune just like,
Gun here.
oh, I'm gonna anchor this site. I know they're gonna rotate.
Yeah, that was a good decision to anchor down.
Yeah.
And you could see that he didn't leave the site once.
He
like
didn't.
He left to maybe waterfall, but his utility was still available. The fault line does come out towards A. The Gecko Dizzy does come out as well. Does not note any players here, but they know that one's there because of the fault line. What do they do going up against a full arsenal of ultimates? They have Fresh, Lockdown, Rolling Thunder, and From the Shadows on the side of the defense. The attackers need to hit hard, fast, and they need to get their shots to hit. Patience is a virtue, and I don't know if it's going to pay off this round because the information they're gathering by not hitting anything is way too much. Rock Solid is leaning towards A site, does catch one. Kiyotaka does fall over towards that orb. Eggcat catches one as well, and Crayon Eater falls. They now have the ability to take this B site. The alarm bot goes down. They're going to take this site. Wingman is planting.
Spike planted.
4v4. The Thresh does get called in by Coil. Does not detain anybody, but they take the fight anyways. There's 3
One
of them.
enemy remaining.
Fortune. Fortune does not care if they swing or not. Buff wraps it up. Holy moly, what a game.
What a
Rock
game indeed.
Solid game.
Rock
Defenders
solid,
win.
solid game.
They are going off to the grand finals. So they will be playing against the winner of the loser finals, which could be
The next stream game.
Yeah, it will be the next stream game. But on top of that, they're going to have a rematch regardless of who they play in the grand finals. 5 Asian Men
Yeah.
or JP Red. So whoever wins, this is going to be a very, very interesting game
So 5
going
Asian
into the
Men
grand finals.
versus JP Red. And if ever JP Red, it's going to be a rematch once again with Rock Solid in the grand finals. So actually, this
Absolutely.
is the best of 3. So
Well, the lower bracket finals is just a best of 1.
I mean, the grand finals will be the best of 3. So
Yes.
that is actually gonna be an exhausting game. So
It will be indeed.
yeah,
We
but
are
we are going to
have to go to a break here.
Yeah.
There's going to be about a 10-minute break, and then we will get into the loser bracket grand final, which is 5 Asian Men versus JP Red. Super excited to see who gets the rematch against Rock Solid. Don't think we are off yet, but we're looking at the stats here. I do want to just point out Buff, Fortune, and Siren, the 3 members of Rock Solid that played extremely well. Their ACS is over 245 each minimum, and honestly, they had 6 or 8 first bloods combined between the 3 of them, and they're not even duelists. They are the support players that are supposed to set up
Yeah.
the duelist. And I mean, even when they set up Reliquify, you've got them on the duelist with 3 first bloods. So between the entire team they had 12 first bloods. The team had 12 first bloods for the side of Rock Solid. That is Rock Solid indeed. Like, that is on point. And I mean, you've got the Gecko doing the planting. That makes sense. 6
Everyone
plants.
stood out in this game. Everyone from Team Raw Solid really did stood out in this game.
Yeah,
They did all their jobs. They did all the clutch moments. They did everything. Especially Fortune, Buff.
I mean, even Siren too. Like Siren played extremely
I think
well.
everyone did. Yeah, everyone
I mean,
did so great.
The notable difference is Crayon Eater didn't pop off like they did in that first game. They only went 13 and 12, but
Yeah.
the impact was still really good. But yeah, we are going to go to a break here. I'm not sure of the full length of the break. It could be 10 minutes, but we are going to go to break here, and we will be back shortly for the loser bracket grand final, or the loser brackets final, before we head to the grand final.
Oh,
Get that light turned. Welcome back. We are getting ready and prepped for this next game, the losers final, which is 5 Asian men versus
JP Red.
Now, this is going to be a great game. These two teams have not played each other as of yet, but
They haven't?
no, unless they played in the qualifier or scrimmed against each other, they have not played each other yet. So going into this last game in the loser final, it's going to be very interesting to see what kind of anti-strats they come up with, if there's going to be any sort of aggression, what kind of team comps they're going to go with. There's a lot of variables that go into this game because it's a very important game. This is the game that gives you a guaranteed second place. At the very least, a second place, right?
You know, I noticed from the last match, JP Red actually plays the same style as the 5 Asian men. They do bait and switch a lot.
They do indeed. So it'll be interesting to see if they kind of decide, hey, this team is playing similarly to us, or if they are going to go ahead and kind of have to change up the script. Because yeah, at this point it's do or die. If you lose, you're out.
That
and if
is
you
true.
win, you are second place. You are then playing for the grand finals. You're going to be playing for that grand prize. So it's very, very important here that they kind of figure out what they want to do and how to bounce back when the mental gets low, or if these bad rounds happen, because they do happen, right? And it's one of those things where, I mean, anything can happen.
Everyone's
they've pushed through to the top 3.
Yeah, everyone's adrenaline is pumping right now for sure. Everyone's just stoked about this losers final, sorry. Because 5 Asian men and JP Red has had enough. 5 Asian men actually had a 1-hour break. JP Red's is just going straight into the battle once again.
Yep, they get the same 10-minute break that we have going into this next game. So it'll be interesting to see if JP Red is coming in feeling warm, ready, and all that, or if the 1-hour reset that 5 Asian men got is going to be beneficial for them.
Yeah.
It can be really hard to get that break and then come in and you feel a little cold.
You think if every time you play, you yourself, when you play Valorant, when you take breaks, it's just 10 minutes is okay, right?
I mean, I just queue endlessly, so I don't really give myself a break. So I don't really get that. I don't have that experience.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think a 10-minute break is actually better because, you know, you get to rest your hands a bit, but then your hands is warmed enough just to play. Unless 5 Asian men was playing off stream and we didn't see them warm up at all. So
they could be in the range, kind of getting it set up and working towards
that,
right?
I think they are using the other room from playing. I think they are situated there, and the other teams are at the bottom of this school, so they are at the core, and probably the five Asian was just waiting around in that room. So they're probably waiting. And
I'm sure they were in like death matches.
Yeah, death matches. Yeah.
In between their game and this game, right? With that long break, you kind of got to step back in and get activated. You want the hand-eye to be ready. You want to be warm going into this next game. And
for sure.
It's especially because it's so important, right? This game is going to be it as I've said, it's do or die. Winner moves on, gets a top 2.
Yep.
The loser doesn't move on and gets a top 3. There is still a prize for both teams, regardless of if they move on or not. But it's just a matter of who wants the better prize.
That is true. Once again, the prize is a $50. Was it $50? It is a $50 $50 Valorant points and a trophy that is specially made for this NorQuest Esports tournament.
The trophy that you've been seeing in between us talking,
between the commercial breaks. Yep.
That trophy is incredible. If I had been in high school and seen the opportunity to win a trophy like that, I would have been so jealous.
True.
Like
I am so jealous right now, and I'm in freshman year, but I am so glad that NorQuest Esports, esports in general, is progressing to this day, you know?
Yeah, 100%.
It's
It
just
really is
it
fun
makes
to
me
watch.
it makes me really happy that esports is just been taken seriously.
Yep.
It's not just a sport that's just thrown away. We are actually supported by a lot of sponsors and a lot of people in general. So yeah, there's a lot of gamers birthing out of quarantine. So it's just amazing to see high schoolers in immortal elos
Yeah.
doing tournaments. They are young. They are young at heart. Their spirits are wild. I believe they all have the potential to be in a pro tournament in the future. So even though I have the dream, I have that dream instead.
Fair
It's just-
enough. Well, two things. I was looking at the chat and I was saying buff, guys. Like, let's be real. I didn't enunciate it enough, but I was saying buff. Okay, so like, let's. I got the name. The name is good. We're set for the grand finals when he's back in the lobby. And secondly, we were talking about Valorant points. What is your favorite skin in the game? Loaded question, because there's a lot of skins.
Right now, I know there's a lot of skins, but right now I have my goal at Forsaken or Sovereign skins.
Interesting.
Yes, they have been giving me a lot of crispy aims, a lot of straight bullet aims. It's just I want to get that in my shop as soon as possible, and I will get that immediately.
Fair enough.
What is yours?
For me, right now the one I really want is the Primordial Vandal. I'm
Primordial?
very disappointed that I didn't get that. The gun sound is so
It is
crisp. and it
similar to
sounds so
Elder
good.
Flame as well, but
It is.
it
The
is
sound
like
is a little bit better though.
yeah, Elder Flame. If Elder Flame and Reaver had a child, it would be Primordial.
Yep, 100%. And I really want the Primordial. But that's the one I'm set on. But the one that I actively use that I have right now is the Xenofang. That is the poor man's Araxis Vandal. It's like
Wait, I actually like that skin.
I really like the Xenofang
yeah.
too. It's not as like
It's
I
really
like the
unique.
Araxis. The Araxis I would take over the Xenofang. But
Oh,
like I bought the Xenofang because I missed out on Araxis. So I mean like let's be real here. They're both good. They're just a smidge different. You know, it's like when you're asking somebody to copy their homework and they're like, sure, but just change it. That's what Xenofang is compared to
Yeah.
Araxis. Like it's the same but different.
Do you think that skins play a big role?
I don't think so, but it looks like we are actually going to go back here to another 10-minute break because there is a tech issue at the moment. So as they fix that up, we are going to go to a break and then we will be back for this loser's final match. So be back here in about 10 minutes and we will kick it off then. See you soon. okay, she said yes. I'll ask for the pronunciation. Cool. Welcome back. We are here getting ready for the losers final. 5 Asian men versus JP Red. Now it is going to be sunset, and I believe the attackers are going to be 5 Asian men first. Nope, JP actually
Red.
attacked first. So JP Red is getting attacked on sunset first versus 5 Asian men. So this, I'm really excited to see this map. I know we've seen this twice already. I know we've seen Lotus, and I know we've seen Ascent and Bind. We haven't gotten any of the other 3 maps, which are super fun. Icebox, Breeze, or Split.
I am really expecting for Breeze, but I think that is for the grand finals.
I think so. But I mean, Sunset is such a good map. So I mean, I personally suck at it.
Yep.
I personally don't like playing the map, but I like watching it because there's so many different ways you can go. The aggression towards mid, you can take that mid space, go up to mid top, and then go through their spawn to either side. You can do fast hits towards A. If you have a Sova or Raze, you can destroy the trips, which they were doing on that first map in regards to the hits on B for the Cypher. So there's a lot of ways to negate the impact that a Sentinel has on this map based on your utility that you have as attackers. So I'm pretty interested to see what comes through and how both teams kind of play off the utility that they have.
I am just excited for another Clove plays here. So we are probably going to expect some Clove players here.
I would hope that we see a Clove player, but I don't know if we will, because
it's just that five Asian men did have Clove as KNB had Clove really good at Sunset.
True.
But they just it just didn't work out during that time. And JP Red. Okay, so JP Red, what do you think is their composition here?
Well, based on what their Lotus was, I think that it'll kind of depend on what they want to play personally. So I think you're gonna see Eggcat on an Omen.
Eggcat on Omen?
Yeah, he's been pretty consistent on that smoke player. I think you're gonna see Pop Totem on the Sentinel as well, because I that's the only agent we've seen them on. ABGS on the Raze most likely, because Raze is still an impactful agent.
Yeah,
on
ABGS with the Raze
on this map.
Truly a Raze main for sure. Coiled with the Gecko?
I don't know if we'll see the Gecko on Sunset here. I mean, like, I like Gecko on Sunset, but I don't think we'll see Coiled on it. But it'll depend on what Kiyotaka goes as well. Because if they double up on Initiators again, they have the old 1-2 combo of what they can go. And if one goes, say, Sova, the other will go more impactful with maybe a Breach or a KO. You can also
go... Sova in Sunset. We haven't really seen a Sova.
We haven't, but it is really impactful. And I know I'm biased.
I hope they hear us.
Sova, but like the impact that Sova has, because one shot card can get rid of all of the trips on B. You also have the ability for the ultimate. You can do those through multiple lanes that are straight through in towards that B main area, or ulting from the round start in A main. Yep. So there is a lot of impact for a Sova on this map. Now, that being said, it looks like we're just a second away from getting in. We are just waiting on one ready check here, and then we will get into this Sunset map for the lower bracket finals. 5 Asian men versus JP Red. A battle of attrition. Can they do this? Can they last longer than the other team? And who moves forward to the grand finals? We are loading in now, and instantly Eggcat locks in that Omen, and we see Coiled on the Gecko. Pop Totem
Eggcat on
that
Omen.
Initiator on that Sentinel. And then Kiyotaka on the alternate.
Same
Initiator.
roster.
Same roster. The only difference is KJ and Sky are swapped out for Cypher and Breach. Not opposed to
we
that.
all know that Cypher is like better here in Sunset. I mean, KJ is really good here, but her utilities are limited. Her nanoswarms, sorry, her nanoswarms are just limited, and it just won't get enough space to cover the whole site, unless it's only going to cover the entry site.
Yeah, and on the side of 5 Asian men, you've got Asian Invasion, who's hovering that raise, who will probably be locked in. Chinatown Bro on that Gecko once again. Profit on the Reyna.
KNB with the
and KNB
clove
on the clove.
again.
So I really like this. KNB played exponentially well with that clove. Profit played extremely well on the Reyna.
Yes.
Asian Invasion has been very, very consistent on that raise. And Chinatown Bro has been absolutely stepping up to the plate when he needs to on that initiator as Gecko. Has the ability to do a lot of damage and a lot of information gained with that agent. So it will be interesting to see how they utilize it on attack.
Everyone's adrenaline just pumping right now. I hope everyone is ready and wishing the best of luck to all the teams.
Absolutely, it is a go here as we're 18 seconds out from the beginning of this lower bracket finals. And I mean, your guess is as good as mine. I have no idea who's going to take this game. It's just a matter of what they can do and how they pull it back. Titan's actually going with a
Titan with a double lineup. I mean, double one way. Sorry, it's not a lineup.
Well, it is a lineup.
I mean, yeah.
For the one, right? But backs up the trip towards stairs so that they can take the site for free without worry of the front, because that paint shell's coming out. The Dizzy comes out, they take that site. They send Lil Man to plant on the stairs. It is going down, and Kiyotaka swings. Titan gets taken down by ABGS, and Kiyotaka. Now it's a 5v4 for the attackers. They have the advantage. KNB falls to Pop Totem. Coil gets one. Chinatown Bro gets one. ABGS gets another, and ABGS gets a third with that classic. Able to clean it up, get 3 kills, and honestly, that was one of their better pistol rounds of the ones that they've played so far.
Yeah. Wait. It was so fast that everything's just 1 died, 2 died, and then ABG's, I love ABG's, was just like getting those 3Ks smoothly and clean. It's just insane how they just want the game to finish quickly.
Well, that's the hope, but you can never rely on that too heavily, especially when it's only the first round, right? That paint shells comes out, Dizzy comes out, doesn't spot anybody. Gecko sends Wingman to plant. Gets one, Tiger falls. Kiyotaka, ABGs, everybody.
What?
5 seconds, span of 5 seconds, 3 members of the defense are dead.
Yes, even though there are 3 on site for B.
And they're taking this with a grain of salt. They are going to, obviously the defenders have to try and get on the site to take those angles. But then paint shells come out. Asian Invasion does get one. Eggcat gets one as well. And with the spam, ABGs is able to...
He has a Phantom, so that is one big investment for ABGs. So he is really feeling himself right now.
Yeah, getting that invested in that second round is massive.
Yeah.
Because even in this round here, I mean, you still have Phantom, you can still reinvest.
You have big confidence if you buy a Phantom on the second round of the game.
100%. We are going to round 3 here with a heavy lean towards this B site. They're going to probably look towards getting that paint shell down, destroying that Cypher trip if necessary. But I really like the renewed confidence that JP Red has come out in this game with comparatively to how that first game ended. Wingman is out. Chinatown Bro gets tagged with a flash. Falls, KNB, Chinatown Bro, both get 2 each, and all that's left is Breach in main. Main shells come out, and they are going to just run him down through the smoke, and just like that, it is a win, a flawless win at that.
I mean, they did have the gun advantage.
in reality, it should be their round 1. But like to get a flawless like that when you're going up against even just one phantom, you're hoping as the attackers that you can at least get 1 or 2 guns out of the hands of them. But they
Yep.
just all fell so quickly.
Yes.
Alrighty, here we have another. Well, actually, it's like a pretty even split. You've got a 2-1-2 out towards A, B, and mid.
Bomb buddy out.
And so here we go. We are moving on up. B main is being taken by Cypher and Gecko. The door immediately gets destroyed by the players and tiles. Now they have to be worried about that mid push at any point in the game. Or in this round, rather. They break that and they immediately move back, pivot towards this A main area. And in doing so, they might be looking for an early fight here. The stun comes through in towards elbow. They take that space, and now they're exploding. ABGs gets the first kill on the Prophet, and that's a great crosshair placement to get that first kill.
That is true.
One dead.
Oh,
Pop Totem
Pop
with a
Totem.
great crosshair placement there too, and they are
he
red.
knew he was gonna swing out of. Oh,
Chinatown Bro and Titan, they'll get being picked. As ABGs get blinded from Busy KMB gets straight.
One enemy remaining.
Falls. Titan is the last one alive, and they stun themselves. Or no, that was Chinatown Bro's ult. That is really unfortunate. I thought it was his because he did use it in the early round too. That is far too unlucky there. They fall, and now it's a 2-2 into this round number 5. And honestly, they were pretty strong
they are
rounds
on
on
equal
both sides.
footing. Yeah, equal footing for right now.
But that being said, the 2 rounds that JP Red won
Right there.
were the rounds that like were the quote unquote easier rounds. Now I'm not saying like that, but like those in theory are the easier rounds. Once you get to this round number 5, where you can reinvest into full rifles for your entire team versus full rifles, or round 6, whatever it is, that's where those rounds get even tougher, and you have to make those decisive plays. Because on this round in particular, they are on an eco. They've got a sheriff, a couple specters, and maybe a stinger. And they're taking this space up towards mid, and I really like this, but Asian Invasion catches them out. KMB catches the first kill onto Eggcat. Shells comes out, some chip damage, not a kill though, but Chinatown broke.
ABGs with the collateral.
No way he gets the collateral with that sheriff, but he's not prepared for the flank from
That is still well played there. It's just that the one in the flank died first. Wait, did someone die during the flank, or everything was just happening so fast?
Everything happened in mid there. There was one initial
everything.
pick from the side of the defenders onto the attackers, but then there was that trade of about 5 kills in about 3 seconds, and then that's where we were left. But the Prophet was able to push out of A and get that point, so.
He was able,
Kiyotaka catches Chinatown Bro, who has disconnected.
That is unfortunate. There's going to be a tech issue here.
That might be a round rollback there, as it did happen before anything happened. But we are going to be a little patient here and talk about what to expect once we get back into it.
How are you going to tech pause this when the timer's already running?
Oh, they haven't hit the pause button yet. But
yeah, they haven't. But the timer started already. But like,
well, you can tech pause and roll back the round.
Really?
But yeah, so once that happens, they'll roll back the round and they'll have to replay it because
aren't they going to restart from the beginning to roll back the round?
Yeah. Well, the roll back the round.
I mean, the scoring will.
No, if
30
you roll back
seconds
the round,
left.
it'll be situated.
Okay.
They specifically have that in the game so that it makes it a little easier if these tech issues
That
arise.
is I did not know that. I have never used custom since this year, so I have no idea that there was an update like that.
Yeah, you can roll back.
10
You can
seconds
set
left.
economies. You can
I
set
know
air points.
exactly
You can do
where
everything
you
that's
are.
necessary.
That is so cool.
Satchel out.
But they're playing this out anyways because of what's going on. I'm not entirely sure how this will be situated. But that being said, the ultimates get activated. They take the site. Now it is a 5v3 with the JP Red in towards main. Chinatown Bro does reconnect, so they are back in the server. It's just a matter of what's going to happen to this round, and if anything does at all happen. But the round will be played out, so I'm curious to see what will happen. Prophet is being sprayed by ABGs. Asian Invasion with the showstopper gets the one. Stick is happening. That's one.
No.
That's half.
No.
And it gets stuck down, and they win the round regardless. So what is going to happen here as they win the round even with the DC?
I think, yeah, I think that's on their round. Even their DC die, they were able to like.
They were, but
Yeah.
I mean, it's one of those things. I'm unsure of what's going to happen in regards to what the ruling will be. If it'll be a round rollback.
Yeah,
If it'll be a round win. If it'll be because like they waited and they waited. There was no pause. So it'll be. I don't know what the rule is going to be. It's going to be interesting. Timeout is used here by Coiled on the attackers. So JP Red is going to talk about what can happen here, how they can kind of redeem themselves past that round. If that round sticks, I'm not entirely sure. Again, what's going to happen with that, but how they can bounce back after that. Because to lose with a stick through the smoke, it stings. It's not a good feeling. They did kill everybody, but they lost the round.
It is indeed. It is a disappointing feeling knowing that your sprays did not work through that smoke. No, it's just a little bit of thing and then spray.
That goes there.
Now
100%. But now Titan's getting set up over towards this B site once again, and we see a heavy lean over towards this A site with the spikes actually staying in small. No information gathered from the Dizzy. Prophet pops the Empress, and now Coiled actually grabs the Dizzy back. ABG's is in the perfect angle to catch Prophet off guard. Possibly Coiled does catch Asian Invasion pushing through the smoke. Prophet gets one in towards that elbow area. Great positioning once again. Great read. And now Chinatown Bro catches out Pop Totem. Positioning is big, but Prophet gets one and gets traded out. Now it is a 3v2 for the defenders. They are in a great spot for this round. The Globe does have the not dead yet ultimate available, so they can play a little bit more aggressive. KMB does take out Kiyotaka. Eggcat left alone. Eggcat gets one. The ultimate doesn't get popped. And the immediate from the shadows over to the other site. Now the ultimate
30 seconds left.
theft gets popped.
Spike
they
planted.
know where the Omen is. Where are they going to go here? Doesn't go through to main because the Ripwire is there. Chinatown Bro does get the flash. Dizzy reads it and gets the kill.
I mean, who? Yeah, I mean, now they do have Breach's Rolling Thunder. I think that would be an opportunity for the attacker team to be able to get. Actually, would you think the Rolling Thunder to be used for entering site or for post plant?
It really depends on where you're at in the round. If you use it for if you use it to enter the site with about like say 40 seconds left, you have to have a couple.
I must endure.
If you use it right off the bat, you just run fast. Like it is so difficult to exactly know when to do those things. ABG's pops the showstopper, but unfortunately falls to KMB. He gets two.
Ultimate doesn't get popped. Titan gets the trade as well, so that's just great gameplay there by KNB and Titan as they play together. Chinatown Bro does fall. Optility does have a kill in hand, and now backside. Kiyotaka catches out Titan. Barely gets the kill away with his life.
No.
And the Rolling Thunder gets popped. He is
Last player
one
standing.
shot. Kiyotaka gets one. Doesn't know where Asian Invasion is, but does flash him out into that mid area. So it's just a matter of, can he get the spike, get the plant down? Is he going to try and close the door? Is he going to take the fight? No, he's going to move back towards site here as Asian Invasion invades this market. And the timing is impeccable here. The tap goes and Asian Invasion is pushing out. He's going to see the little
Spike planted.
orb. No, he's not. Okay, he's not high enough. He does see it now. He knows where it's planted. And Kiyotaka wraps around. Doesn't get the stun off, but Kiyotaka falls to Asian Invasion. And really well played round there.
Yeah. Do you think that if the breach did wrap around the raise behind him, there would have been a chance?
Valorant timing. You never know until you do it.
That is so true, yeah.
We can speculate about, hey, this might have happened, but realistically, I mean, I think it's the better play to continue around. But I mean, you never know if he turns around at any point or gets that read
That
as
is
well.
true.
So that is a difficult one. But the attackers do have this thresh that they can use in towards an A hit. A lot of them, they do have Vandals with Light Shield and one Guardian, so this will be an interesting round to see if they use that Thresh or where they use it. Roomba does come out, it gets immediately destroyed, so they note that one's there. KNB picks off
Last player
one
standing.
towards mid, and
Prophet
Prophet
gets
gets
3.
3 with that position. That's just not fair. The stun comes out, Asian Invasion takes care of Kiyotaka, and wow, what a solid round from the side of 5 Asian men there.
Yeah. Especially Prophet getting 3 was huge.
Yeah, he's definitely bounced back on that duelist role, able to be confident in his ability right now. And like that round in particular, he got 3. There's been a couple rounds where he's just had really good positioning to get the information. Even if he falls, he still has the information he can relay.
Yep.
They all have a full buy here outside of one Guardian on the side of 5 Asian men, and then on the side of JP Red, they do have a light buy. The Dizzy gets no information towards mid, so they are going to close the door, and then no spam happening yet. Spam comes through now. The door gets broken. They are going to be available to take market or this mid-top area once the smoke dissipates. Coil gets the first pick, though, in towards market. Asian Invasion gets tagged through the wall there with the share.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Prophet, though, luckily doesn't get seen from that Thresh, and he is taking an aggressive angle here. The flash comes out. Prophet gets 1. Gets 3.
Prophet!
And what can he do
Is
here?
this a possible A?
One enemy remaining.
That's 4.
Spike down.
And
No!
unfortunately, he falls. Eggcat gets the kill, shuts down the ace from Prophet. All Eggcat needs here is 1 kill or this orb, and he can ultimate to the other site. So are we going to see that kind of play, or are we going to see him push on to A? No, he's just
30
gonna run.
seconds left.
I don't think he would be no. I don't think he would be opting for a savior. I think he is going to plant the spike and try to clutch this.
Yeah, 100%, because it is their eco. So they've already
Yeah.
done a lot of damage with 3 guns going
And
down.
he also has a vandal, so
10 seconds left. Spike planted.
he gets tagged by the camera.
And the positioning now. Does he get... he gets re-seen. So now he has to decide on where he's going, and if that cam pings him once again.
Buddy! The wingman's down.
Flashbang comes out, head ding comes out, Chinatown takes him out. I like the effort. I like the idea of rotating to the other side. It's really well played and all
Yeah.
that, but it's just one of those
Beep, beep,
things
beep.
where...
Enough
It's
of
just
that.
Cypher's spy cam was
Yeah.
just an advantage in this round. So they knew where to push. They knew where to gecko. Coil knew where to push and put out his wingman and his mosh pit.
Yeah, it's Chinatown, bro. Because they.
Oh,
Defenders
Chinatown.
are the one that.
Sorry.
Won that. All good. But yeah, it was one of those rounds, and I'm really curious to see how JP Red can bounce back here. They want to get at least one, if not the best possible outcome, get two, right? So, I mean, they don't have any ultimates even ready right now, but hopefully they can get one activated. But the game is fresh. Everything comes out. That's two detained. Mosh pit comes out. Dizzy comes out. One kill with the mosh pit. That's great. But what else can happen here? Chinatown is in the bad spot, stuck on the other side, but he gets one. Titan gets a kill.
One
Then two
enemy
trades
remaining.
there by Pop Totem. And now we're left in a 1v3. This patience by the breach, trying to catch out where Titan is. And I mean, like, he has the idea of where he is, but the trip on that front of sight is really scary because he doesn't want to push into it. But look at Kiyotaka rotating, and the enemy breach. Oh, they're holding a high-low over towards the box there. That's just not
You
fair.
cannot escape that.
Last round before the switch.
Just not fair. Asian Invasion and Prophet playing that perfectly, holding that rotate because the tripwire is on the entry, so they know that nobody's going to go through there. And if they do, they'll get notified, right? So
Yep.
Can someone buy me?
again, if they go up 10-2, they are feeling extremely well going into this second half and potentially going through to that
Right there.
grand finals. That's what they're all pushing for, but I mean, game's not over yet. Anything can happen.
Yep.
So and again, they're throwing everything extremely quickly towards this B site. The tripwire gets taken out. Wingman goes out to plant. Two backside, one in market. Eggcat gets the kill on the initial TNB. Chinatown gets one. Titan gets one. Pop Totem, Coiled, both get one.
I
each.
know exactly where.
Chinatown Bro gets another. And we are left with 2v3, 1-1.
One enemy remaining.
Now it is a 2v1, and what can Pop Totem do? Left with 5 HP and a dream. He falls, and the defenders.
5 Asian men with the 10 and 2 score.
Yep, they end up with a 10-2 lead on
That is
defense.
a tremendous score to take. I mean,
Switching
it is
sides.
still possible for a comeback, but it is going to be difficult.
100%, it really will be. And I mean, like, this is one of those games where, I mean, the defenders, like JP Red, can bring this back. It's just a matter of keeping the confidence up, the mental, and not getting tilted if you make the wrong call, and only relaying pertinent information. That being said, the attack of 5 Asian men is really good. It's going to be difficult to deal with, and they are leaning up towards a B site hit really hard. So this round is
I think they're going mid market to B for sure, or not. They're going to do the same gameplay that they did in the last game.
Yep, Prophet is going to open
Yep,
that door
Prophet
and
doing
then
pressure
forward
on
one
mid.
towards B main.
Yes.
Trip gets taken care of. Both cages are out and ready to pop. Prophet is now leading the charge. Ray's going up to Boba. And Market is a peak, but Pop Totem takes down Chinatown Bro with the right click.
I mean, why would you be walking inside a smoke?
True enough, but Coiled gets another, so does
Last
ABGS.
player standing.
Coiled gets
Oh.
another, and now it's Asian Invasion versus 4. What can they do? And oh my goodness, they dodge bullets like they're in the Matrix, but then they fall. Kiyotaka gets the final kill, and that's a big round for them to get. That boosts the confidence, even if it's just a little. Boosts the
Yep,
confidence. They
yep.
get a bye here, and they can kind of move forward round by round, but they need to win round by round. They can't give up, and
They need to win
they
this
need to keep their economy
Yep.
strong.
here.
It's just that they need to win this constantly just so they could build their economy for sure.
nice spot.
And then possibly get to the comeback that they need.
Claw through them.
Absolutely. And now we see a heavy lean towards mid with the tiles players being 3 and the bottom mid players being 2. So what do they do here? Are they going to take it towards mid top like JP Red attempted to do in one of their rounds? Or again, they going to break the door and go into market? They did see one in market with that jiggle beak. So Kiyotaka does have that Spectre in towards heaven. They are advantageous with the guns in this round. Though Sen waiting for that Gecko util, but Kiyotaka sprays through the Spectre and gets 2 ABGS.
Yo!
Great fault line there from the breach as Asian Invasion is now the last one alive. He gets full flash. They're now sitting in a corner, and Kiyotaka gets their 3rd of the round. And again, talk about the economy. Getting a flawless in that round is so big, you don't have to reinvest anything, maybe 1 or 2 shields.
Yep.
And now you have the start of a snowball economy, especially if you can win this round.
Timeout is needed for Team JP Red. What do you think are they talking about?
I personally don't like this timeout. I think the reason being is they have a lot of momentum. They've won the pistol in the first purchase round. So they have a lot of momentum.
Yeah.
By taking this time out, you're kind of taking the foot off the pedal. The momentum is kind of dropping just a little bit. And then they have to go in and they get ready and they pop out, right? So I think this is not the best use of a timeout, in my opinion. But I mean, if they cook up something unreal, like a great play call or a good rotate, good decision making, then I take it all back. You know, like, it's just one of those things. I think they're talking about where they should stack. They're probably going to leave Cypher towards this B area, maybe 1 towards mid top and then 3A. They might go for a fast rotate to try and catch somebody off guard or pinch if there's mid players, but I really don't know about how it's going to go through. And it looks like they're actually doing the opposite of what I said. So they're sending Cypher alone A, and then this goes 4 towards B.
And possibly, there's the, they are all rushing mid.
What an interesting play. The Dizzy comes out, doesn't get any, does barely hear some information. Aftershock comes out. Prophet gets 1, Asian Invasion gets 1, Prophet gets another. Prophet gets a 3rd. And the last one alive is Pop Totem up towards that A mid area. Chinatown Bro does throw down the wingman. Does get the ultimate orb as well. 1 step closer to getting that thresh. So that being said, this is not ideal. Because, I mean, it is their bonus.
Yeah.
So they don't lose anything, but they didn't take any rifles out of the hands of 5 Asian men.
I mean, they did rush as a group, so I would be expecting at least 1 to 2 picks there. But no.
Well, especially because they sent 4 of the 5 of them out that area.
Yeah, and the paint shells from Raze would have obviously brought them out, and then they just lost the gunfight.
Yep.
I mean, with the Spectre, you could do shoot and run.
Yeah, the run and gun.
Yeah, run and gun. Yeah.
And like the thing that's really interesting is like they only had to reinvest in 1 shield. So they carried over 5 rifles. That was a flawless. Carried over 5 rifles. They only had to reinvest once. So that is tough for JP Red. But now they have their guns and they're set to go. What a bold peek. That's 2.
Spike down.
Eggcat and APGs are able to get the swing there.
The synergizing dynamics of the 2.
3 members down for the side of 5 Asian men. And like this is like that's exactly what JP Red needed. It's a bold peek into the fault line.
It is a bold peek with the Omen having their back. So if ever he did die, he would get traded.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we see them leaning towards this A side still, where their fallen comrades were, and he is getting that The fault line ready for a peek. Eggcat backs himself into a corner. If he gets one, he's going to be able to TP out, but the paint shells comes out, the TP comes through, the shadow step out into... Oh, unfortunately, he falls.
30 seconds
Now it's a
left.
4v2, and they are getting rushed
One
from
enemy
the
remaining.
link there. Asian
Oh,
Invasion
phantom moment.
gets a head dink with
Yeah,
that
a head
phantom,
dink.
but unable to finish it off there.
Yep.
And 11-5, 3 big rounds to get early into this half for JP Red. If they keep pushing, they keep putting the pressure on 5 Asian men to make a mistake, they can claw their way back into this, and their economy is actually relatively set. They can buy even if they lose this, but they don't want to because that puts 5 Asian men on 2 match points. Door immediately gets closed with a little bit of stamp underneath it, but then Prophet says, I'm going to destroy the door anyways. What he has done every single round, he's that perfect lurker. And then, you know what's funny is he's actually the first one on site, even if he's lurking. The team usually waits for him to get there, as Prophet is now taking a fight in towards mid, falls towards Kiyotaka now. What does that leave him? Dizzy does push out. The trip gets destroyed. They're out on site. Mosh comes out. Showstopper comes out. And they want this round. And the bomb isn't planted yet.
Destroyed by the aftershock.
Great aftershock there.
Last
As
player
is
standing.
now dead because of that. And wow, what a retake there from the side of JP Red. That was just phenomenally well done. They played it really well. The aftershock just kills Wingman before he gets the bomb down, and then they're left with having to reclaim that spike and take fights crossing to do so.
You know, Bridge's fault line really is holding them off.
This goes here.
Like, even the aftershock killed the wingman of delaying the plant, and they have to go back inside to plant that bomb, but then they are ready to peek from market. So as you can see, 5 Asian men got... Oh. Sorry. I was seeing how the game is going to play out.
No worries. We see 5 Asian men out towards this mid area. Prophet is taking a space up towards mid. There is a little bit of tiles space being gathered as well, and now they've broken the market door, as well as there's a trip up towards mid, and I believe Asian Invasion is going to destroy that trip. No, he's not. He's going to take a fight here, and unfortunately falls to EVs. But once again, we have a really interesting play here.
Yeah.
Totem
Spike
gets
down,
one.
B.
Cypher's all by themselves on A, and then they're getting pushed. What can he do? Nothing.
Oh,
Last
And
player
Prophet
standing.
Prophet.
gets one. Pop Totem pops him, and now it's a 1v4 for Titan, who has a ghost. I don't know if I've ever seen anybody win a
Spike is here.
1v4 starting with a
30
ghost.
seconds left.
Tripwire destroyed.
He
He knows
needs to
there's a
pick up
trip
a
there,
gun
too.
and just try, at least try to pick at least 2 of them. I mean,
Eggcat and Kiyotaka are just ready for that.
they
don't
just
even care.
know where he is gonna pick, so easy read from it's team JP Black. Okay, JP, sorry, Red. JP Red.
We do see 5 Asian Men has the Empress and the Thresh available, so they might look for a hard hit here, comboing those two. Reyna running up quickly behind the Thresh to get that early pick and dismiss out. Or it could be also very bad for them because they're running into a Breach who has a Rolling Thunder. Combine that with ABG's rolling, or not rolling, Showstopper. As soon as that boombot gets destroyed, there is no information gained. Quiet across the board. They're going towards this tiles area once again. Now, is the door broken? They are breaking the door, as Prophet does. They break the trip in mid, which is massive. intentionally or unintentionally with that. They did it, and now it's broken, so they have to worry about this mid play at all times because of that. Build towards market. Titan is sweeping through mid. It's a matter of, does he get the timing on anybody? The Empress does get popped. She's going to be hoping for an early fight. The fire gets destroyed, Thresh comes out, and they're going to combo both of those things as Asian Invasion does rush out on site with those satchels as well.
30 seconds left.
Great alert. He is able to pick. Wait.
Oh
We do
my
have Omen.
goodness.
Oh,
One enemy remaining.
That was so hectic.
yeah. I mean, Titan did get
Outstretched.
2 of them. So.
10 seconds left.
Yep. We are opting for a save here.
This is a round where they need to win.
Yep.
That's a big round to lose and a big round for JP Red to kind of step back into the limelight, into the green. They're only 3 rounds down now. They've won 6 of the first 7 rounds of this half, and honestly, they've looked like the better team since they've swapped to defense.
That is true. They have gotten a lot of rounds for this defense side.
ABGs does have
They
that
are.
showstopper available
Yep.
as well.
Yep. And they're.
See you on the other side.
Look at this positioning. It looks like 5 Asian Men is going to be pushing towards B once again. They do have the trip on that right side for the defense, so they've kind of changed the positioning of that trip so it doesn't get destroyed from the raise nade. I'm playing super far off site. The Dizzy comes out, the nade comes out. Nade does not destroy the trip. It does get tagged with the dart from the spy cam though. And now they are
Spike
all
planted.
over the place. What can they do here to hold this plant safely? Showstopper comes out. A little bit of a blunder on the satchel there, but look at the placement. Oh my goodness, it didn't kill. That is very unfortunate. Sending Wingnet on the bomb. We've got their paint shells. The spray coming through 1 and 1. And we're left with
One
ABG
enemy
getting
remaining.
one, but they stick the defuse while Prophet is fighting. And JP Red.
JP Red, indeed. They
That's
are getting those
Right there.
scores up for their defense. Okay. Now they're having their
The attackers.
time out from the attacker's side.
Yeah, 5 Asian Men is now calling this. I think they're calling the timeout a little late. I
Yep.
think it should have been a couple rounds ago. That being said, this is the moment where they have to reset. They have to know, hey, this round is our gun round. We need to do something. We can't keep bleeding like this because JP Red is looking real good on defense. Like it's tenfold different than how they played on that first half. Like it's been so good.
I agree. With the side of attackers, Titan did have a great lurk at 1 round from that time, but then got caught by the Omen, but he did get 2 of them. It's just that the ones who were entering site immediately died and got picked off and wasn't able to at least plant the bomb down.
Yeah.
So I think doing that play once again would work, only if the timing is just a little different this time.
100%. The only thing that really sucked with that particular play was as they took the site, they had the Rolling Thunder came. So if that Rolling Thunder isn't available, they're in a much better spot. But that comes out and they are able to just mangle the offense because they're just not prepared for that push from the Rolling Thunder.
Yeah.
Tiles is being claimed. The door gets broken by Prophet once again, and now they have this mid control. But look at the positioning of the Omen over on A. They are going to be able to take that space, and now they're just pushing in the market. They're saying they don't care. They're wanting this market. 4 members of JP Red over towards Boba.
We do have Omen anchoring A still, and we have 4 members of the defending side still. Oh,
Spike down B.
1 for 1
now
trade.
it is now 4v4.
I really don't like this push.
Spike
I
Yes,
don't think it was the
I
best plan at
agree.
all, but they've got the plant down, so now they need to hold on. Wingman does know one of the players on board stairs. KMP gets a big one. Asian Invasion gets
No.
one, Prophet gets one. KMP not dead yet as the Omen gets pushed back. And now ACAT. What can ACAT do? There's one. And Prophet gets the kill onto ACAT, bringing them to match
Prophet.
point. We are
That-
they are looking good.
Yeah.
Like both it's been such a both defensive sides have been looked really good. The offense from both sides looked really bad. But when they like that hit, I was not a fan of that hit. But they took the site, they won their fights, and that's all that matters.
Yep.
So I mean it worked for them in that particular
yes.
round, and now it's just JP Red needs to win 3 in a row to push this to overtime.
Is it possible to push this overtime? Now we have Rina again.
Breaking that
Breaking
door.
that door once again, like how he usually does.
I think that's almost 9 rounds. that they've-
I mean, it is his signature play for now.
does fall towards market though from the spray into tiles. And now we're looking at AVGs throwing their paint shells towards that mid area. Not doing any chip damage, but holding them off at least a little bit. But 5 Asian men is going to push back in towards a main. And what can they do here against AggCat? What does AggCat prepare for? 1 or 4? The step does get noted, and he actually backed out before they peaked, and then the shadow step out. Combine that with the showstopper, and
Everyone is playing for retake here in the defending side. Good call for Eggcat there, trying to stay alive and escape that
Out of charges.
rush.
30 seconds left.
absolutely, the pace does go up, and now I like the positioning of where Asian Invasion is sitting, but ABG barrels into sight. That's 1, that's 2 for Asian Titan. KMB gets 1 as well, and we are left with a 3v2. On site gets overhealed, but falls to coiled. Send little
One
man on it.
enemy remaining.
Wingman is doing his
Last
job.
player standing.
Does fall though, and now it's a 1v1, sticking a half on the defuse.
Okay.
And the one-way comes out.
Attackers win.
The one-way comes out
The
last
timing
second.
of that one-way blocking off the sight of Raze, that is just unfortunate. Unfortunate.
Unfortunate indeed, but we are going to have a rematch between Rock Solid and 5 Asian men. So that'll be a great matchup in this grand finals that we're going into next, because it is a best of 3 and they are going to look for redemption against
That
these,
is insane.
these teams.
Yeah, they had
both of them have something to play for.
both matched in match 7. Now they are in grand finals, best of 3. This is exciting to know.
It will be a lot of fun. I'm really excited to see what maps and agents we get to see. But right now we are going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break here as we get ready for this grand finals. So we will be back shortly, and make sure you're back soon.
And welcome back to the grand finals of Campus Clash Edmonton. So we are going to have Rock Solid versus 5 Asian Men. And apparently the first map is going to be Ascent with 5 Asian Men on the defensive side. And we are going to have the Breeze map on with 5 Asian Men on the attacking side and Bind. So Ascent, Breeze, and Bind. We are finally going to see Breeze.
We are, and I'm really excited for how these teams have played so far to see what kind of compositions they've cooked up for this game, because a best of 3 is totally different than a best of 1.
True.
A best of 1, you go into it and you got to feel good about going into a 1-map game. A best of 3, you
True.
at least have the opportunity, if you have a bad start, to redeem yourself on that second map.
Especially if that map is your best map.
Exactly. So Ascent, going into Ascent, I'm really excited to see how many Sovas we have. If we have some spam through the walls, that kind of thing.
I am expecting to see that for sure.
Yeah, and then on Breeze, are we gonna have Viper Harbor? Are we gonna have I'm expecting Viper as a lock.
Yeah.
Like, I don't expect any other smoker unless they
Viper
go with 2 smokes.
Yeah, Viper is really vital, especially her lineups. Especially if the player knows how to play lineups for post plant.
100%.
So,
but the thing with the lineups is they're not always
they're not always
utilized, right? So it really depends on how the team is playing and if they can set themselves up off of those lineups.
Yep, unless they can somehow manage the timing for those lineups. I mean, if you know that your team is gonna die, you're gonna do that lineups first, right?
Yeah, 100%. Well, you're doing lineups to keep them off the bomb so that you can keep more alive for that.
For sure.
Final
Yeah,
fight.
for sure.
So I definitely agree. It's all about timing and all that. But it's one of those things that on Breeze itself, you can kind of set up to utilize them, but it's not the end of the world if you can't utilize them. That being said, and then the third map, the decider map, is Bind if we get there. So that'll be an interesting one because we've seen 5 Asian Men. I believe actually we've seen both teams play on Bind. Yes, we have.
Yes,
this is actually
did.
where they played each other. And Bind is the map.
Did we see Rock Solid on Bind?
This is their rematch on Bind. If it goes to the decider match, then that'll be the decider map. And Rock Solid was the 13-4 winners on that map. So if it gets to that decider map, 5 Asian Men could be in trouble.
Actually, yeah. Let me see who won. Who do you think is the team with the best composition or play style in the Ascent map?
I would have to say it's probably Rock Solid. They play a lot more stay at home. They're very good at their tempo changes. They're very good stay-at-home players where they can lock down or anchor a site and they don't have to worry about, hey, there's 3 over towards here, and they don't rotate early. They keep that anchor on the site. Whereas 5 Asian Men is very reactive and they kind of over-aggress to almost a fault, but it works for them in these moments. But now that it's a best of 3 and they're in these grand finals, it could be a little bit more difficult to set themselves up if Rock Solid is playing that much more passively.
It could also work with 5 Asian Men if they are able to read and actually change what they need to change when they know how to read the enemy. Like, it's just like in the last few games, 5 Asian Men has been doing good. I mean, they play their game style in constant space, but then when it comes to like unpredictable read, they don't change or they don't learn from that rounds,
Yeah.
So I am expecting, since they are having a best of 3, they are going to be knowing each other's play style. So and
it can take a little bit of the first map to understand the playstyle of the team that you're playing
Yeah,
against.
exactly.
So whoever takes map 1 is firmly in the driver's seat. But then they have to, like you said, make up the fact that they are now known how to be played against for that second map. So again, these are 3 great maps that are kind of swing maps. At least the first 2 are swing maps. We haven't seen Ascent or Breeze played by either of these teams. And then Bind is the decider, where they do have that rematch from their first game on. So it really comes down to this first map. Can 5 Asian men take the first map leading into that second map and closing it out before it gets to Bind, or are they going to let it get to Bind, and what's going to happen on Bind? There's so many things that could happen on both of these maps leading into that final map that I really think if it goes to that last map, it leans in Rock Solid's favor.
I mean, a lot of the fans have been leaning more towards the Rock Solid's win, so
they've been quite strong.
I want to see. I just want to see.
It obviously it's a little bit easier for us to sit here and debate on the desk.
Yeah.
But like it's one of those things where as it gets activated, as the game gets started, and we kind of see these instances of how they play, how they react, things could change. The bias can change. Viewer bias, caster bias, those can all change based on the relay of information that comes through.
I'm kind of rooting for 5 Asian men as an Asian girl. I just want to see. I mean, they can do it for sure. I just want this to be a close game, an intense and an action-packed match. I am so excited for it. I am excited for all the tension and all the pressure and all the hype that is going to be happening in these games.
100%, especially because, as we said, this is the grand finals. This is for the glory. They can take home that trophy. They can take home those Valorant points, and they can take home just the feeling, you know what? We won.
Yeah, you get to buy 2 skins from that Valorant points.
It will be a good one indeed.
You get to buy 2 skins.
I'm really stoked to see what we have cooked up here in terms of composition and what kind of leans towards. Are they going to be more conservative in their team comps, or are they saying, screw it, we're going all out, here we go? They pick the aggressive people that they've been known to pick.
That is what I am excited about. Okay. There has been a player setup. It's just a waiting game for now. 5 Asian men are ready, but we are now waiting for Rock Solid going on into the voice channels. And now we are just on a waiting game.
Yeah, we are. And on Ascent, do you think typically the team that is a little bit more aggressive on offense is the favored, or is it the team that is a little bit more passive, playing for picks, doing the rotates, the bait and switches, is the favored?
Bait and switch for sure.
Yeah, the patient,
and doing the rotates and doing the pickoffs from mid. Rock Solid does this. They do alternates. They do rush plays. They do play for picks. They do a lot of bait and switch. So yeah, I am just excited to see how this game is going to turn out. It's just, Rock Solid, they have been strong this past few games.
They have been, and that's why they essentially won the upper bracket. They didn't have to go and play in that elimination game. This is their first elimination game that they've played, and it's the grand finals, right? So they're coming into this with a renewed vigor to be the fact that they are undefeated as of yet, and they have the possibility to win this tournament undefeated. If they lose a map, though, it could swing in the favor of 5 Asian men. But I mean, you really just never know.
I am just going to assume that Prophet is probably going to put pressure in mid, as always.
That would be a fair assumption.
I mean, I think
As evidenced from the Sunset
it is
game.
his job to put pressures in mid. I think that is his role in the team. He can be a great lurker and an entry. So, do you
Yep.
think he is going to play another duelist role for this game?
I could see him on a duelist,
In
either
a
the Reyna or
sense?
the Phoenix. I could also see him on the Chamber. I would like the Chamber pick by him on this map in particular because
Yeah.
he's really good at gaining that space and kind of taking those fights that he really shouldn't win, but he does win. And I
Yeah.
think with Chamber having the rendezvous, being able to kind of get out would kind of bolster what he can do.
That is true.
And are we going to see Asian Invasion on the Rays, or are we going to see him swap to a different duelist?
I want to see him swap to a different duelist, but I feel like Raze is his iconic agent. So
I mean,
I
when
just
you have
want,
one agent you're good
but-
with.
I think here in a sense, Raze would be a good idea, but Phoenix is also a good one.
Yeah, you can do a lot with Phoenix, whether it's the curveball, molly play, and in-name.
That's the thing. The curveball, his flame,
The Blaze Wall.
the blaze one that could potentially hold off the ones who are peeking from B. In I have forgotten the comms, but you know he's really good at holding off and entering as a duelist for Phoenix in Ascent. I think Asian Invasion should play Phoenix or
I don't
Raze.
think we'll see a Phoenix. Phoenix just isn't meta. He's decent enough, but he's not meta.
He is good if you play him good.
Yeah, but the thing is it's not about him being good. It's about bolstering the rest of the team. Phoenix does have those flashes that accentuate the team, and you can peek off of them. But Phoenix, the flashes in his util are mainly for him. They're not for the team. Raze, you can at least have the paint shells create space, the Roomba for information, the satchels do entry while you're passing, you have your teammates there ready to trade. So I think that Raze, while it might
You
not be
think
the
he's
best
going
on
to-
Ascent, I think it's the better pick between if we're talking about Phoenix compared to Raze. That being
Well,
said,
he
I would like to
is a
see him
Raze
on
main.
Jet. I would like to see an operator activated on Asian Invasion.
Have you seen him on Jet?
We have not. He's only played Raze.
Only played Race.
In all 4 of the games that we've watched of 5 Asian men, it has been him on the Raze. Regardless of the team comp changes around him, whether it's the Chamber, the Gecko, any changes that are made, he is always Raze.
Yep.
So I would like to see at least a little flexibility out of him, but I don't think that will happen, to be honest. I think he's pretty locked in with that Raze and confident in how he can move and entry onto site. So I don't think we'll see the change, but I would like to see it because I think that having a Jet with an operator on Ascent is just super impactful. Whether you're playing the tiles angle from mid, from Cubby, or
Yeah.
you're playing B main and you have Soba drone you out, or you take that really tight angle in A main and you're able to dash out. Like there's so many things that you can do with that operator.
True. It's not just the duelist though. The smoke is a big thing here. So we are probably going to be seeing Brim or Astra.
I think we're gonna see Omen.
You think? Why are
I
we?
think-
Why are in a different
I-
opinion?
I just think like Brimstone is good enough, but he doesn't have the regenerating smokes. He has 3 smokes and that's it. He doesn't have regenerating smokes. So if you want to fake a site, you have to invest 1 or 2 smokes. You only have 1 smoke left.
Well,
Astra?
that's true.
Astra is good. She has regenerating smokes with the stars available, but I just don't see Astra being utilized as well as what Omen can be for these site hits. The regenerating smokes, the throws, the fake smokes that you can throw up, he gets both back, right? And the same can be said for Clove. Like I think Clove and Omen are a little bit interchangeable here on Ascent, and I think we'll see the I think we might see a Clove picked
a clove pick on a set. It is just a disadvantage because their clove is their ruse is just short, and they can easily peek heaven unless they are able to peek heaven and clear that out. You know,
Heaven
it's just
from where?
from A side. Sorry, I didn't mention that.
Like peak from heaven
You know,
into A main?
they only have 2 ruses, right?
Yes.
So they're going to have to smoke tree and heaven.
Correct.
But then, you know, heaven will be open and enemies from the defending side will be able to swing and just pop out a flash, swing that, and try to clear the site as fast as they can, unless one of the players from the attacking side is able to clear heaven entry easily.
I disagree with you. I think the smokes there are going to be like, regardless, because no matter what smoker you use, you're going to smoke those exact 2 spots.
Yep.
So regardless of scenario, you're going to have to push through those smokes as the defenders to retake the site, or at least set up for that site. Now, as Clove does have regenerated smokes, they still don't last as long, like you've mentioned before, as other smokers. But regenerating those smokes is good enough, and I think the impact that both the metal and the pick me up both have is highly much more impactful than, say, Omen over Clove, because Omen doesn't have that regenerability. There's no regeneration. There's, like, in terms of health, not the smokes. The smokes obviously regenerate. The paranoia is great, but if you already have a smoker, or sorry, a flasher, like if Prophet ends up going Reyna, you already have the Leers. If you have the Breach that can be picked, if you have Gecko, who Chinatown Bro has been picking, like, you already have those flashes available, and I don't think it's that big of an impact to swap out for those.
Yeah. Now we're just
continuing to wait here. Welcome to our waiting room as we are just talking about nonsense over here on the desk. So okay, of all the agents to pick on Ascent, the most outrageous one you can think of, who do you think is the most likely to get picked out of the most outrageous picks? Well, I'm talking like just the most random agents that have no business being picked. Obviously, it's not going to happen, but let's theorize.
That is a good question. I kind of want to see Breach.
Breach? That's not even an outrageous pick. Outrageous, I'm talking
would be...
No, Breach is used quite a lot because of the angles that you have to peek. Like,
yeah, Breach and Fade, their combo, yeah. Breach and Sova as well.
Yes.
So
I
am going to go with... This is hard. Do you have an answer?
I do. I'm locked and loaded.
Yep. Bring it out.
Harbor. Harbor would be a hilarious, outrageous pick on this map, because think of it. You have the regenerating cove, or the wall. You have the
Harbor's good in this map.
No.
Yes.
I think it's absolutely ridiculous to even think about.
You can smoke off backside. Both house.
Yeah, but no.
Nah.
If you're gonna go with a smoke, you go with Omen or Astra or Clove. But Omen over both of those. And then at the very bottom of the list, for this map in particular, you have Viper and Harbor.
Yeah, I would agree with Viper.
It would be Viper at the very bottom, then Harbor, and then we go up to like the mediocre smokers like Bram, and like there's no.
You know
shot.
Who's a good smoker? Jet.
A perfect 2-second smoke to hit site. Absolutely. I mean,
she is perfect for smokers.
The other outrageous pick I'd like to see, because like Aim Labs, ISO. I think that'd be hilarious. Like I just don't,
I have never seen a good ISO.
ISO is just such a troll pick. No matter if it's ranked or on a team, like there's no actual use for him on a team comp, because the utility he has is only for himself. Outside of like his ultimate where you transport to another dimension. Like outside of that, His utility isn't overly ideal.
How about Yoru?
I would like a Yoru.
I mean, yeah, he is really good at
He
doing the
good
manipulation.
Yoru. A good Yoru is a good player, and it's really difficult to play against a good Yoru. Another semi-outrageous one would be Neon, just because of the speed. I think Neon would actually work really well on Ascend with the hits, as long as you're having the correct use of abilities onto site.
I think Neon's really bold or the high gear. Yeah, it's an outrageous pick for sure.
I don't think
Neon.
it would be like
I have never seen a Neon on Ascent.
I don't think it would be ideal, but I think it could work as long as you pair it together with the utility.
But Neon on Breeze though?
No.
No?
No, Neon Breeze. No. You gotta Yoru on Breeze.
Neon owns
if you're picking
Fracture.
between outrageous duelists on Breeze, you're picking Yoru over.
True.
Because Yoru has the ability to cause so much havoc with those flashes, with the clone, with the gate crash. Like, all of that can just cause really big problems for the defenders.
Yeah. Okay, we are still on the waiting game. And no updates on our side.
Yeah.
So we are just gonna be trolling around here, talking about outrageous picks. Okay, Ascent. It is actually one of my best maps, and I use Brim here.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Brim isn't a bad pick on Ascent. It's just the three smokes.
Yeah,
the Sky
it's
Smokes,
just
having that limit on three
Yeah,
smokes
he
is really tough.
does have a limit on the smokes. Unless they can like entry site fast enough. But yeah.
Yeah.
You prioritize the regenerative smoke, and I just prioritize his Molly and his
The Brimstem or the Orbital Strike?
the orbital strike.
Yeah.
Yeah. His
Fair enough.
incendiary and his orbital strike.
The Orbital Strike is good, but I just don't see it's truly worth it on Ascent because there's too many. Like, if you pinch them in to be main, great spot towards the Orbital Strike. But if it's more along the line of setting up lineups for the Incendiary, it's just, I don't think it's worth it focusing on lineups versus having the ability to re-smoke multiple times. Because that one lineup...
You can use incendiary to like hold off people peeking from heaven.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm not saying that the incendiary isn't worth it. I'm just saying that argumentatively, it's the better option to pick a regenerative smoke rather than pick somebody who's the aim is to play for post.
Yeah,
right?
Especially when you're playing bait and switch. It's just yeah, it's reasonable to use a smoker that has an regenerative smoke. Okay, now we are getting ready.
Just waiting for three players to enter in.
Three players enter the team. Everyone's in game, in the range.
Getting prepped and ready to go. But
yep.
Once we get going, we will let you know when everybody joins the lobby. But for now, we do have a very, it's a waiting room. This is a fun little waiting room. We've had some fun conversations. We've had some good insight into our differences between thoughts on picks. So now we're just waiting on one more person, and then it should be good to go. But last question.
There you go.
Last question. If you had to pick, regardless of any map, what side you're starting on every single time, attack and defense?
I am more confident on the attacker side. So
You'd attack every single time.
Yep, I'm an attacker. How about you?
Defense.
That is
Polar opposites.
No wonder we are so opposites with our opinions, and it's understandable.
It's
I
true.
mean, we are. You're in diamond, right?
Yeah, unfortunately. I'm stuck here.
I am also a hard stuck diamond 1, so
I'm slowly defying the odds and climbing back up to ascendant, but like, you know, when you go 4 wins and 20 losses over 4 days, like not good. Too much time spent, too many losses. And you just gotta cut your losses at that point and say, you know what, I'm a diamond player now.
Yep, I slept until 4 a.m. yesterday. I mean, I was awake until 4 a.m. just grinding out Valorant because the act is ending soon, and it's gonna be ending in 2 days actually. So
Monday night. So
grind, guys.
The grind is
it.
Going.
Grind
So,
Valorant right now.
I mean, once the act ends, then all the trolls leave, and then you can go back to playing like normal. So as we see here, everybody is ready to go. We are getting into Ascent here, and we are seeing 5 Asian men on defense, and the my brain stopped. Rock solid team on offense. We are seeing Siren Lock in that Omen. These are trolls right here. We are seeing with a couple of hovers.
Baiting. We were just talking about it. That is crazy.
They've got a ISO hover. They've got a deadlock hover.
They heard us.
Hover.
They heard us.
They're watching the stream.
They are watching the stream.
K and B, I really feel that Clove is coming.
Sova. Okay, both Sovas and that.
I actually really like this from both teams, and I found out that I was incorrect for yet another time. It is actually Guff and not Buff, so that's on me for saying that it was Buff and not Guff before. But now we have an understanding, and it's all good. I really like this if Guff locks in a duelist, but are they? Yep, Guff locks in the Jet, so we are at 4 locked in for the attackers. KJ, Jet, Omen, KO, and Reliquify is going to go with that Sova. Chinatown Bro gets that Sova profit on the KJ. And then we're going to see, you know what's funny? Look at that agent. That Asian invasion is on. I called it.
Jet.
They've locked in the Jet.
With one duelist with. They do have blinds though. They do have KO. I have not seen Titan play KO. I want to see some good blinds here without the Jet being blinded by his own KO.
I really like these team compositions. The only difference between both teams is the smoker. Omen compared to Clove.
K and B is sticking with Clove right now.
Incredible.
We all know that K and B is exceptionally good with Clove, and he is sticking with that.
Target out.
So I would honestly expect for the first couple rounds. Also, I just realized Prophet is on Killjoy. I don't know how I feel about Prophet being on Killjoy. I think Prophet should have been on a duelist or a Cypher, to be honest.
I mean, he is kind of a lurker player.
Yeah, but I'm not a fan of the Killjoy. Just not a fan. But it is what it is right now. They start off with a lean towards this A site. The KJ does have the turret back site with the alarm bot towards that switch. So if they take that space, there is going to be a little bit of a... It's going to be a little bit of a problem if they do take that space. Knife comes out. They can't top the molly. They both get destroyed. The turret goes down as well, and now they're going to be capable to... It's going to be a very tough retake here as they go 5v5 retake.
5v5 retake.
Guff with the play against the KO. The pop flash does come out, but
I love the dodge.
He's around, and there's a 2-for-2 trade. They're left with Fortune behind Jen. Asian invasion.
One enemy remaining.
Chinatown Bro get one each. Now it is left with the 1v1 or 1v2. Sorry.
Siren gets the pick. Prophet cleans it up. And that is the round. Alrighty, well, good round there, as there is going to be a little bit of a tech issue here, so there is going to be a pause. But yeah, this is once again a great start here from the side of Rock Solid. Or sorry, from 5asianmen. As they get that first round, they were very decisively, even with the KJ utility being destroyed really quickly.
Don't touch.
And so, I mean, going into this round, I'm really curious to see what guns are purchased, or how they kind of lean this side. Are they going to lean more towards one side with the guns? Are they going to lean like a typical default? Or are they going to have the attackers move towards the attackers going to stack towards one site and just run it down? Like, what is the play decision going into this round here?
I am just watching them. I'm just in the watching mood. I am not going to predict anything because I think both players are just playing safe right now and just getting to see who is the better team at gunfights.
Fair enough. Once we get to that fourth round, that's when we'll really get possibly the fifth round. We'll really get information regarding who has the aim and what else comes along with it, because that'll be the first full purchase of both teams.
I mean, it's the first round, so it's very early, so... Oh, okay, Prophet is just examining his robot.
The KJ turret in your face, just enjoying that view right there.
That is such a... Wait, what? I did not know KJ turret's face had that spray or something. Is that spray? Oh, it's just
an actual face.
It is
on
from
the
the actual. It's like a birdie.
You know, it has to sit in its nest. That's why it never moves. Unless you move it. Then that's its nest.
Yep.
But yeah, we are still waiting here to find out what kind of tech issue we are having going into the second round. And it will be I'm assuming a little bit more aggressive towards that B site, because the KJ was shown to be on that A site. But it's obviously too early to tell until the round gets started back up. And where do you usually play on A? Like, what agent do you usually play on Ascent? You said Brim, right?
I play KO and Brim. So
where do you normally play?
I usually play mid, trying to pick off someone in mid cubby or mid top.
Gotcha.
Oh, mid link, sorry.
Gotcha. From where Jet is.
Yes, where Jet is right now. How about you? I'm probably gonna assume that you're in B.
So I'm where Sova is. I do not move unless told otherwise. The spam is too good. Spam is too good. So, I mean, with that being said, I think that they have good positioning. I like where all the agents actually are in their respective roles. Like, I like the Killjoy towards A. I like the KO being towards A as well. The Jet taking the space towards mid, that's really good because you can actually gain a lot of information from that. You can also hear the rotate regardless of what site they are at. You can hear that information.
Yeah.
The Sova, of course, is going to be towards B, the paper thin wall. And then Clove playing towards market backside B, so they have the opportunity to pop the ruse on either site. And I really like that as well. So we are getting back into it here. We're 20 seconds out. And yeah, like I said, I believe it's going to be a relatively quick hit. I said it was going to be towards B there because there's one around his Killjoy, but the Killjoy is still on A, and they are actually leaning more towards A based on their mid area. Asian Invasion with a Marshall holding that mid-top, so it'll be hopefully an early pick for them. And oh my goodness, almost gets the pick over the wall there. Some cheap damage, but Guff gets the first pick of the round onto Titan.
Turret's destroyed.
Turret goes down. And Siren
Enemy kill.
paranoias, but Asian Invasion doesn't care. Stands there and gets the pick. Crayon Eater with the initial pick.
Refreshing.
Oh my goodness, everybody's falling. KNB gets one, Prophet gets
Last
one,
player
and now it's
standing.
Reliquify fighting the Heaven player with that Spectre. Does fall, and now we're left with Fortune all by themselves with a Ghost and a Marshall. 1v3. Now, the Cloak is low. If they hit 2 shots here, 1 headshot, 1 body shot, you're looking really good going forward. But, I mean, they have time. They can wait out these smokes.
Turret out.
Patience of this Killjoy, trying to bait out anything from the defenders. The rotate
One
happen.
down.
The rotate
Oh.
starts to happen.
30 seconds left.
The rotate started and they went
actually
to
had-
pull over towards
yeah.
that main site, and they caught the Killjoy there.
Fortune has a time to rotate. Oh, never mind. That was 30 seconds ago. But yeah, he's gonna. Oh,
Yeah, a little bit of a jiggle peek there from Chinatown, bro, and
Yep.
he's able to get the easy kill, the easy cleanup onto the low HP KJ. Now,
so but with a
Ares,
Ares, okay.
the perfect spammable gun on the early round. I mean, let's be real here. This Sova is going to stay locked on B lane, trying to get anything that they can go for. Now, if there's nobody over towards B, I think pushing out and getting that B orb is
Placing
going to be
sentry.
huge for them, as they're going to be able to kind of build up their ultimate economy. And I think that'd be good for the defenders because of their the agents that they have currently.
Oh, we are seeing some of the value of Sova's Recon and trying to spam that, but he got nothing.
Siren hid perfectly behind that little alcove over towards B main, and now they're making a bunch of noise towards A. The turret is there, but there is no alarm bot or nanoswarm set up, so they might be holding that for the retake. Clove is moving more so back towards this mid area, jump peeking over towards mid, seeing if they can catch anything. Chinatown Bro is in this boathouse. What can Siren do here as they slowly push out with this timing towards CT?
Drop in a
Candy
smoke.
doesn't get the early pick, does smoke him off though, and Guff towards bottom mid does get hit by the Marshall, gets the pick though.
Here, catch.
Reliquify does use the drone here to enter on the site. Jet is
Drop,
already
30
out
seconds
closing that door, and they're hoping that they don't get pinged. They get pinged and sprayed through the
No.
smoke. Reliquify catches KNB. The smoke is out, or the flash is out.
Last
They're
player
leaving the
standing.
site now. Fortune gets a second. Now it's Reliquify versus Prophet. Gets
10 seconds
one
left.
with that Marshall.
Spike planted.
Big shot. Huge damage done with that nanoswarm from Prophet there. Holding that tight angle, does pick up a rifle. What can they do? Prophet does
One
break the
enemy
turret.
remaining.
And the last one alive is Fortune with 12 HP. Catches
Oh
Prophet.
my.
Prophet almost
I mean, if
gets
they,
the flick there.
if that
Would
was
only
a
work for
real
so
damage
long.
to the economy, knowing that they had the guns, but
Yeah, 100%.
4 of them died.
Yep, 4 of them died, so they have to reinvest in this round. It'll be more like a light buy here,
Yep.
as the defenders unable to get that big clutch going
Placing
into
sentry.
that third round. But their
Don't overthink it.
ultimate
That's
economy
my
is
job.
great.
Placing alarm
Prophet
bot.
has is one away from their lockdown. Chinatown one away from their Hunter's Fury as well. So it's just one step closer to getting those ultimates up.
Get my way.
Alrighty, well, this timing here is no information is really gained, but the ultimate does get popped after they get that orb. And I mean, I like the split, but they do have the killjoy still set up towards A, so it might be a little bit more difficult to get any impact here, depending on if the KO knife can nullify them. Unfortunately, does get caught out by Chinatown. And wow, what a shot there. Turret comes, or the dart comes out, and they take the site. One nanoswarm gets popped. Jet is on site, gets traded. So that's a 1-for-1, but it is a 3v4 for the attackers, and the defenders do have that lockdown available. I'm sure they don't want to use it in a round like this. Jet dashes onto site. The metal gets thrown towards the main.
Nope. They are going to use
One
the
enemy
lockdown
remaining.
here. Oh,
They do end up using the lockdown. As Chinatown gets one kill, Asian Invasion gets the other, and Asian Invasion cleans it up. They do utilize 3 ults that round, and I don't think I think the Killjoy was trying to put down the lockdown, but as they went to put it down, everybody died. So it was one of those. But they also invested the Hunter's Fury, so not ideal there. With this round starting here, we've got it leaning more towards this B side. We do see the Sova there waiting patiently with the dart. Reliquify is hoping to catch out this Sova himself. Shock does come out from the Sova on the defenders. Drone comes out as well, gets one tagged. No Odin span though on that initial tag with the drone. I believe he just has Guff gets the first pick of the round onto Asian Invasion up through mid, and Chinatown Bro sneaks out into B main, and I don't think anybody was expecting that, not even himself, for 2 of them to be holding that.
for sure. One was holding on Odin as well.
And this is a rotate. They're taking that tree space. Guff smokes it. They destroy the turret, and they're taking that site. Nanoswarms get popped. Alarm bot is still up. Prophet does get 1 kill onto Crayon Eater. Slowly but surely, the B defenders are able to get here and gets 1. And the read, oh my goodness, Prophet almost takes out Liquify. As the time is going, Guff gets fully flashed, but is saved by his teammates. Paranoia does end up getting 1. Titan gets 1. Reliquify gets another. And now we're left with a 1v3. The dart does get destroyed. The attacker KJ lockdown.
No.
The little Jigglypuff gets caught in that lockdown.
Is that very edge? 1 centimeter for the lockdown.
Really unfortunate there, but a great round from the attackers. They do have to invest that attacker lockdown, which we saw, I guess, work in the end, but not something that they really should have had to invest to begin with, especially with the numbers in advantage.
Right here.
Now they do have the Hunter's Fury, so if they get that bomb down, they can hold that ultimate ready for the diffuser.
It's the same thing with what happened to the cage of the defenders.
area.
True.
So fair and square.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Little bit of information from the Sova dart. Guff is posted up in this B main area, trying to get anything to happen. Chinatown Bro is jumping up into lane, as there is a little bit of a inkling that they are going to hit towards this B site. But look at the spike. They're actually not investing the spike up towards B right now. And as I say that, they're going to grab it. They could be doing this as a hit. A little bit of chip damage from that shock dart on to Chinatown Bro, which is really good. Siren with that Odin just waiting. Spam comes out, but there's nothing else happening. The smokes go out from the Omen. Reliquify shooting that dart on the tree back side. Information comes out that one is stairs, one is... Oh my goodness,
One
Guff.
enemy remaining.
Guff with the spray transfer, getting
Yeah.
2. Crayon Eater also getting 2 on that entry. And they're left with a 3v1 against just Profit. The smoke goes up from the Clove, who is
Spike
already
planted.
dead, up towards B main. So it'll be interesting to see how Profit utilizes this smoke and if they, I'm assuming they're prepared for it. The patience. One.
No.
Turret gets taken care of. Dart as well. Profit jumps off and Crayon Eater just cleans up.
What a round there from Gov, able to kind of sneak onto site, be prepared for that dart from Reliquify, and then they can kind of secure that between him and Crayon Eater, both getting 2 and 3 respectively. It was just all around a good round. We do see Null Command being available on both teams, so it might be a fast hit with one and then using the other one to retake after the ultimate goes down. Jet knives do get popped by the defenders here as we are waiting for this this pressure into B main, but nothing is happening. Spike is leaning over towards A. They're just trying to do a bait and switch here. Profit though, with that Marshall locked in the zone, ready for a peek, but little does he know there's not going to be anything peeking. Asian Invasion catches Reliquify with the knives out towards mid, and I don't think he's ready for Guff, but an updraft can solve that. Is he prepared? Knife information is that there's 2, and he does hear the steps as well. Asian Invasion updrafts gets picked off by Guff. Oh.
Cover going out.
He was expecting that.
Yep, and the
It
null
was a
command
good
comes out. They're able to take the site. Door does get closed, and it is going to be a 4v4 retake. And I don't know if they actually pop the null command here. Them being on a little bit of an eco. I don't think it's worth it.
I don't think it's worth it.
Unless they bring it within like 2v1 or something, then maybe. But oh my, Chinatown already takes down 2, and Fortune.
Oh my goodness, what can they do? Chinatown broke.
Last player standing.
Oh, Siren and
One
Fortune
enemy
get 1
remaining.
Profit. Brings it down to a 1v1. KJ versus KJ. Profit gets the kill.
And 5 Asian win an absolutely pivotal
And they
swing
did
round
not
on the
even
trophy.
pull out the null command by KO.
They did not. They only had the jet knives popped that round, so that is
Massive. 4 or 5 Asian.
Massive play by Chinatown, bro.
Can I get this?
He was able to pick off 3 with just a sheriff.
Yeah, that
Was
was
it 3
pivotal.
or 2?
It was 2 at the beginning. He might have gotten a 3rd by the time he died, but regardless, pivotal kills.
It looked
swinging.
3 to me. He is just that good.
It was a clean round, but as you
out of my
said,
way.
in getting us amped
Spike retreat.
for this game, this has already
One
been
suppressed.
extremely close, and all the information that they're gathering is they have to play fast and loose. They have to make the right decisions on their fast plays. Molly, KO,
Molly in the
into
wine house.
one. Information is a little bit gathered. They do hear some steps as the defenders are over towards A. And they're sending 3 on the rotate towards B. But look at where Chinatown, bro, is. Still holding this B main with a shock dart. Has not moved since the round started.
Interesting.
Turret and Molly's are set up by KJ. Molly does get popped in A heaven, so they are making an inference that there could be a hit towards A. The shock dart does come out, does do a little bit of damage. Now, are they going back through tree here? Yeah, they're going back through middle.
to tree
30
to
seconds
hit
left.
this KO and this A site. And Titan gets Guff. Crayon Eater gets the trade onto Titan. And now Fortune gets one left behind Generator. It is close with he not dead yet. Moves into the bottom of heaven and Crayon Eater gets the kill.
Spike planted.
2v4 for the
Standing ahead.
defenders. The dart comes out. Doesn't pop, so there is a reverse spray happening based on that drone.
Last player
What
standing.
can he do? Fortune gets the kill. It's now 1v4. The man comes out. Oh my goodness, one. And Reliquify just catches them on that flick.
That and yeah, an insane flick by Reliquify.
Chinatown Bro had the head of Reliquify in his crosshairs.
Yeah, and it was
Reliquify just flicked right up and said, nope, no, I'm not dying. And yeah, now it's a 4-4. The economy on the side of the defenders is broken, so we are going to see another light buy here. They do have the null command, and both Sovas do have the Hunter's Fury, so it'll be interesting to see how they utilize them, if they go for an early pick or if it'll be utilized for post-plant. Retake or post-plant on the bomb.
With Sova's Hunter Fury, I think it would be better with the retake one. Or not.
It all depends on
It
the
all
angle,
depends
and it all
for
depends
sure.
on how many are alive.
Or he's going to die first, and he did.
Fortune gets the first kill on Combo. So nice. All on and go by, but those two picks are absolutely pivotal to how this round can go. Can be sneak into the
Last
target
player
area,
standing.
doesn't get the headshot onto KO, but it doesn't matter as Crayon Eater just takes care of both of them, and that is a massive flawless. They lose no guns, their economy is good, they can buy out the rest of this game.
Yep.
And the side of 5 Asian men is really struggling with their economy. If they lose right here, then they are going to have to save the next round, potentially giving them a 7-5 deficit, or anything can happen, right? But they really can't lose this round.
Charlie Mike.
Turret comes out towards mid. I find it interesting that the turret is placed in B main, the alarm bot is in mid, but the jet is still holding mid. I don't agree with that. I think the jet is different. But the attackers pop the null command. They are pushing this A site quickly. K&B gets mollied off from the fragment grenade, and they're able to take this space. Both Hunter's Fury do get popped. It's a battle of the Hunter's Fury. Reliquify gets a kill. Chinatown Bro does not. Defender lockdown comes down. Oh, that's
It
a
is just
rotation reveal. Goff though, unfortunate on that timing. And Fortune is going to get detained while both are towards A main here. The stick is
One enemy
happening.
remaining.
Pros don't fake. 26 HP. Oh my goodness. Profit has been an absolute menace with these sticks through the smoke. It
Yeah.
makes no sense
Bros
that he's
don't
not getting
fake.
them. And Chinatown Bro on top of that gets the 4K.
Turret
So
out.
just great round from the both of them as they're able to press it to a 5-5 scoreline. And on top of that, their economy is, they did lose 3 rifles there, but because of the win and the economy, like the lose bonus that you've been accruing, they're able to rebuy for this round. Paranoia through B main. Shock dart comes out, does chip damage onto 2 of the 3 members. They do have the attacker lockdown. It does go down.
Revealing area.
Profit with an interesting lineup. I'm curious to see where that lands. Crayon Eater and Fragment Grenade. Flashpoint does come out just as they're about to enter. Mid-market door does go down. With Duff on the site though. Chinatown Bro
Spike
and
down,
Titan
B.
hold their own. 3 members down.
One
Crayon
enemy
Eater gets
remaining.
1. Profit gets the trade. And it is left to a 2v1. Reliquify all by themselves. But look at the defense. 5 Asian men are really low HP here.
Pregnant grenade comes out, does a little bit of damage, and Prophet catches the tip of Reliquify's head from the stairs there.
Last
and
round
clutches
in the
out
half.
a big
Fragment
round.
grenade just, well, displaced him. So he had to.
Had to make a decision.
Yep.
He made the decision that was the best decision, but Prophet's just ready and
Caught
prepared.
in a crossfire. Actually, no, it's not a
Not even a crossfire, just caught.
It's just two people peeking at the same.
Yep. And that being said, 5Vision Men did a great job to pull this back to a 6-5 lead right now. Going into this final round of the half, they've got to be hoping that there's some sort of security they'll have in reaching a 7-5, but
Cover going out.
don't expect Team Rock Solid to just let that happen. Team Rock Solid is going to be able to do. Oh my goodness. Duff with a big kill. Gets taken out though by KNB, who backtracks into main. Catches
KNB.
Flash.
That point out in the tree. Titan holding his own. But they opt for the rotate. The spike does get picked up top mid. Siren does note that there could be someone mid as the KJ gets left in towards this tree area. The timing of both of these sites hits is insane. Fortune gets the kill onto Titan, which is big. Drops into mid. Notes that there could be somebody late in this mid area.
One enemy remaining.
Does get two on
Spike
site though.
down.
Siren and Reliquify are
30 seconds
down.
left.
And it's just Fortune by themselves. Prophet cleans it up with a 3K. 5 Asian men with a big first half
Switching
in this
sides.
grand final best of 3.
Don't be spending too many
5
brain cells
Asian
figuring them
men
out.
leading the score right
Overthinking
now.
is just as bad as
I did not expect that.
I didn't either, but look at the carries right now that they're getting from Chinatown Bro and Prophet. As a defensive duo, they absolutely are doing their job. Now can they continue this on the attacking side?
Yes.
That's what it all means, right? So you never know if they can continue up their attack stats with how they've been playing in that first half, then 5 Asian Men is definitely the favorite going into the second half. But if they falter or they don't have the impact from the Jet or the Clove, then it might be different. And with that dart coming out from Reliquify, there is knowledge that there's at least 3 to 4 towards this B site. KJ is set up here as well. Alarmbot and information galore. Turret spraying down, people chip damage on everybody. Chinatown Bro does take towards this boathouse area. Siren gets 2 from Market. Reliquify catches
enemy
out
remaining.
Silva.
Reliquify.
Gets 2.
Down,
Titan
B.
falls. And Siren gets 1. Gets taken out by Prophet. That's 1 for him. And they're going to opt to just play the site. They
Yep.
don't have to peek him. Great decision there. Oh, the spray there from both members. They double swing. Reliquify does get the 3rd kill of the round for himself. And now it is 7-6. A big first pistol of that map as we lean again into this economy game, this warfare between the economies and how they can kind of start to build them. These defenders need to build this economy strong to start, because in that first half, both of those teams, what happened was they would lose a couple rounds, win a couple rounds, so their economy was never good. It was always just enough to purchase when they needed a purchase, but it was never strong. Guff getting some information out towards mid. They don't hear the footstep over towards A there, so they might be playing contact up here. I see the pings on Wine, wondering if there's someone in Wine, but little do they know there is nobody. But Dart comes out, Knife comes out, they make the KO, I believe. And Duff gets a first kill onto Invasion as they're entering sight. Oh my goodness, almost catches one under the door. Titan gets a kill as well. It's a 3v4 for the attackers.
Planted.
Standing ahead.
Great damage there from that shock dart onto Chinatown Bro. And he is dead.
One enemy remaining.
Reliquify with a big shock dart as Fortune and Siren are able to clean up the 2 remaining players, and they take that round. 7-7 for this first game, and again,
Everyone is on equal footing right now. Everyone's playing really good.
yeah,
Equally.
100%. Look at the stat line of those
Actually,
defenders.
never mind. I take it back.
The defenders are all really equal, and then you have the carries of Prophet and Chinatown Bro on
Yeah.
the side of 5 Asian men. But I mean, that being said, KMB just isn't playing the way that they have the first couple matches that we've seen today from them.
Yes.
But I mean, that can change. All it takes is 1 round, right? So now they get the rifle purchase here. Hopefully, things can turn around and they're able to take the site quickly,
Yep.
fastly, and securely. Some information must have been noted to see the ping come out from the defenders, but they are taking that space now with Crayon Edie doing a jump peek. And the spray comes through, taking him down about 60 HP. Dash comes out, Jump is there spraying with the stinger, a little bit of a reverse spray, taking him down to half health. Now it is a 4v5, or sorry, a 5v5, but 3 members on the server are low. Guff, Omen, and the Jet for the attackers as well. Asian Invasion down to 2 HP. The shot comes out. Chinatown Bro catches Guff. Asian Invasion catches Siren. Reliquify gets Asian Invasion. Reliquify also gets KNB.
Last player standing.
No.
Player left. Crayon Eater gets the kill.
No.
And that's 3 rounds in a row for
We
the
have
defenders.
seen the value of the run and gun here from Reliquify.
100%.
He had his crosshair placement right, went down from heaven, just caught whoever Omen was in hell, just got in it and didn't even get traded.
No, 100%. It was really well played, and I mean, now their economy is absolute money. They've got 5 rifles here. They carried over 2 or 3 from the last round that they didn't even buy. Now the attackers have this light buy. It's gonna be really tough for them to get this round. Only 1 shooter on that recon dart, so they're expecting maybe 1 to 2 over towards B with some leading towards tiles, maybe A. But look at this, they're actually pushing up the...
Here.
Oh, the timing. I think he has the lineup. I thought he was gonna grab the orb. But instead he throws the molly actually to lane. Doesn't do anything about it though.
Asian Invasion missed Siren.
Spike down B.
That was just unfortunate.
Fortune's Timmy the turret. The turret takes 1 out, and now it's KNB on site. Has a phantom. The overheal does go away. Both members get noted towards the switch for lane.
Last player standing.
And Guff gets the first kill on the Prophet. Now KNB is left all to themselves. Does the spray come through? The spray does not come through. That was a great flashpoint. As the timing goes to swing on to Guff, the flashpoint comes out, flashes them, and they are able to secure that round. And again, their economy is so plentiful. They're able to reinvest into 2 rifles that they lost that last round and have no issues buying for at least the next couple. And for the attackers, 5 Asian men, if they lose this round, their economy is broken once again. Asian Invasion with that Vandal. Great all-around game so far. We've seen different players pop off, and we've honestly, it's just begun. As this is a 3-map series, this,
It has just begun.
you never know what you're gonna see. But Guff with this positioning does catch 1 as Siren gets the other out towards that catwalk area. Oh my goodness. goodness. Invasion falls to Crayon Eater, and this defense has
enemy
been
remaining.
absolutely lights out as Crayon Eater gets a second kill there. And with 1 bullet left, he continues spraying through the omen smoke. Dart comes out, doesn't get any information, and the spam.
Oh, and spam. An unlucky spam.
Reliquify onto
I don't
Chinatown,
blame the
bro.
device, but it won't
What
help.
a spray, what a read there. And once again, they take an ever more important round win. And on the side of 5 Asian men, it has to be a save here. It
Yep,
can't
hard
be a buy.
save. Hard save.
It might be a light buy, like maybe Stingers and Spectres, if they can still purchase the next round, but it needs to be somewhat of a save. Dart comes out and they hear 2 shots shoot the recon dart, so they are aware there's at least 2 towards this B site. Although last time they did this, there was only 1 shot and 5 swung out of that B main area. So what read are they making here? Definitely that is more so over towards B. They've already progressed and fought the tiles players. Okay, the 0-point knife gets no information towards mid. Asian Invasion does catch the turret, so he knows that KJ is over towards this B site. Sova is waiting with this shock dart.
Shock dart.
No damage done. And the ruse goes down, and that is 5 on the way to site. The recon, though, absolutely phenomenal as they get entry. Fortune Siren get 3 combined. Prophet and Titan are able to get 1 each, though. And
Spikes here.
One
steady the
enemy
round,
remaining.
even if it's just a little bit, but above.
One enemy remaining.
Catches 1, and Prophet with the sheriff gets 2.
30 seconds
Picks up
left.
the rifle, and oh my goodness, Crayon Eater gets the final kill.
Oh no.
The shots from Prophet were
I
looking
know it has
promising.
been insane flicks and just insane headshots.
Having a sheriff only there to get
Yeah.
2 and then swinging around to almost clutch
No
that
one was
round.
expecting him there.
100%. Now we see Prophet is taking a timeout here for his team of 5 Asian men. And what are they talking about here? Is it a KO ult? Is it a lockdown? Is it a bait clove ult? Like, what is the negotiation? What is the conversation that's going on, and where are they leaning?
Well, they have been dying entering into site. At least 2 of their entries die early, so they cannot enter entry properly and clear the site as well as they could. So they should be doing a bait and switch here.
Yeah, I agree. You could do that very simply by having the Sova dart B as well as the KJ throw the lockdown B. And then you do a bait and switch with maybe 1 ruse over towards B as well, and then the remaining 3 over towards A. Doesn't look like that's going to be what happens, but it could be the next round that happens. But they do show 4 over towards this A site with Fortune setting up here on the defensive side, so that KJ is still over towards B. And I'm not sure where they're at on the ult economy, but there it is, 7 out of 9, so 2 away for the defensive lockdown. Ruse comes out for mid, so trying to take maybe that space or make them think they're taking that space. 0-point knife comes out. I don't think it hits anybody on the attackers. No, it didn't. The dart does come out. 0-point goes on to site, so they note that the KO is there. No information from the dart though. So
Are they
a little bit of a
committing into
risk.
this? Oh no, they are rotating. Hopefully someone was already in mid. Okay, Titan got Siren, so that is a good start. That is a good pick. Everyone's going to think that the attacker side are rotating to B. Now there's just one.
Powerless.
Okay.
Reliquify with a great shot on the KO.
Reliquify.
Gets 2, takes out K and B as well.
I can't use that.
And the timing, they do get Titan back up, so it is a 3-4 for the
30
defenders.
seconds
Now
left.
it's a 2v4. Asian Invasion gets one down by taking out Crayon Eater.
Prophet does have the lockdown, so if they're down by 2, I think it is ideal to use the lockdown by now.
Absolutely, but
player
it doesn't
standing.
matter. Prophet just takes the fight anyways.
Takes
And
the
Guff
fight
is
indeed.
done.
Oh,
Chinatown
the
is taken
free
out by
fire
Fortune.
from Fortune.
Yeah, good pre-fight there by Fortune to read that somebody
Yep.
is most likely sitting there. But good trade there on the offense to be able to secure that round. We are seeing them at 11-8. Both these teams are doing everything they can to
Yep.
kind of hold themselves in this game. Now, that being said, the attackers, if 5 Asian men really need to step it up here, they need to have
At
there was a
least
great
one
shot there
pick from the
Titan.
mid,
Yeah.
actually. One pick from mid, that could be huge. At least Omen, their smoker would be great.
Yeah.
Their smoker to be
Get out of
killed
my
off
way.
early. Yep.
The jet knives for the attackers does get popped. Both 0-point knives are towards A main. The only information is that the defender jet is over towards A. No information gained from either
Yep.
of them outside
It
of
is
that.
just a patience game right now.
They may have heard Reliquify jump down onto site if the jet was close enough, but unsure. One knife down, 4 to go. Reliquify is there. The null command does get popped from the defense, and they are just going to wait it out. Good patience here. Almost gets spammed with 2 bullets through the smoke there. Really scary.
Yeah.
And again, Chinatown Bro is taking this space. The ruse goes up. Does Guff? Oh, I was gonna say, does Guff swing out because he still had the tailwind activated, but he doesn't. Siren drops in mid, makes a sound. Chinatown Bro is aware. Siren falls. Updraft and the dash with the jet
Again,
knives go.
with the pick off in the mid. Huge.
30 seconds left.
Guff does catch K and B over towards that tiles area. Fortune catches
down,
Chinatown
B.
Bro, catches
Fortune.
Asian Invasion as well. And all that's left is Fortune on site. Prophet catches 1. Wall spam does come, but Titan in
One
spawn
enemy
catches
remaining.
1,
10
catches
seconds
2.
left standing.
And now all that's left is Crayon Eater, and the swing is close. Oh my goodness, Crayon Eater
Oh.
versus Prophet. Once again, it seems like they are head to head in almost every matchup when it comes down to budget.
Yes.
Them down.
And Crayon Eater once again gets the clutch and puts his
Match
team
point.
on map 1 match point. So that is a big, big boon to the team as they're going to be able to potentially secure map 1. And with there's 7 ultimates across the server activated. We've got 200's Fury, Jet Knives, the Domes.
I think it is their round.
Yeah, well,
They have 4 ultimates. See this out.
I mean, all it takes is 1 kill to ruin that for the
Yep.
defenders. So who knows, right? Reliquify does have that 100's Fury. If the lockdown does go down from the offense, they most likely will use it to destroy it. And it looks like the KJ is looking for the lockdown. The knife comes out, Jet does get spotted, and all 3 things have been activated. The attackers utilize the Hunter's Fury as well, combine that with the lockdown. I'm very interested in the thought process of that. Prophet catches
Spike
Guff
planted.
in mid. Down to 1 HP though. Crayon Eater does get 1 K&D in below. Asian Invasion gets another, and now it is a 4v3 for the offense. Asian Invasion doesn't get spotted out by the drone, and with the stinger, this is scary. As Prophet re-lurks up mid, able to get 3 total. Asian Invasion gets the last kill, and a big round there from the
I
attackers.
take it back.
A great round there, using that KJ ult, the
Yeah.
lockdown in towards A main.
Asian
then
Invasion.
sending Prophet back towards mid, getting that pick, and then continuing all the way through mid to go up into A heaven. Just a really, really smart play and a determining factor in that round. Reliquify does have the dart ready, and I'm really disappointed we haven't seen much Odin. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
lie, but the dart comes out, it doesn't get destroyed. They know that they typically destroy that, so the information is most likely that they're over towards A. Smoke does come out. Jet knives get popped in towards Cubby. Crayon Eater is towards heaven, just jumping around, living their best life. And I think it's going to be as soon as they say that go, that they're going to hit fast and quick. Crayon Eater is doing the jiggle peek here. Spots out to the fragment, doesn't come out because of the 0 point.
Wait, that was almost his risk.
Oh, the dart comes out. Does it spot? Oh my goodness, the almost Siren drops down into the baseball.
No.
And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 things happen. Prophet gets another. Fortune gets one Asian invasion as well. And Prophet ends with a third once again.
Asian invasion wants to bring this into overtime.
Yes, he does. Prophet as well, holding down the line, one orb away from yet another lockdown that he had just 2 rounds ago, and that was going to be a big ultimate to have activated. They're probably going to lean more towards A so they can get that orb for free and then utilize the lockdown. Thanks. The enemy do have a reverse lockdown, so they can counter it with that, but it's going to be a tough go.
Yep.
Patience from both teams. No dart, no knife. Nothing has been utilized at the start of this round. And the patience is... You can feel the tension. The lockdown goes down. The 0 point comes out. Does mark at least 3 of them in towards that A main area. The spam from Crayon Eater up into heaven. And now they're going to take that site. He does utilize that null command from the side of the defenders, Crayon Eater. Little information there, as it's just the Jet noticed on the 0 point knife. Crayon Eater does note, or does dodge the dart, and now they're going to hit here with a knife flash and the dash of the tailwind. They're out on site. Siren tries to get some damage through the wall into the tree there. And 0 point comes out, doesn't mark anybody except for Reliquify. It's a 4v3. The defenders utilized that KJ lockdown. And oh my goodness,
this
the pressure
is going to be tough.
4 seconds, they have to do something. Can't be. Is he able to destroy it? He's not able to. That's 3 detained. That's 3 detained. They're gonna, oh my goodness.
1 enemy remaining.
That's 1 and done.
Defenders
what
win.
a round. What a game.
Rock Solid gets
Solid
the team.
Gets the first win of the best of 3. We are heading into a 10-minute break before we get into that second map, which is going to be Breeze. So we will be back in about 10 minutes. Make sure you get some water, take a break, and we will be back shortly.
All right, and welcome back as we're getting into the second map between 5 Asian Men and Team Rock Solid. Both teams have put up a valiant effort, with Rock Solid taking that first map. Now going into the second map, it is Breeze, and I am really excited to see how it kicks off because there's so many variations to how you can play this. The only actual lock on this map is Viper. So how is it going to play out? What agents are we going to see? What duelists are we going to see? Are we going to see double initiator? Are we going to see double duelist? I'm really, really excited. As we kick off here, the Breeze screen is up and the hovers are beginning.
Viper with Prophet. A hover for sure.
Hovering.
Well, yeah.
The
oh,
only
wait,
one,
someone
but
disconnected.
Fortune is in the coaches section, so it might have to be a reset here, a lobby reset as we go in. But you know, it is what it is. I think there was a little bit of a misclick, but we might not see the actual comps here until they actually decide, hey, this is what happened. So as we see
Fortune, why are you in the coaches section?
Right. Well, as we see here, we've got 4 Yoru hovers. So they don't want to give away what their team comp is loading in right here because there could be a counterplay.
I mean, we did see Viper.
We did see the Viper, but like they don't see that. This is our screen. They don't see this screen. So they only see that somebody was,
I mean,
well, not even hovers or not even locked in.
They're probably going to expect a Viper.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Okay, so everyone needs to pick and get back out.
Well, they might dodge here. It might be a dodge so that they can reset the lobby. Because Crayon Eater is on ISO, 4 people on the Yoru. Yeah, it's just a reset here. Fortune has moved into the correct slot now. And they're off. So once again, we're kicking off this Breeze loading screen. And there is going to be, I assume it'll be insta-locks because everybody wants to get this going. Siren locks in that Viper. Fortune, you mentioned that Neon earlier. And Guff also on Yoru. Fortune locks in the Cypher, reliquify possibly on that Sova. And then Guff is... I don't know what duelist Guff is going to choose. Guff is just doing him. But Crayon Eater does lock in that KO. I like the combination of these two in particular initiators. Really high impact, especially between the drone, the information you gather, and then hitting sites with the flash and 0-point knife. And then on the side of 5 Asian Men, we've got Prophet hovering the Viper, KNB on the Sova, and Chamber being hovered by Chinatown Bro. I would be interested to see him on that Chamber because he's mostly been playing initiators. And as I say that, he then hovers to a Sova. So it most likely is going to be an initiator for him.
Or a mirror play.
Interesting.
Asian Invasion?
I don't know because Asian Invasion is probably going to lock in a duelist. KNB is the only other one that might go to an initiator role, but I like them on that jet. And Asian Invasion surprises me, and he has the Sky locked and loaded. So we are going in now. Everybody is ready, and this second map in the best of 3 is getting started. Breeze. It's not a breeze. You know? It's just not easy. It's not a breeze.
I see what you mean there.
Because these players just have the ability to kind of put around on their head, and like Viper lock is great. They're only playing 1 smoker per side, and the only difference is the KO versus the Sky. Everything else is the same. So what can Team Rock Solid do here? Can they turn the tides, take this map, and be undefeated in the tournament, not having lost a single map?
Fortune on another Sentinel role. The same roster.
We do see a heavy lean towards this B site. They are expecting. I think typically ciphers go
Yes.
towards the A site.
Yeah.
So on the first round, anyways. So they're expecting that, and they're leaning heavily towards this B site for a fast hit. Cypher orb does go down from Siren. And the patience comes out as they swing into the KO that was in tunnel or elbow. Shock dart comes out. No trip is there, so they don't break it. Fragment grenade blocks them off, so they are a little bit more delayed. The Cypher is still sitting by their lonesome all the way on A. Guiding light comes out. Tailwind comes out. Or the cloudburst, and they are hitting this site. Now Asian Invasion gets picked off by Siren. Chinatown Bro gets the trade onto Siren, and we are left with a 4v4 with the jet of the attackers. Mr. Can be with the lowest health in the server at this point in time. Guff trying to see if there's somebody going to be late peeking into elbow. Guff gets the pick onto Chinatown Bro. And the pick in main. Titan gets one. Reliquify does get the trade. Can be falls. So does Titan and Profit. Reliquify and Guff.
And Reliquify.
Just a solid pistol round there. Pistol, a solid retake with them. They do all, well, 2 of the 3 of them do go down to low health, but it is all good as we see yet another strong pistol performance from the side of Team Rock Solid. And again, the Cypher is actually setting up towards A once again, hoping that they run into the lineups. I like that particular trip because it gives them a lot of information if they're deeper onto site. And I mean, they're just going to take the aggression. The cage does go up. The peak with the Marshall in Guff's hands. I mean, that's a very easy spot for Guff to play. He doesn't have to worry about anything. They just have to hold mid for him.
I agree.
Fortune.
No one. Oh.
A little bit of a trade of fire there. They do wall in towards that A main or that A mid doors area. They take the space. They're running into Fortune though as KNB goes. Fortune gets a kill. Guff gets a kill. Cam gets taken out. Guff gets a second. Chinatown takes out one. KNB gets one as well. They're left with 2 classics and a dream. 65 HP on Chinatown Bro. What can they do? The patience now on them is, can they catch somebody in isolated 1v1 because they are in a tough spot here. 3 guns versus 1 gun, let alone half HP basically.
30 seconds left.
Reliquify almost gets taken out, but KNB catches Reliquify. Oh my goodness, KNB almost caught
Reliquify turning his back off, thinking it was a flank, but then.
Oh my goodness. Well, they take the round anyways.
Yep.
They do lose 3 guns, but they can reinvest in sheriffs at the very least. And they can move forward, being happy with that round. Now it's a matter of how much damage they can do to 5 Asian men's economy here in terms of how much damage do they do, how many guns do they take, how many abilities are used, all sorts of things imply that. So again, it's going to be a tough hit for them over towards this A site where the Cypher is set up. No sound, no dog, no trailblazer, no guiding light, no dart, no drone. Everything happened just now. The dart goes out, the trailblazer. There is no about where the trip is. Asian Invasion is ready for this. They have one tucked on site. Fortune though falls. Chinatown Bro gets the first pick. The fragment grenade goes out towards that back site.
Go with a 2 kill now.
Picked out Chinatown Bro. Quickly, Siren also gets one with the ghost.
2 suppressed.
2 detected towards main.
Last
now,
player
what can
standing.
they do here? Crayon Eater gets Profit, and all that's left is KNB. No spray happening. They're pushing up, but Guff takes out KMB, and that is the round. That
I mean, that couldn't have gone any better for Rock Solid right there. What happened?
That is true. They lost their guns, keeping their economy at a great position right now.
100%.
They are fixed for the next rounds to come.
Yeah, they're set for many rounds.
Yep.
At least 3 to 4 rounds. Whereas the economy of the attackers, 5 Asian men, unfortunately, their economy is broken right now. So this has to be a save. And then even if they win this round, if they carry over only 1 or 2, like their economy is still not the best. So they need to string something together or get a flawless, thrifty kind of round. Patience on Titan, pushing up into this A main area. Oh, sees the tip of
Cypher's
his hat. Oh my goodness, the timing was almost there. Had he been a second earlier, a second later, it wouldn't have noticed
true.
anything.
Be faster.
Okay.
Guff.
That stairs angle is just insane. Always been used.
Kill confirmed.
Interesting dart. I haven't seen that before, but Crayon Eater takes out Chinatown Bro as Prophet puts down Crayon Eater, and now it is a 3v2 with a lean towards B. The wall is up. The timing.
One enemy
comes
remaining.
out, and 1 and 2. Reliquify finishes that out.
That angle. Great positioning from Reliquify there.
100% using the enemy Viper wall to their advantage.
Yes.
As well.
And there's a sound cue of when the Viper wall goes down.
Yeah, and on top of that, the guiding light that Asian Invasion threw didn't actually flash him, even though he was tucked to that wall. So that was really good positioning there. And with this time out, we see yet again it's going to be a game of attrition. If 5 Asian men can hold out long enough to get their stuff situated to be able to start to win some rounds, and I think that that's going to be the toughest part, because while they have played well, Rock Solid has been able to deter that by doing whatever is necessary. They'd get 1 or 2 kills and then or make 1 or 2 mistakes, and then you don't see those mistakes again for many rounds until they forget about the mistakes that they had to rectify. And they've played this first 4 rounds so extremely well. It'll be interesting to see what kind of changes that 5 Asian men has to do.
I need this. My thanks.
The timing of this round is going to be ever so important here, as they do have it looks like a full buy from both sides. So once again, this economy, it could break them if they lose.
Here.
And the patience, once again, there's no information. What an interesting trap on the right side there. I'm not entirely sure if it does anything, but it's interesting if it did. And
Sky is debating using Trailblazer or Guiding Light. Oh.
Hunter's Fury catches Crayon Eater, but Fortune takes out Chinatown Bro. Reliquify also gets 1, KMB gets 1.
One enemy
now
remaining.
We're left with a 1v2. Prophet does get taken out. Guff. With the crosshair placement. This guy is on absolute fire. He is firing on all cylinders.
Consistent.
My ult is ready.
11 and 1 through 5 rounds for Guff. Going into map 2, the possible deciding map if they win this, to win this tournament and claim that trophy. I mean, even Reliquify at 6 and 1 on the Sova, just huge impact from these players. And unfortunately, 5 Asian men early on in this half don't have an answer.
Asian Invasion.
Oh,
I am not going to say anything, but
Might have been
he
better on
needs
the raise.
the hype. He needs the hype.
Might have worked better on the raise, to be honest.
Yep, I agree.
0 point does come out. It tags the Sky towards that elbow area.
Get out of my way!
Knives get popped from Asian Invasion. Or sorry, from 5 Asian men. He's not on the jet. That's KNB. And Reliquify catches the Sky Asian invasion out towards this elbow area. Prophet does get the pick onto Reliquify, so that's a great trade there as one of the top players has
I
fallen.
know exactly
Now,
where
Crayon
you
Eater is aware that the ultimate has been popped by the Cypher up towards this nest area, and he backed out, just getting out of the way of danger, where now 2 of the 3 of the members that are closest to B are pushing. Great 0-point knife there to cancel the jet out, make them not be useful in any way, shape, or form.
Leave us.
Oh.
Catches the head of K and B. And look at the positioning of the Cypher going up that half wall. Gonna catch Crayon Eater. Titan gets the first kill towards the
30
back
seconds
site.
left.
They're left with just the Viper on site. Siren catches Titan. And the spray with the Sheriff. Oh my goodness.
Just
player
went
standing.
to his crosshair.
One enemy remaining.
And that's a big thrifty. That is a massive thrifty from 5 Asian men
That
to
is
get that
indeed
round.
a big thrifty. Did they get the gun? Were
They
they able to
carried
get the
over
gun?
one gun, yes.
Yeah.
Because there was a gun down
Okay.
on the Viper's body.
I thought they ran out of time.
It would have been close, but I mean, they've got to be happy with one round there. I mean, the economy on the side of Rock Solid is quite literally rock solid. Like
Let us-
there
Yes.
is no breaking that economy unless they lose several in a row, and even then, I don't know if it would break. Once again, they shoot the dart out towards that mid-bottom area, but it gets destroyed immediately by Prophet. And now they're taking this hall space with Reliquify, not catching Titan there.
That
And now Titan is already
timing.
there. Right by the switch, tucked in. They do hear a couple rotates based on Titan's information. Chinatown bro is bottom mid, and now it's a matter of can they catch it? Crown Eater catches the Viper, but
Chinatown bro catches Crane Eater.
Crayon Eater and
Spike
Buff
down,
gets
mid.
Chinatown bro. That's the spike now. Door gets opened in hall, and then combine that with knowing somebody is towards their spawn. They know where both members are, and the neural theft gets popped.
One enemy remaining.
Though, gets spammed from Siren through the wall.
Asian invasion.
Guff with a great location there. And now it's going to be
30
a three-way
seconds
peek
left.
here. As soon as that spike gets spotted being picked up, and it doesn't even matter. Guff takes the peek and is able to catch out Titan. And that's
That
another
is just
round.
an insane carry by Guff right now.
You know,
He is.
the top player comes out in these moments of like just pure adrenaline, right?
Yep.
So he is on when the aim is on, the calls are on, and he's got to feel extremely confident going round by round in deciding what he's going to do. Now we see here on their eco buy, they are leaning up towards this B site area. The Seekers. Why did I hear the Seekers? Did you hear the Seekers? There?
No, I do not hear any.
Okay, well the
Seekers.
Seekers are not out, but I definitely thought I heard them.
Oh.
Asian might. No,
Asian invasion.
Crayon Eater just sits down. Asian invasion, and unfortunately puts his team at a disadvantage there, as yet another time he falls way too early. And Siren with the snake bites to kind of delay that Siren in such a good spot, using the enemy Viper wall against them. They push out on the site. The wall is going down in about 3 seconds.
No one is expecting this.
The Viper's pit comes out. Positioning of Siren.
Siren pulls
One
his
enemy
gun out
remaining.
and was not able to kill one from the Viper's
But
pit.
the spray happens and everybody dies within the Viper's pit. And
Yep.
it doesn't even matter if they
Born
get
that
I
the
was
think
Viper
old
to begin with.
they saw it
Sometimes
from
old
the
ways are
Viper's
best.
POV from the minimap.
Most likely. But like, wow.
But like, yeah, Reliquify's Recon Dart was just perfect in that moment.
And yet again, the economy of this 5 Asian men team is not looking strong. I believe they're going to have a bye here, but it's a They might have one of the 3 abilities they can purchase. Like
Yes.
not everything is going to be full. It's either going to be light shield with all your abilities or full shield with 1 or 2 of your abilities.
Asian Invasion gets his first kill on Gov.
Yeah, great
That
pick
is
in towards
now
mid
going
there.
to lead him to progress
Cage
into more.
I've got your trail.
The Seekers do get popped in towards that mid door. The Northman gets popped. 2 members of the defense go down. Siren gets 1 trade. The KO can be res, but Prophet swings and takes out Reliquify. Now Chinatown Bro
Last player
doesn't get the
standing.
res, unfortunately. Crayon Eater gets taken out there. Now Siren gets spotted out as there is a little bit more of chip damage, and Siren is ready and waiting and gets 1.
What?
And possibly, oh, what's the timing?
Almost.
Oh my god. Siren, the shotgun from Chinatown Bro, able to just get the chip damage to take them out.
Oh. That's just unfortunate. That's unlucky because you had to dodge it, but then
But if you swing out too far, then you're
Yeah,
dead anyways.
yeah.
It's a tough one. But yeah, that was really well played. Good damage done there by Siren, able to get 3 and make them reinvest. Now, they did get a win, so their economy is okay. They carry over 2 rifles, but I don't know what they can actually reinvest. It looks like 2 Guardians and 1 other Than or Phantom. So it's a relatively good buy, but not the best. 1 spotted out towards bottom mid via the dart, and now Prophet is waiting for the OK to throw down that Viper's wall. Patience is a big piece of this round right here, as all 5 members have barely made any noise. There has been a couple steps, but that is all. Chinatown Bro does use this drone over towards the A site, hasn't spotted out anybody, barely sees the jet, and they're taking this site. What is this tripwire? It goes straight up and down. I have no idea how that's going to hit anybody ever, but you know, I mean, if it does, it does. Fortune, though, gets another
Siren
kill.
down
A.
Gets 2.
Last player standing.
All that's left is Siren.
Asian Invasion.
I know exactly where you are.
Noted on where Siren is.
And they still have it on
Spike
inside.
planted.
They do heal up Titan. This timing, this angle, like Asian Invasion has such a good angle here, but if Siren reads this, it could be in their favor.
Toxin screen down.
Oh my goodness, the timing, and chip damage, but Asian Invasion gets his 3rd of the round, and that's a big round for 5 Asian men as they pick up the ever so important 3rd round of this half. They are not getting 10-2. They are not getting 10-1 or 11-1. This is
A
how
7-5
they
possibility.
step it up, and it's possibly 7-5. We may have Caster cursed our good friend Guff over there. 15-1, and then since we mentioned that, he's 1-3. So let's
I think you should thank us. I think you should thank us.
Viper's orb goes out towards this B main area. Nobody gets spotted early, but okay. Chinatown Bro does spot out the Viper back site. Both recon darts get used by both teams.
No
Then
way!
gets spotted from both sides. This Hunter's Fury does come out, which is bold. And the snake bite push through the orb. Siren catches him with that, and then he gets Trailblaze behind the wall. And then he pushes back through the wall. He doesn't care about the
One
stun
enemy
anyways.
remaining.
And
Siren at that angle has so much value.
But Chinatown Bro gets 2 with the
Chinatown.
spray. And all that's left is Buff with an
There you are,
operator.
shit.
And
That is such an interesting reaction. Like after an
Last
operator,
round before the
should
switch.
you be dashing, but he chose to updraft.
yeah.
I have seen him multiple times just using the updraft to escape.
Yeah, it's been interesting, but in this last round of the half, you really got to think that if 5 Asian men have a
Here.
opportunity, it has to be has to be here. They have to get this round. They have to go into the second half of this map with the momentum, with a 4-8 deficit, right? But Guff, what does Guff have to say about it as he's activating the dash, and the operator dashes out, doesn't get the pick. The Viper's Pit gets moved towards B, and now they have this heavy presence towards A. There's about 3 defenders, 4 offense, with a late blow through mid from both sides, and Guff onto K and B gets the ever so important first pick. Operator in hand, huge impact. Peeking out towards mid here, doesn't the kid go out and gets a second pick.
What a good read from Guff.
Great peek there to know that there could be a possibility of a late lurk there and catching him at the perfect moment. Now 2 members of 5 Asian men are pushing up towards A. There is a cam in A main, as well as the operator holding towards this stair area. Now, if one of them gets tagged, he might be able to off them
30
through,
seconds left.
They're opting not to use the cam just yet. It's going to be used for retake, but the Hunter's Fury comes out and catches one towards the side, and Prophet takes out Guff.
No.
Suck that.
Two suppressed.
10 seconds left.
Patience is
Spike
real here.
planted.
Asian invasion.
1 enemy remaining.
Falls, so does Prophet at the same time, basically. And it's a 9-3 hack on the side of Rock Solid. Going into this offensive side, like their defense is absolutely rock solid. And I will use that pun every single time I talk about them, because there is no cracks.
I am so
Switching
glad
sides.
Rock Solid chose this name, Rock Solid.
Yeah.
Because it's really everything's rock solid.
There's no cracks.
Yeah, we can just use Rock Solid every time.
Idiots.
100%.
Now.
This goes
With them
here.
on defense, you've got to think that this is going to be an ever so important round where a 5 Asian men need this round. They need to win this. They need to actively push themselves forward, because if they don't and they go down 10-3, they have to force up that next round. If they win here, they're going to force up anyways and start to build the economy, but if they lose, they need to buy anyways, and it can snowball them in the wrong direction. Zero Point doesn't see anybody in towards
Revealing area.
And the dart does catch out 3. KMD gets 1. Siren and Crayon Eater get trades. Chinatown Bro gets 1 as well. And now we're left with a 3v3. Titan in towards this Halls area. Does get
Last
1.
player standing.
Chinatown gets 1 as well.
Spike down A.
Merchant with a late one, but Chinatown Bro gets his 3rd of the round with the Ghost.
That is another round for 5 Asian men.
Big round for them there, as now they can force without being worried about their economy. This, in theory, should be a round that they win, especially on the defense. But I mean, if you put Guff on a sheriff, or you have somebody who's strong with these lighter guns, then it could change that exact thing from happening, and they could lose. But you don't know until you see it. So let's get into this round here. And we are seeing a heavy lean towards this B site. There is presence up towards elbow. Asian Invasion just walks right on out. Almost gets taken out on the trade. Timing comes through. The Trailblazer does spot somebody in towards elbow. Patience is accruing. All the members across the server are now kind of just holding their own case.
1 enemy
Does
remaining.
catch 1, Prophet gets 2, and now we're left with just the Viper of Siren kind of holding out, trying to hopefully catch 1 maybe, or even get the bomb down to build that economy, right? But with Chinatown Bro, what
Standing
is this
ahead.
dart? Oh, he's sending it towards mid. Okay, I guess it makes sense. He didn't see it. He didn't see the Viper. He looked at his minimap.
No.
Flawless.
But
No.
Siren, he didn't see the Viper, but he didn't see the
Oh my goodness, that is unlucky.
A
Now,
classic at that distance. It's tough to find value.
it is, but I mean, he wasn't looking, so
It's
the value should have been there.
I mean, if he moved the crosshair up a little bit,
This should do.
he would have fatally get that headshot.
Fair enough. Well, that is a big round for the defenders as they get set to move into this equally as important round. They do have a bonus here with the full buy happening for the attackers, as Siren notes that there is one in halls with some sort of scoped in weapon. It could be a marshal, could be an outlaw, could be an operator, who knows? But they opt to not even contest that and give them the opportunity where it might hurt them. And now they've taken this mid space up towards elbow. The 0-point knife doesn't get any impact as they break the knife. The orb comes up. Dart comes out as well in the same spot, gets shot.
Toxins going up.
And now they have the space and availability to take this. This is the 5v5 going into site. Fortune does get the first kill. Titan gets the
Spike
trade.
down, B.
Liquefy and Titan trade out once again. Now it is a 3v3.
One enemy
Guff with
remaining.
a big
I got the spike.
kill there as two members of his squad
more
are
secrets.
extremely low.
Oh.
Chinatown Bro does get the first hit
Spike
out
planted.
of the three. Guff is 10 HP. Dart comes out. Does spot out the jet on site. There is going to be a KO flash. Is it going to be impactful here? No, it's not, because he's behind that half wall. Can they do anything? They're now playing together. Oh, he didn't see the arm of the KO. Fragment grenade comes out. A little bit of a
Last
little
player
swing. Oh
standing.
my goodness. Chinatown Broke gets one, and Crayon Eater gets the finish, and that is the round. 10-5 for Rock Solid.
That is just unfortunate
And
for Chinatown, bro.
Crayon Eater once again is having such good impact regardless of his stat line.
Yeah,
he
with
is
the
8
10
11,
assists.
but that 10 assists has been super impactful. Every round
It
is getting
is
information, whether it's
indeed.
flash, damage, or 0.9.
I don't mind having a low kill score, but having that kind of assist number, it's just huge for me.
100%. Now we see a heavy lead towards the A side. The pop flash comes out, catches Guff, and what a swing there from Asian Nation. That is a bold swing, bold kill, and work out. And he does pop a smoke there, and they're able to get out. Now it's just a matter of what damage can they do to this site before they rotate, because it's most likely a rotate angle. Patience is key. The Cypher has been spotted out. Asian Invasion does catch out Fortune, and we are left with a 3v5 for the side of Rock Solid. It's going to be a really tough one, but Crayon Eater does get the first pick going onto this site. Now they are being converged on, but K&B gets traded out between the KO Fragment Grenade and the Marshal.
One
Now
enemy
what
remaining.
can Prophet do? Gets
Spike
the
down
alert, and
A.
there's two just like that. Prophet cleans up the ring. Guff with just unfortunately gets flashed and taken out really early there, so nothing can happen.
Even though he gets taken out, he was still able to pick one. So he tried to do his job.
Yeah, and I mean, the game isn't over yet. There's always a possibility that there's a comeback, but Chinatown Bro has been playing extremely well the last couple rounds, using his util very well, kind of bouncing back and having them make a mistake against him so that he has the impact he has. Again, Asian Invasion is just out on an adventure by themselves. Siren does get the first kill. And you really got to wonder what Asian Invasion's plan is there. Obviously, he's not feeling as comfortable on an initiator, but the lone lurks as an initiator
Yes,
aren't working
he
out.
is just wanting to get those kills. He is very greedy right now.
Yeah, and they don't push out on a site. They get the Viper's Pit activated, and now they're going to take this A site.
The jet on the defenders is more so towards the stairs area. He's preparing for the hit. Dart comes out, clears back sight. They hear one shot over towards sight, and KNB almost catches Reliquify's head. And KNB catches
Spike
Siren as
down
well as
A.
Drown Eater. That's 2. KNB. The dart comes out to... Oh my goodness, almost catches him. Gets his third.
Last
Fortune
player
gets one.
standing.
Prophet gets another as well, and now you're looking
30
at a
seconds left.
1v3 with 6 health. Anything can happen. Guff gets 1.
Guff, how did he?
Chinatown Bro is late in mid. Oh, Chinatown Bro does get that late lurk impact and catches out Guff. Now it is 10-7. We are seeing a run of rounds from the side of 5 Asian men here, which is really, really big as it kind of cements them as this team that is resilient. And now the economy of Rock Solid is broken, especially with how they've been losing, and they've been losing pretty definingly. And honestly, it's one of those rounds where, I mean, they're on an eco. They need something to happen. They need one of their players to step up. Regardless of who it is, there needs to be something where they get on site, get Siren to lay down that Viper's Pit, and they hope that they can clutch it up.
Get out of my way!
Big damage done from the dog there as it does
Trailblazer.
30 damage onto the Sova. No information towards mid. The drone does come out from Nest as they're now not getting spotted in elbow. 0-point knife does hit the site, doesn't catch the Cypher, so there is the Cypher trips activated on site, and now it's a matter of do they push through anyways? Guff is ready and waiting. He's waiting for the okay. He's like, coach, put me in. I'm ready. Dash gets popped. Updraft is going to happen. The pick doesn't happen as he misses his knives. Oh no, Asian Invasion does try to get one there. Doesn't get a flash in towards tunnel. They don't know that he's in tunnel. He's taking that space, but Titan gets the kill.
Okay.
Asian Invasion gets one. Chinatown Bro gets one.
Last player standing.
Asian Invasion also gets another, and the knives from KNB.
Everyone played on their sides, held down their positions. Everyone just stayed on site, did not push at all. Waited for them to push.
Yeah, really well played round from the defenders there as they're able to hold their own ground, as KNB actually only had a Marshall going into that round because he popped the knives. So their economy is extremely strong, and we see them actually opting for an operator instead of that Marshall now, and that is going to be huge impact if they can get him activated.
An operator.
You are powerless.
Null Command gets popped immediately towards A. They are hitting the site fast and furious. The wall goes up, 0 point comes up, Viper's Pit comes up. They've seen 2 or 3 over towards that bridge area. Guff is already pushing backside. I don't like that. Oh my goodness. What a peek there. He somehow escapes with his life. And then KNB is just has a sheriff. The Hunter's Fury goes out. Doesn't get a kill. Does a little bit of damage. But Titan with the spam.
Titan!
Times 2.
That is just an annoying event. Being spammed.
One enemy remaining.
Well. Prophet catches Siren, and now Reliquify is by themselves. And unfortunately, that's going to be the round. As Prophet catches Reliquify. Now again,
we are on a 10-9 scoring.
Rock Solid's
5 Asian
economy,
men.
Yeah. Rock Solid's economy is done, and once again, the economy of 5 Asian men is buzzing. Like that thing is wired. They have so much money. They don't have to worry about anything for the rest of this game. And I mean, they have the operator activated on the side of Rock Solid. They have to get the operator out of his hand, whether it's using the flashes or the Sova drone. They have to push this operator out of the angles that they're going to peek, because KNB evidently through the last round super impactful with that. And Crayon Eater just falls to the operator. That is not ideal as they see Asian Invasion. I don't think she gets marked out, but might have just barely. Asian Invasion does catch one, does catch two.
Down mid.
And
Last
Fortune
player
gets the trade.
standing.
The neural theft comes out. There is 5 members, 4 members barreling towards mid, and
Ooh.
now it is a 10-10 game. Again, the economy of these attackers is so bad because of how badly they're losing this rounds and not carrying over weapons. The 5 Asian men have the best economy right now. They don't have to worry about any purchases the rest of the game. If they want to invest
For
in operators,
sure.
they can. If they want to invest in 6 operators, they can. It just comes down to what they want to do.
Operators, extra guns, vandals.
The timeout does come through. We are seeing some pings over towards A. That might be space that they want to take, whether it's space they take or clear with maybe utility to make sure that the jet is not operating there. Now, that being said, if the defensive team does get a pick, they have the neural theft available, and it would be a big boon to see where the enemy team is at. So they might try to get an early pick to then activate that neural theft. Again, they did ping towards A main. They're sending 3 there, trying to get information or cause mayhem. They do have the defensive operator towards that halls area, seeing if there's going to be any peaks. And a shock dart from Chinatown Bro started right off the bat. Doesn't do any chip damage as they wait for the 0-point knife to hit before they advance up. Now, Sova does tag 1 with the drone, but notes 2 over towards this B site. Shock dart does not destroy that trip. I don't think he's aware.
Standing ahead.
They might run right into this trip, thinking that the shock dart did destroy it. There we go. It's destroyed. They're activating. They are on site. Crown Eater gets the first pick onto Titan, and Guff gets 1 onto Asian Invasion. Now the operator is towards this McDonald's area, Archway, and oh my goodness, KNB gets the operator pick onto Crayon Eater. Chinatown Bro gets 1 as well. So now we are left in a 3v3. The operator is still available. Is there going to be any spam towards this half wall? We don't know, Guff. In the perfect spot, but what happened? The spray.
Last player standing.
KNB and Chinatown Bro clutch up.
What?
Get the first 2 in profit.
What
Wires
a
it down.
crazy take.
Really well played.
Especially Guff there.
Yeah, Guff was in such a good spot, but unfortunately that little tickle of a spray that hat came through.
Yeah.
'Cause he turned to look to see if he should peek there, and then
Yeah,
he turned
he
back
was
around
hesitant.
to fight the 2.
Yeah.
And then when he did that, the spray came through. It hit him like once, and then he went to like turn, and then they both swung, and the Viper did as well. So yeah, a little bit of a tickle, and he falters. Got tickled too much. Interesting buy here. We do see the attackers leaning for 2 Vandals, even though they are not going to be able to repurchase this next round. But Guff here does have the Vandal, is confident in his abilities. No chip damage from that early shock dart.
Don't get in my way.
Doesn't catch anything, but Prophet does use the Viper's pick. And the turret, or the dart does note the KO, so that is good information. But they do get a pick out towards mid in that tunnel area. So now the Jet has to be worried about both tunnel and B main. So it might be worth it to pinch it instead of worrying about this A main hit, because they have to push into this Viper's pit.
Oh.
Can be. He's swapping between the 2 lanes, but does he get the timing here? Fortune does get picked off here as KNB is ready and prepped. They know the operator is towards that B site. Siren with 1 HP left is really low, waiting for this Sky to peek, hopefully getting that pick. But instead they're taking this Spike towards mid, hoping for a mid hit into A, but the drone from Chinatown Bro, used so late into the round, is able to get the information that they're hitting, but he falls. Siren gets the kill. Guff swings.
No!
Oh my goodness,
Siren!
Siren with the absolute clutch. Protection right there, does get a recon up, it immediately gets destroyed. Asian Invasion is ready for this. No flashes available. It does have a Trailblazer though, but oh my goodness, the timing of this is so important. What does Reliquify have to do as he turns and runs out to main, but gets caught out by the Jet? Guff does get the other Jet.
Last player standing.
Down into 1v1, and Guff!
That's
What a round, as it is so important that they won that. They needed that. The confidence
that was
needed to be
the
boosted.
Valorant timing. Valorant timing, Reliquify, turning his back, and then Jet suddenly peeking in the mid of the pyramids.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was gonna say the other word.
It is a tough one, that's for sure, but they end up out on top. They do get that. They can reinvest everybody. KNB does reinvest into another operator here. So what can be done here? How can they take this round away from 5 Asian men with how good their defense has been? The Owl Drone does come out, does spot out KNB. They note it. They don't have to push into this. And now the cam is in mid. Guff is going to want to destroy this here or wait for it to go down so that he can try and lurk up towards that halls. Bomb is over towards A though, so it must be an A end, but it's just a matter of when they do end there. Siren with this timing does get caught out by Asian Invasion, and unfortunately that's their smokes. Drone and Dart come out. They do get spotted out back sight. Flashpoint does come out as well. Spike does go down, and they have a 4v3 on the attack.
One enemy remaining.
Great positioning there to get 2. KNB and Profit, and all that's left is the Cypher with an Odin. What can Titan do here? He needs to get one quickly, otherwise this is not looking too good as he swings into 2. Guff does get taken out. Transmitter damage is heavy.
One suppress. Flashbang.
Flash comes through, and Titan does get one more, so good damage there from Titan, but unfortunately they do fall light. They were almost both dead on the side of the attackers, and we are on match. Turning map point for the side of Rock Solid. Can they finish it off here? 12-11. The defenders, 5 Asian men, are racking in this last time out to see what they can do here. And oh my goodness.
Take this time out to rehydrate, warm up your hands. I know it's getting intense down there.
100%. I mean, the defenders have the Sky Neural Theft, like the Sky ult, the Seekers Neural Theft, and the Jet Knives. So impact is going to be early. It has to be early to get that information, or they're going to play super aggressive trying to get that pick so they can get that early information. I don't think they'll sit back on site like they have been, especially the last 2 rounds, because honestly, Rock Solid has done really good job of kind of making them rotate and causing issues in their rotates by catching them off guard. With the timeout ending, we are back into it. There's 15 seconds until the final round of regulation hits. Are we going to see overtime? Or are we going to see a game end? Or are we going to see map 3? There's so many questions going into this final round. Potentially final round.
Potentially.
Your point knife comes out, doesn't spot anybody towards A. Drone over towards B, doesn't spot anybody until the very end. It catches the Jet, who has popped knives and has a Vandal. Now Siren leaves this A site. The Shock Dart does come out, but the Shock Dart once again doesn't get the kill on this tripwire. So like maybe it's not going too far, like far enough, but he's really got to figure that out because
Yep.
if
My camera is
if they don't know that it's not there or that it is there, they run into it. That's a free kill for the defenders. Siren has the Viper's pick. Guff gets the first pick from mid over towards A site. KO man comes out. The knives come out as well. They're going to take the site. And Candy gets the first pick. Can't use the powers and the swings. Unfortunately, Fortune and Guff get 2 kills. The Viper's pit comes out. And now it's a 4v2. Neural Theft is out as well. So what can they do? The Seekers come out from the defenders. They do note that one is tunnel. Very close. Possibly spammable. Does catch one. Asian Invasion with the first kill of this retake. Guff aware that they are most likely towards this half wall. The Trailblazer does come out. Doesn't spot anybody. But Guff misses a couple shots. Asian Invasion is ready and prepped for this fight against Guff.
They are just
One enemy remaining.
Asian Invasion gets one, and then the smoke, the flash into the smoke. Oh my goodness, the timing, and he doesn't see him, but not enough time, and we have our winner! Absolutely solid game from Rock Solid there as they take the win 13-11, and they win the... What?
Yep.
They win the grand.
They win the grand finals. This is an absolutely great game for Team Rock Solid as they solidify their win and stands above the top. Now, as a best of 3, you really have to be excited, especially when you perform so well like that. It's been so good, and a 13-11 win when they were down so far to push back to where they are now, and they kind of overtook those last couple rounds. The timeouts were perfect. So honestly, just an all-around great game.
That is insane. I mean, it was such a close game, but
it
Rock
was a
solid.
close game,
Yep.
but man, they really held it down. They
Held
did
it
let their
down.
mistakes build up,
Yep.
but they solved their mistakes and they were able to kind of step back and kind of reset and then push in. And what a final round there for this tournament of the Edmonton High School Valorant Invitational Campus Clash.
Campus Club.
Too many things, too many words, too many
Yep.
times. But yeah, here we are. And I believe we are going to go to the awards ceremony here in a second. Winner logo soon, I assume. But yeah, this has been an
I
absolutely
think the
phenomenal game.
stats will be shown first at the end of this scene. So
Awesome. So we are going to see it here first.
Hello, NorQuest Esports coordinator.
As they are getting it prepped and ready, they're leading
And I'm
in.
Noah, the other esports coordinator, and
They're getting
We
the
will now
presentation,
be
which has been
doing the
absolutely
award
phenomenal.
ceremony. So third place goes to JP High School Red. They will be receiving our third place trophy along with their swag bag, including Valorant gift cards, our NorQuest swag, and GameCon Canada tickets. Yeah.
Did I get all the gift cards?
Please share your gift cards.
Oh, it's take it for Reese. Take it for Reese.
Yeah.
I never see Reese. I don't know where.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for participating. Thank you. All right. The second place goes to 5 Asian men. Can we get all of you up here? So with 5 Asian men, we will be doing a little interview before we give the trophy. Yeah, come around, come around. Okay, so whoever feels like they want to answer, they can answer, okay? First question. What was your favorite part of the tournament?
Just having fun, winning, getting second.
Getting second?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you think? What were the highlights of your team during the tournament, you think?
When we beat the best team. The number one team.
The number one
Yeah,
team,
the first
JP
one, yeah,
Red.
JP Red,
Okay.
yeah.
Who would you say was the MVP of your team? True MVP.
I think Gabe.
Yep, yeah, he did the best. He carried the most. I actually think Isaac did well because he was cheering you guys on, saying, "Guys, we made it this far. We made it this far. We can enjoy it. That's all good." When you guys were down 3-9, that was very heart touching. Who would you say was your favorite opponent? Not team, but player.
Wait, is it that kid?
Guff?
What's your name? Guff?
Guff. Yeah, Guff. Yeah, you thought Guff was good. Yeah, I agree. And then last question. Guff. It's Guff. Yeah. Last question. How did your team come together?
I actually don't know. We just, so like we all just kind of met like through like friends. I think I don't really remember, but yeah, 5 years ago I think.
5 years ago.
2 years? 2 years?
Okay, so like 4 of us are from like elementary.
Okay, elementary
And
school
then this are
friends.
like from badminton.
Yeah, I met these guys.
Oh,
my badminton
cool.
friends, yeah.
Okay. Well, congratulations. And we have gift packs with you guys. You guys actually have the coolest prize, including all of our NorQuest Esports swag. So our mouse pads, lanyard stickers, they're all yours. And we also have MSI goods, including the MSI lanyards. Yeah. Yeah. And along with our $50 Valorant gift card. Congratulations. Oh, yeah, take a picture, guys. Let's take a picture. Come here. Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Yes, and let's get the winners up. Team Rock Solid. So yeah, Team Rock Solid, you guys had a lot of fans on chat. I saw people going Guff Gaming all the time. So before we start off, wanted to ask you guys, what was your favorite part of the tournament? Winning. That's what I thought. How did you think your team did overall? Were there any hardships you guys overcame?
Other than that second half of Breeze.
Yeah, that second half of Breeze.
Other than that,
Yeah.
we've been doing incredible.
I saw that you guys were really stressing out over here, saying like, "I whiffed every shot. I don't think I got to kill this half." Yeah. What were you?
Not gonna kill the
What were your thoughts going through in your head at that moment?
I just needed,
I gotta lock in.
had to support my boy.
Okay. Who would you say is the MVP of the team?
Definitely.
Go.
Yeah.
Nah, Evan's
I don't know.
performances were better in the maps that he played, but
Yeah.
he's streaky. Some games on, some games off. But
We
when
all
he plays,
had our game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So actually, the MVP of the final match goes to Guff. Congratulations. Yeah. And then, who would you guys say was your favorite opponent that you faced, like in terms of player?
5 Asian men.
Yeah,
they were the
Which
only-
player? Which player on 5 Asian Men?
No, Profit.
Profit.
Oh, yeah,
Prophet,
he-
yeah.
yeah.
He was crazy on his characters that he selected there. And one last question: How did your team come together?
My friend sent me an Instagram post 2 weeks before the deadline. So I got him, and then he got him, and then he got these two.
Yeah, I got these two.
Yeah.
Nice, so all through
The
connection.
guy
Great.
who gave us the invite isn't even on the team.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations once again. We'll be giving you the first prize trophy. All are good.
Oh, it's so much lighter.
And plus, you guys get to go. You guys get to go to GameCon Canada Mega Stage, where you get a chance to compete for a $3,000 cash prize.
Wow. Yeah, that was what I was most
Yeah.
excited for. I want that.
Invitational.
Yeah, yeah.
There you go.
So congratulations once again, and we'll send it back to the casters.
Welcome back. We are here to wrap this up. This has been an absolutely phenomenal day. There's been some great gaming. There's been some great plays, some great aces, some great whiffs. And I mean, honestly, it's been top notch. Guff with the MVP of that final game. It makes
I
sense.
expected that.
I mean,
He has
28-16.
he has been on a consistent carry for his team.
100%. And then on top of that, you have just the team as a whole. They seemed like they really connected in terms of like how they rebounded back, like they were saying in the interview. They rebounded back for that second half of Breeze, and they kind of brought it back. So
yeah,
you got to give it to them. Great game from both them as well as 5 Asian Men. They did extremely well, kind of bringing back that Breeze to be so competitive when they were down so much, and they did it in a way that was so fun. Now, again, we want to thank you all for tuning in and everything that's happened today. It's been absolutely phenomenal. The Edmonton High School Valorant Invitational Campus Clash for NorQuest Esports. And I will hand it off to Crystal to thank our sponsors.
Again, thank you sponsors for the huge support. Thank you Wooding, Uneven, MSI Kanto, OTB Academies, AK Racing, GameCon Canada. We thank you all for making this possible. Without you guys, this wouldn't be even this good.
100%.
Yeah.
But we really appreciate it here. This is Jacob and Crystal signing off. So thank you again, and congratulations to our top 3 teams and our grand final winners, Team Rock Solid.